Nation's own creation. It's a dinosaur to represent PRX that has come out damaged from the battle with Talon. To your point, it was a 2-0, but look how close those scores were up behind a nice box.
It's kind of funny that like PRX, Talon is saying they're a mini PRX because it's like you've got the dinosaurs, then you've got like the birds. They're like the very like late descendants of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, they could be a
generations down. Yeah,
some kind of hybrid.
You guys are doing some weird stretching with all
I really need your David Attenborough voice to tie this all together. I'm going to need the British accent here. Anyway, I think this will be another tight game. Keep in mind the veto that was present last time. We had Bind and Icebox. We'll see if that changes up at all. Looking here at the team data comparison and the head-to-head, PRX 5-0 against Talon. Historically, they have cooked them. It has not been close until the last series where it was very bloody close with this current iteration of Talon. They've got their best chance to beat PRX ever, and you can see first kill win percent does favor Talon, pistol win does favor Talon. They've got some of the best stats in the league. PRX are creating more opportunities, but Talon are not only converting more opportunities, but they also convert the most 4v5s in the league. PRX and Talon have the highest rate of converting man disadvantages in this league.
สวัสดีครับทีทารอน1-2เป็นเล็กแต่โอทีทุกรอบนะครับวันนี้มาดิเป็นเล็กแต่โอทีทุกรอบนะครับวันนี้มาดิเป็นเล็กแต่วันนี้มาเสียงสะท้อน sorry ต้องวันนี้เท่านั้นแหละภาพมาจัดเลยเฮ้ยแค่ชนะเปเปอร์เล็กได้ก็คือทารอนได้ไปนี่แล้วนะครับได้ไปไอแชมเปี้ยนแล้วนะส่วนเปเปอร์เล็กแม่งได้ไปอยู่แล้วแต่เราก็ต้องชนะอยู่ดีก่อนเกมเปเปอร์เล็กบอกใส่เต็มนี่แหละประเด็นอะแบบใส่เต็มจัดอะ
Yeah, in fact, let's look at these 6 players here. Now, they were talking about being mini PRX. All of these teams have some of the strongest firepower in Pacific right now, without a doubt. And all of them, despite their role, it doesn't matter. Look how close their stats are.
Yeah, I think for Thai, somewhat comparable with Jing. These are players that both play Omen or Raze. Obviously more duelists under the pocket of Thai. His Neon hasn't been great, but he hasn't really had to play it because Sunset has not really been coming up much. For Killua, he's been phenomenal as well. There's no hard initiator player on PRX that is kind of comparable to him. They love to kick that role around a little bit. And Primi, as mentioned before, mostly a Senti player, then does like to play the Yoru. We'll see if that does come up in the veto at all because that is a perfect example of a map where Talon doesn't really have a hard entry.
I mean, Frost was very firm. Primi is not a duelist. He is a flex player. He made that very, very clear.
Yeah, he was so mad about that. But you can see where Alex is thinking as well and how he thinks a player like Primi should be. And you can see how this caters into
ท่านเวจริงกับเจสันเอาจริงเป้ามันเยอะกว่านั้นนะครับมันต้องเป็นท่านน้องจริงเจสันแล้วก็เจอไอ้นี่ด้วยเจอซัมติงด้วยทั้งช่วงหลังซัมติงมันจะแบบว่าแล้วแต่เวแล้วแต่กรรมก็มันจะยิงได้หรือเปล่าเฮ้ยแต่ก็ถือว่าภาพมาพอสมควรภาพมาพอสมควร
Frost has always got an angle in the veto, so we'll see what actually ends up coming up.
Do we get a corrode from PRX?
Ascent will go out. That's not really something that's been seen. Corrode or Haven is usually banned by PRX. You know, it's not something they've been interested in playing, and I love that for Talon. They are sticking to the same game plan every team has had in the veto against PRX thus far. Pick a map in Haven that they haven't yet quite got comfortable on, and they play a bit of a funkier comp.
Yeah, I think that is the approach, and I'm glad we're going to have a Bind as well. PRX looked really good on it, but Talon also they really pushed them nearly into overtime last time.
โอ้แมปตึงจัดเลย
Last time they played, and now PRX picking it.
ใครจะมาเดี๋ยวรู้กันเลย
I think that shows some learning, some progress.
ผมว่าแมปโอเคนะเพราะว่ามันเป็นแมปที่2ทีมทั้ง2ทีมมันเก่งทั้งคู่เลยอะถ้าเฮเว่นกับบลายอะคือเก่งทั้งทารอนทั้งเป๊ปเลยมันแน่ๆเนี่ยดูนะอย่างที่เห็น100%ทั้งคู่นะแบบนี้น่ากลัวจัด
here on Haven, though. This has been a shaky ground kind of map for PRX. I know it says 100% win rate, but first game was against T1. They almost lost that. And then the second game, they were able to dismantle DFM relatively concisely, but I felt like that was an underwhelming day for DFM. If everything, they really didn't convince me. For Talon, they are playing the same comp that they've played for ages now, that they've beaten a lot of the Korean teams in the league here with, but really just changing out the Teo previously for the Sova and keeping Primi on that Yoru previously.
Now, I want to ask why the three of you, three of you just joined Pacific. So I don't know if you know this, but PRX usually wins.
Yeah.
Why did you guys go with Talon today?
Well, first of all, I find that condescending. Second of all,
In case you didn't know.
I think Talon has got way more motivation to win this game.
Okay.
I think they really want this dub. They need to get to champs. For PRX, I know that they want to go to champs and they've secured champs, and seeding does matter and all that, but the motivation factor for a team that wants to go to champs so badly and a team that has already made it, that is two different trajectories for me. And I think Talon is very, very good. And like I said before, they should have won last time, and none of the opening duels went their way. Like, it was a very tight game. I think a couple different rounds they could win today.
Also, we've seen PRX let their guard down before. Look at that Zeta game. That's what happens when they come in and they're not fully motivated. They're not fully present with that win on the line. I think Talon are going to just be hungrier for this win.
Maybe, but you know what? The only thing that's more fun than winning is beating your friends. So I think PRX still definitely wants to win this, and I think this
ผมกลัวมันจะไม่ไวขนาดนั้นดิเพราะว่าเป๊ปบอกว่าเป๊ปเมมอยู่นะ
off today to start the very last day of playoffs here in Seoul.
จริงๆแล้วเป๊ปมันเล่นไวเล่นช้าได้อะแต่ทารอนนี่น่าจะไวล้วนคิดว่าจากแบบน่าจะแบบสู้แม่งสู้แม่งสู้แม่งอย่างเงี้ยสู้แม่งสู้แม่งสู้แม่งเจอแน่อะไรอย่างเงี้ยคิดว่าแมปบุกหรือแมปกันถ้าเป็นแมปที่ไซเยอะให้คิดไว้ก่อนว่าเป็นแมปบุกครับเพราะว่าอีกฝั่งต้องทำให้ตัวในไซน้อยลงครับเพราะว่าปกติมันจะมีแค่2ไซใช่ไหมเราอาจจะเจอเป็นแบบ2-2อะไรเงี้ยแต่พอเป็นแมปที่มี3ไซอีกฝั่งต้องแบ่งคนมาอยู่ไซอีกไซหนึ่งเพิ่มอะไรเงี้ยก็กลายเป็นว่าคนมันจะน้อยลงประมาณนั้น
These are 5 players he thinks should never change over even the
แต่ช่วงหลังเฮเว่นมันบุกยากเหมือนกันนะจากแผนจากคอมจริงแบบของวาโลมันค่อนข้างขึ้นอยู่กับคอมเยอะพอสมควรนะผมว่าคุณอยู่ว่าพิกเอเจนมันเป็นยังไงอะโอ้นี่แปลกแจ้แล้วอ่ะพี่ทีมมันไม่ได้ใส่เสื้อฮู้ดเลยดิมันใส่เสื้อยืดเลยดิโดนไหมเนี่ย
This team most of the time. This is the second time they are facing off this.
แย่แล้ว
Really close. 2 weeks ago when they played against each other. PRX Alex has mentioned himself. He also has a lot of respect for Talon though.
Absolutely. Look, once upon a time, we'll kick it back more than 5 years ago, PRX struggled to even beat European teams. They would never have a chance to play them. They would always get knocked out of qualifiers by Thai teams. But nowadays, they eat these regions for breakfast. They are so good. And it's time for them to qualify to the grand final over there in Tokyo. Win as the top dog in Pacific after failing in kickoff and only being the 3rd seed.
อะไรอะฟอสทำดีๆฟอสทำดีๆไปเบ่งกล้ามใส่เขาทำไมเนี่ยโดนเนี่ย
when they put their build
ทำดีๆเพื่อน
two coaches on one team was so interesting that Alex immediately
มีเดินมาเบ่งกล้ามด้วยนะไอ้วันนี้เจอเดียก็เห็นอารมณ์ดีอย่างนี้เลย
Yeah, it is definitely mind games here, but Frost has a different formula for Talon, and I think going into Haven is our very first map. He's surely got something cooked up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon always flexible in that veto. I feel like their plan from the start was pick Haven if it's in the pool, pick Corrode if it's in the pool. Whichever one PRX decide to ban, they're going to go straight to that other one. PRX not looked fully confident on Haven this year, despite the wins. This is a very targeted pick. Talon love this map. They've been good at it all year, so no surprises from them, and they just love to play to their opponent's weaknesses.
It's up to PaperX to really shore up those weaknesses. They're going to be well aware that Corrode or Haven have been sore spots in the map pool. They haven't had as much time initially coming into this stage to be able to prep because they've been booked and busy winning bloody international.
แค่นี้ไม่รู้นะว่าจะ
unfortunately. So look, I think they will have
อันนี้ไม่รู้ว่าจะรอดหรือเปล่า
even a little bit. We'll see if they come up with a different comp. It's a map where, like, you know, the double duelist choices don't necessarily fit their personnel. They don't really have a player that really likes to play Neon, so or ISO for that matter. So double duelists on that map, it is a weird
ขออนุญาตดูเลย
amalgamation of different duelist choices that kind of fit the personnel, and they try to make it work. We'll see if they're going to continue running with that same comp or whether they're going to come up with something that fits them a little bit better.
Well, speaking of the Neon and PaperX, the last time we saw that was Forsaken on the Neon on Sunset. That was a lot of fun, but you can see they immediately trashed it after.
Yeah, you used to play it on Fracture as well, but there will be no changes. Once again, Forsaken on the Waylay, you're going to have something playing that.
โอ้เวเลฟอร์ตเคนว่ะไม่ใช่นีออนนะ
They'll start out on defense. They are 2-0 on this map, but they have looked shaky at times.
น่าสนใจอันนี้
No changes either. This is the only map where their roles are quite drastically different.
ส่วนทารอนเล่นแผนเก่งนะ2เซนติเนล3ไซส์
He's not a duelist though, guys. He's not a duelist, but he is on the Yoru.
Yes, he is not a duelist, unlike their build div
Do
team.
a bit of a Jemkin cosplay, you know, throw the clone in,
ใช่
the TP in. Oh,
เหลือแค่ได้ไปแค่อีกทีมหนึ่ง
the gate crashed out. Let's see what happens now.
Well, one thing I really like from the side of PaperX is their consistency. That's something
ถ้า
that
เป๊ปมันจบที่หนึ่ง
has
อะ
changed since
เป็นเรื่องแน่เพราะว่ามันจะนับแต้มอย่างเดียวมันไม่มีใครได้ไปแล้ว
stepped it up. Like Frost was saying, they just needed more experience, and you can see how dangerous.
เพราะงั้นก็ทารอนสู้ๆครับวันนี้ต้องชนะนะชนะอย่างเดียวชนะเท่านั้นชนะแล้วได้ไปต่อ
I think a lot of teams should have a lot to watch out for from these two teams in particular. So we're gonna
ถ้า
start
แพ้โคตรเหนื่อยผมบอกเลยต้องชิงสายล่างไม่พอต้องไปนี่ไปชิงเพื่อเข้ารอบชิงต่ออีก
That's a Quack. That's Quack and Komodo.
Looks similar.
Oh yes, we do look rather similar, but of course I do have a different skin complexion.
To be fair, he was changed to this desk for 3 days in a row this week so far, but I now circumvent that and I'm here for the fourth.
Fourth day, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited for this one, and I hope everyone is at home as well. I hope you've got your popcorn ready. I hope you've got your snacks ready, because this is going to be a movie affair between these two teams. There is a lot on the line for Talon in this series. 2 chances to try and get to Champions Paris. Whether or not they can get there from winning this series or the lower final, they're guaranteed an occurrence in Tokyo anyways, but, you know, you win this one, you're in immediately, you get over towards Tokyo, you got to get ready on the stage over there in a very different atmosphere as well. It can be a little bit nerve-wracking, so one of the best chances is going to be
ขอเลยวันนี้ขอเม้มๆนะทารอนครับ
Close to beating PaperX last time. Can they do it here today?
That's what we're all wondering about. You know, the head-to-head between these two teams, it's been
อ๋อมีทีวันอีกทีมหนึ่งที่ได้ไปชัวร์แล้วนี่หว่าใช่ปะ
but this is the best iteration of
เพราะว่าทีวันมันแต้มพอ
could change today.
And they are in the green week.
ปารีสเดบีเคใจเย็น
They are in the green week, so this should be a dub for them, you would expect. The pistol round strength for Talon is seen there.
ภาพมาเราต้องไปปารีสสิวะ
And they also
จะได้มีทีมเชียร์เพิ่มหน่อย
yet again here in this one where they did against DRX when DRX
โอเค
this
ทารอนบุกก่อนนะครับ
9-3 on the attack. It was brilliant from Talon, but it's PaperX we're talking about, and they've already spotted out what's happening at C.
โอ้ไวมากโอ้ยทำดีๆโอ้ยอะไรอะพวกพี่ไม่ต้องเห็นหน้ากันก็ยิงกันโลครับเนี่ย What?
This is quick, but killer up. He's going to
ไม่ต้องเห็นหน้าก็ยิงกันโลเลย2ทีมนี้ฮัลโหล
post util from Cruz as well. Forsaken's just going to reveal himself in a 5v5 post plant.
Refract has gone off. He's got to check.
โอ้สวย
Killua actually managed to take him down. So now
ส
numbers
วย
advantage
ส
for
วย
Talon, and they're also holding down Garage still.
เอาแล้วไอ้ซัมติงมันมาตรงนี้ได้ยังไงวะเนี่ย
Gate crash into the back side here. Has a blind side available, but 28 HP getting in.
Oh, quick on the cam. Still. So
โอ้โหสวยแผนดี
no idea about the C long
แผนดีจัด
considers it.
Ui,
Way too
alay.
low, still lands the first headshot, but onto the tap. A slight whiff from Cruz. 5 HP.
Oh, the grab net goes in. Dodged.
So close. And look at the
This is a-
reposition. Running out of time though. Manages
Yeah,
to
la-
land the shot. He's looking
เอ้ยได้อยู่ หมดเวลาอย่างงี้การันตีเขาขึ้นนำทารอน
Tucks away neatly. Both of them go off to the
แล้วพี่ครูแม่งแบบเนียนสุดอะแบบนั่งสุดอะไม่ปาดไม่อะไรทั้งนั้น
Something.
การันตีวินจัดเลยช็อตนี้
Scary player when it
ขออนุญาตนั่งครับ นั่งรอพอ
You've heard from them before.
เน้นวิน
Is extremely excited.
เปิดสวยนะได้พิสตอลก่อนแต่ตึงหน่อยเมื่อกี้เกือบแล้ว
Recognize how much of a Titan force PRX are.
เราเปิดก่อนเราเปิดไปก่อน4 ตัว เหลืออยู่4 ต่อ 1อะมันยังตึงขนาดนี้ ใจเย็นพี่ ใจเย็นครับพี่ พี่ชาย พี่ชายใจเย็นนะ
PRX just taking the knee in this round in the anti-eco.
And keep something away from his dimensional drift. Still though, it's a 3-2 split right now for PRX.
โอเคปืนเล็กนะทางด้านของทารอนปืนเล็กพอสมควร
Or kind of strut
อุ้ยอะไรอะแป๊บนึงนะ
themselves in the B site.
Easy does it. Got some guardians that you can play long distance. Got some stingers that you could leave in the site. And a marshal for Premi that can start to farm up some points.
โอ้เราก็ได้แพทเร็วๆอย่างนี้เลย โอ้ยโอ้ย โอ้โห
Still
โอ้ย
Killua will be able to stabilize, landing 3 in
คิรัว
a row.
จัดให้
Now off towards
เกือบแล้ว
the
มึ
side
ง
of C Link, which is where PRX
เว็บตั้งแต่เกิดครับโอเคครับตามนั้นชิว
frags.
Maybe just don't want to give any more frags over towards Killua here either.
ๆเว็บตั้งแต่เกิดเหมือนกันครับแต่พอดีว่าไทยในสายเลือดเลยดิ
Maybe. As the cage goes off, but Premi's beginning his hunt as well. Pat will land the right click onto
เฮ้ย
Jit
ดี
Boys.
อะไร
Another
วะเนี่ย
shot on Premi too, which isn't too bad. Killua, you've got the gun.
Oh.
Surely you keep onto it. It's
4
gonna be that
kill from
4K
Killua.
but still a lot of damage sustained.
แล้วเฮดช็อตล้วนโดดเสีย4 กระบอกนะแปลกๆนะทารอน
Really only afford 1 or 2 in that scenario.
แปลกๆนะเสีย4 กระบอกแบบนี้
More respectful going in towards this bonus round. Now I've been looking at kind of
โอ้
consistent
โห
performances.
ปาดน่าเกลียดมากเลย something
Everyone knows I'm a kind of stats nerd when it comes into it. We've got
โอ้โห
duelists performing,
ค
we've
ม
got sentinels performing, we've got controllers performing all throughout the journey of
ทำไม
VCT Pacific
คลาสสิกมันแรงจังวะ
The initiator force has generally been a little bit down pat in a lot of the
อย่าจับกล้องกู
Killua is actually a slight outlier.
อย่าจับกล้องกูเห็นแล้วก็พี่ชาย
Those are the
ชิว
two highest performing.
ๆเข้าใจได้ฝั่งมันโดดอย่างนั้นเข้าใจได้ครับ
Already getting frags and this one is quite
โห
a
ซัมติง
sign
มันทำออฟมาเลยนะน่ากลัวจัด
Talon who are getting into this
Ui.
C site immediately, but maybe not.
Maybe not.
เฮ้ยอะไรอะเจสันน้องอะไรอะ
Awkward. Will be a free kill for Killua.
Ow.
And then Jing to dive into Garage. That's another
Ow.
gun down. Divide
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
site. Trying to play around the
โอ้
corner.
ตึงเกินเอาไว้
Something for support. And then Jit Boy.
เหลือคนเดียวนะจิตบอย
Low HP now though.
โอเคเรียบร้อย
Play around the back.
มาแต้มแรก
Something
เป๊ป
will deny entry.
แต่ตัดไปเยอะนะตัดไป2กระบอกเลยเหลือแค่2แต่ติดดีแค่ว่าไอ้ซัมติงมันมีออฟไปดิ
Fragging, you got something fragging. A little bit awkward on Forsaken for the waylay.
ติดแค่นั้นเลยจริงๆ something ไม่มีออฟ
He needs to warm up a little bit, right? It's been a hot minute since we've seen him on the waylay. Unlike some other players here that are putting in some good reps like yesterday in RRQ and the day before,
โอ้
for
โหเกือบ
example.
แล้ว
He's going to have to reel in where you want to be playing that one. Do like for Cruz, of course, getting that sensor for the expected window drop in the garage as well. So we're starting to formulate some good utility positioning and good shots from both of these teams in the
เค
circle.
รอบนี้ฟูลบายนะ
A lot of
ทา
people
รอ
are
น
excited for this series today. It's garage control yet again, though, right now for
โห
Talon.
เล่นที่เดิมเลยฮัลโหล
He's just going to be slotting himself in the same corner.
โหมันกัน4กัน3 คนอ่ะมีตัวหนึ่งที่กระดาษด้วยตรงลิงก์เราเห็นมาช่วยทันอ่ะ
Pause this time though. Prowler doesn't see anything outside of B.
Something one off the dimensional.
ถ้าไม่เช็คซ้ายโดนนะครับระวังนะ
At the moment too. Very silent around the map.
โอ้แล้วไปครับ Forsaken
Get a little bit hungry. The dinosaurs are looking for their first prey.
โหเราไม่รู้ข่าว
Actually be Killua here.
โอ้โหหัวแตกแย่ละคิรัว
Goes in for the chase. There is a trip on the other end though, but It also means the C side is now open.
กิโลหัวแตก
approach from Talon too. I'd be very excited to see them push spawn a little bit.
โอ้แต่อย่างนี้ดีครับดาวัยบอกดาวัยไม่รู้ข่าวอะไรเลยฝั่งแป๊บไม่รู้ข่าวอะไรเลยนะอย่างเงี้ยเฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะกำลังจะทักเลยแต่ไม่มีใครมองเห็นใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้นึกว่าผีโอ้โหไม่ได้เช็ค
Got the flashes in as well. PRX needing to play safe.
โอ้ยทามิ่งดีจัด
happening yet. Forsaken.
โอ้เหลือ2นะ
something.
Got the drift now.
เหลือ2นะเหลือแค่2นะ
The 2 versus 3. Both players spotted out.
แล้วอย่างนี้ฟรี3ตัวครับน้องจะได้เทียร์ด้วยวายเคออฟเซฟแล้วออฟเซฟตอนแรกไปเปลี่ยนปืนแล้วมาเล่นแต่ซัมติงบอกเหลือกูคนเดียวกูเซฟดีกว่า
Decisively clean round, all things considered. Great decision making and adjustments to come out from them. Killua could have lost his life, could have gone for the duel, could have tried to challenge Forsaken, but just playing on the respect line when he gets dinked. And for Talon to just recognize their force of 4 through the garage into the side. I'm thinking to myself, right?
แล้วซัมติงมันตึงอะไรขนาดนั้นนะพี่ชายมันเจอทารอนทีไรมันลั่นตลอดเลยมันยิงไป7แล้วเนี่ยบ้ามาก
At sea, potentially get pincered from long. Even from garage, when you escape from there, Devai has been playing this seaside time and time again in the history of this map. Really, really well done decision-wise from Talon there.
Also one gap that PRX had and Talon just exploited it completely.
Yeah. This is why I kind of make mention a little bit earlier on in this series to the attacking side against DRX that Talon came out with. And even then, when they flip towards the defensive side, I'm really excited for Cruz with the sensors to trap something.
เราเซฟอุ้ยออกโอ้ฉีกเป้าโอ้ซัมติงมัน8-1แล้วไม่เจอทารอนทีไรเองยิงไม่พลาดเลยว่าซัมติงเหรอดี
Likewise of RRQ. I mean,
ออกไหมอุ้ยเห็นไล่
They're still winning the map the other day. It's a massively ridiculous scoreline. But what else is ridiculous right now is the saved.
แม่งยิงเฟิร์สช็อตไม่พลาดเลยเจอทีมไทยอ่ะทำงี้ดีกว่าเก่งมาก
But now a 3 versus 5 for Talon.
Still though,
something มึงเก่งมากเพื่อน
Talon have managed to slip into the B site. Does Forsaken consider it? It will be a quick check.
โอเคแพนนะแพนไหมแพน
retake now.
Oh, Premi needs to go a bit nuclear here.
โอ้ยโอ้โดดเช็คไปแบบไม่เห็น
Nightfall, but Premi just shuts it down. See if Jing is able to find back the one.
สู้สุดนะพี่เมฆ
Talon knows they have to hold out closer towards A lane because they have the wall on the other side, but still the kill's coming through something. Uses the clone and goes up close. It's the short kill at the end of 4K.
มันลั่นไม่ลั่นนะนี่ไง
PRX are up 2-3.
เมื่อกี้เหมือนพิมมี่มันแฟดหน้าตัวเองปะถ้าทารอนแพ้ไปชนะรอบชิงสายล่างได้ไปอยู่ไหมครับได้ไปนะครับแต่ชนะรอบชิงสายล่างคือได้เข้าไปชิงไอ้นี่ใช่ไหมได้เข้าไปชิงที่1ที่2นะถ้างั้นได้ครับได้ไปขอเข้าชิงขอแค่เข้าชิงเวไหนก็ได้ไปครับโอ้แล้วดูดิมัน11-1-1อ่ะ11-1-1อ่ะเจอทีมไทยอ่ะไอ้ซัมติงอ่ะมันเม้มจัดอ่ะอันนี้ทารอนฟอร์สนะครับซื้อ5 Stinger ไทยเหรอครับมันเปลี่ยนเฮ้ยไม่พูดงั้นนะทารอนเป็นทีมไทยอยู่แล้วครับอุ้ยเฮ้ยยัดแหละโอ้ซัมติงเพียงในที่สุดแม่งก็ยิงพลาดสักทีมึงหัดยิงพลาดตั้งแต่เมื่อไหร่วะเนี่ยโอ้เราบอกอันตีกูเลยเพื่อนกูด้านหลังนะอ้าวติดวอลปะติดวอลเข้ากระดาษโอ้ยสวยเขตได้อยู่โอ้โหแย่ละแย่ละอันนี้แย่ละน้องเอาให้หน่อยครับน้องเอาให้หน่อยน้องโอ้โหเหลือ5ยากว่ะโอ้เรียบร้อยโอ้แล้ว3-3ครับโอ้ยซัมติงมึงลั่นไปเพื่อนมึงลั่นไปซัมติงเพื่อนใจเย็นเบาๆหน่อยมันยิงไม่พลาดเลยวันเนี้ยดูดิ
It's a great idea to try and abuse Forsaken when he's been putting these refracts
มันพลาดแค่รอบเมื่อกี้รอบแรกเราแม่งพลาดแค่รอบเดียวด้วยหลังจากนั้นแม่งยิงหมด
And a couple of those angles that it is individual plays that do come through from Talon.
บ้ามาก
You want those stingers to be doubled up at
บ้า
times
มาก
in the courtyard battle, for example. But now we go back to the proceedings of the rifle round.
13-1แบบมาเวอร์มาก แต่ได้อยู่
Something's operator is
โอ้โห
already striking. Maybe repeaked as well. Forsaken controls kills and Talon pretty much have to save at this point, but they can't even do that.
เหลือแค่คนเดียวตั้งแต่10 วิที่ออก
Flawless in HP.
ระหว่างเขยไทยกับคนไทยอยากให้เขาชิงอยากให้คนไทยเขาชิงดิเพราะว่าเขยไทยมันได้ไปอยู่แล้วแต่คนไทยยังไม่ได้ไปนะได้ไปแค่ลูกเขยนะครับ
They want to clip the wings of Talon in this
เมื่อกี้เหมือนแฟดออกไม่ดีมั้งเพราะว่าไอ้ซัมติงมันมีมุมหลบอยู่มันเอาหน้าชิดกำแพงแล้วมันไม่โดนเมื่อกี้เรียบร้อยโอ้ยแม่งฟอร์เรทด้วยการเงินไม่ดีแล้วแบบนี้
I mean, how do you deal when PRX are
การเงินไม่ค่อยดีนะครับเนี่ย
on so many different fronts?
The problem is right now.
โอ้โหมีเก่งกว่านี้ป้าด้วยเหรอบูลลี่นะเนี่ย
He is hitting his shots. We're seeing no scarcity.
อันนี้เสียงตัวละครนะเสียงตัวละคร
They are getting very antsy for these jewels in the very beginning. Okay, it wasn't a pre-fire from Patman. It was tappity tap, and he's
ใช้ได้ดีกว่า
had the bullet walked into.
He's a tap dancer. I've seen him do it before.
เคมีเงินพอจะซื้อได้อยู่ครับทารอน
Talon looking like they have two left.
มีเงินพอจะซื้อได้อยู่
With the
Oh,
way that
ธอ
PRX are shooting here. 3 rounds in a row, aggressive towards the A site yet again.
โอ้ผีแม่งยิงโดนด้วยฮัลโหล โอ้ไม่กลับด้วยโอ้ย
Expecting that something would get off the line.
สวยจิตบอย
That goes a little bit awkward. Still, slight timing from Jit Boys, but Talon hover around the A site.
ดูทำให้
Is here. He's got his arcros on the wall, but they start to
โอ้ยเนียนเรียบร้อยได้สายเว้ยโอเค
Forsaken. He found all the info over at the C
เนียนหน้านี้
Should have
เฮ้ย
allowed
อย่า
PRX to stay towards this
พี่มี่
A
อย่า
site, but they don't. So now it's this 4 versus 3 hold in the post for Talon.
3v4 ได้อยู่
Still ways to get in.
Yeah, Convergent Pass is actually going to be quite nice here if Forsaken wants
โอ้
to.
มีอันติชิบหายแล้วฟอร์ซเคนมีอันติ
I think possibly looking for range with the shorty as well, but no more gate crashes. Just gonna have to go in for it. There goes
เราไม่เช็คอันเดอร์เราไม่เช็คอันเดอร์
Now Pretty gets the other.
เคสวยซีอย่างงี้ซีเอ้ยตัดเอาซัมติงทีเถอะกูขอร้องมา17-1แล้วเพื่อน
From Primi there. You need to be holding your weapons for
แม่งยิง
Talon.
คนเดียวเลย
It's a nice idea from Forsaken to put out the hint.
หัวอะไรวะหลายวันวันไหมเนี่ยซัมติงยิงไม่ค่อยโดนนะครับพอมาเจอทารอนแม่ง17-1
Cruz is just going to have that sensor
17-1
at the right spot. And Talon hit their shots
My
in
God.
the post plant with some good crossfires. Just have a little bit more of a mellow close to that round when something backs out, but it's all good. 4-4. Wonder if we're going to get any timeouts.
มุมนี้มันยังยิงโดนนะฮัลโหล
I think we need to see some adjustments from Talon around how this operator is being played from something. They need to have a couple more early investments from somebody like Killua on the solo.
โอ้น้องยิงไวมากโอ้ยโหเห็นอะไร
Before you put your bodies on the line, when you don't have the drift or the clone going in first, for
เท่าไหร่
example.
ว่า95โอเคตามนั้น
It's kind of the only avenue that you've got.
โอ้โห17-1คนอื่น5-4-3ไม่มีซัมติงคือตึงแล้วคือโดนแล้วแบบนี้
Quick entry from
Alright,
Forsaken then. Up close and personal around A lobby. Got
Oh.
additional sniper overwatch.
Oh,
and that's
that-
another kill.
Yeah,
กู
that
ถาม
was a
จริง
really
เพื่อน
quick one on towards Killua, but for Thai, I think
โอ้
a
มัน
little
ข
bit
นาด
more
นั้นเลย
pressure to quickly get that trade. Love the
มันลั่น
light
ขนาดนั้นเลย
over the
something
wall, long to come out from them to dispatch of Primi. Very unexpected. Forsaken got in there and then got out,
โหอันติเลย
and they want more.
Converted
Đồn nhá,
pass in. There was a paranoia invested as well. They are all completely
โดน
hindered.
2โดน
They got distance.
Yeah, you can't capitalize on that one there, unfortunately. In this sort of scenario, Jitboys would have loved to have the hat available. He's
Oh, timing, Jitboy.
dodging a free frag. And fallen comrade again on Talon's side for the 2 versus
Ui.
4 tie.
โอ้ทามมิ่ง
Noted.
Now
โอ้โห
double peaks.
โดนดับเบิลพีก
No chance for Talon in this round. They might have had the 4v5 from before, but unless
โอ้
Cruz
แย่
finds
แล้ว
the frags, it's not
5-4
gonna happen. Forsaken
เราเพิ่ง
with
ฟอ
the
ร์มมาด้วยไง
And PRX again will reclaim
โอ้
the
เงินไม่
lead.
ดีนะครับน่าจะซื้อได้แค่3กระบอกนะทารอน
Once more.
ซื้อได้แค่3กระบอกแต่ต้องซื้อต่อ
Backwards and forward affairs here. Saturate goes in first in combination with the flash, and Primi just pushes through his teammates.
โอ้โห
Caged in
ก่อน
that
ตาย
moment
มึง
in
ยิงได้
time.
ยังไงวะ
In the corner.
โอ้โหก่อนตายมันบอกว่าสะบัดจากเท้าลงไปขึ้นไปหัวโอ้ the fuck ดูเกินไปพี่ชายเกินไปต้องพอดครับตรงนี้ทารอนมันตึงก็จริงนะแต่ว่าเป็นทารอนที่โดนซะเยอะนะครับนี่กูพูดว่าทีวันปะพูดว่าทารอนถูกแล้วนะโอเค
The second occurrence against DFM still in the first week, so they've only played this map in the first week of this stage. Same composition with the Waylay Yoru. They got 2 wins. One convincing, one not so much, but they got wins nonetheless. Just got to remember what is successful for them, what can be convincing. And this tight-knit affair between the 2 teams at the moment from SEA. Do get that timeout that I was talking about a little bit earlier on. How long will we wait for this one to come into play?
Big stakes for Talon.
Yeah.
So you really hope this timeout converts.
Got a bit angry during this week on how long some teams were taking to have a chit-chat with the coaching staff. It's good to see that this is already deployed and Frost is getting real active there. The game plan tracking a little bit now. Faltering a bit, right?
มันเซลออฟได้ตลอดแล้วแหละถ้ามันเป็นอย่างนี้ต่อไปต้องชนะสัก2ราวมั้งถ้าเราต้องชนะสัก2ราวถึงจะแบบว่าเอาออฟออกได้สาบอกนะตอนนี้โอ้โหแม่งมาอีกแล้ว
Talon, you got to be cautious off the timeout.
โอ้เนี่ยต้องใช้โดรนเคลียร์เลย
This op does spot him out though.
And if he does gate crash back, you've still got that shield to slow it.
โอเคหมดแล้วของไล่ไม่มีแล้วไม่มีของไล่แล้ว
The short angle from Talon. You've got the drone already.
แย่ละอันนี้คือทารอนไม่มีของไล่นะเอแล้วเราปล่อยเอเลยไอ้ซัมติงมันยิงคนเดียวพอ
He's able to grab net in towards the front of Garage. Might be able to try and pick up a cheeky kill. Just the single shot.
โหรอเซตอัพออกนะอันนี้
Not revealing too many players in the position of mid. But if they want to keep going up the guts towards
this, okay.
Where Pac-Man currently is with a Nightfall available.
เรียกของนะครับเรียกอะไรไม่ได้เลยโอ้ยสวยโอ้ยสวยเทดดีโอ้ยสวยอัดนายฮิเลชันเอาไม่โดนนะเฮ้ยมันอยู่ซีคนเดียวเพื่อนมันอยู่ซีคนเดียว3-2พีกหน่อยเทดสวยเหลือคนเดียวแพนโหแต่ทารอนซากคู่เลยนะ
Just to watch out for the trip a little bit. Thigh trying to cause him to think.
Oh yeah, with that trap wire being destroyed and the shot echoing out. The plant is not sensational.
One way, okay, สวย
But he will play.
One way สวย
Which would cover something's vision if he goes onto the tap, sends out the clone instead, and checks out Garage.
I mean, it's so doable.
Okay. เสียงโผล่อย่างงี้เสียงโผล่
Oh wait. No, the one way doesn't cover it
แต่
at all.
มันไม่ใช่ one way ดิ
Has to get off the right time though. Now way too low, but at least he has it.
ปาดคู่เพื่อนปาดคู่นั่นแหละ
Still, Thigh lands the shot. Talon will tie things up.
ปาดคู่สวย
The spike was a little bit too deep, but
ได้อยู่
I'm just yapping wrong. Talon come out with a good round of trades.
แต่ออฟแม่งยังมาอยู่ดีอย่างที่บอกต้องฝั่งทารอนต้องชนะ2รอบเราให้มันไม่ได้เซฟออฟแล้วมันจะไม่มีตังค์โอ้ทำไมมันหวาดเสียวจังวะแบบเสียงตายจัดเลยแต่ละคนเลือดแบบเหลือ20เหลือแบบซากเสียงตายจัด
been too successful in getting rounds after timeouts, so to be able to pick up one here is really good for them. Tying it up yet again.
19แล้ว
PRX.
Emotional drip เคลียร์กระดาษอุ้ยมันจะออกโอ้ยสวยในที่สุดนี่แหละสิ่งที่ควรจะเกิดขึ้นมานานแล้วตัวจะตุ๋ยหลังมา2เลยนะปาดคู่ปาดคู่ถ้า1-1สู้ไม่ได้เราต้องปาดคู่เพื่อนทำถูกสวยโอ้เลยตัวท้ายลองหันหน่อยหันเลยวางเป้าสวยมาก6-5ทารอน
Getting a good bird's eye view on what is happening and the reason
ถ้ากระสุนทะลุเมื่อกี้เดี๋ยวต้องคุยกันหน่อยแต่มันมีภาพโดนทะลุอยู่เมื่อกี้มันมีภาพโดนทะลุอยู่
We've seen so many moments in this stage, in this playoffs area, where we're just getting an individual hit 17, 18, 19 kills in a half. and it is no different towards what we're seeing here from
สวย
something
ครั
today.
บ
Now you've disarmed
สวย
the
ครับ
trade boss. He's onto a
ภาพมาอยู่
judge. The
พี่
bot isn't too great.
จัดไป
The drift is still available, and if he can get the timing right or some combinations with a
Ooh,
teammate,
โอ้รอบนี้แพ็ก A นะ
be picking up a frag. Speaking of lesser equipment variety,
แล้วทำไมทารอนมันถึงเป็นเอารอ2กระบอกวะเนี่ยรู้ว่าเขารู้ว่าเขาไม่ค่อยมีตังค์นะแต่ไม่น่าหรือเปล่า
I'm kind of wondering though, was there enough?
อ๋อเงินไม่พอด้วยทารอนเงินไม่พอด้วย
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Observer.
PRX
That spot.
have shifted into a different stance though because
โอ้
of
แล้ว
these
ทิ้ง
current
4เลยนะ
buys.
ฝั่งของเปเปอร์เล็ก
But Talon, they're not really going to be able to scope that one out over.
น่าเล่นรีเทค4เอาทั้งนั้น
Push up completely this time, so it's a little bit of
แย่ละ
sing over towards.
ผมได้ยินเสียงคนกำลังจะตายครับ
The sewers, the murky waters, where
เรียบร้อยไม่ได้กะเช็คด้วยเมื่อกี้จิตบอย
Boys will be casualty number 1 in this round.
ถึงได้บอกว่าซัมติงมันลั่นอะเวลาเจอทีมไทยดิ
Would be open, and that's the right spot unless for
เจอทีมไทยทีไรลั่นตลอดไม่รู้เป็นไร
This is where you get the drift in from something and the steel garden from Divide though. You've got the advantage.
ต่อด้วยความเป็นราวท้ายนะซื้อปืนมาเผื่อไว้แล้ว
He overlooks the corner. No.
Forsaken
ไม่
comes in.
ไม่เห็นเหรอวะ
That's a weapon picked up as well. The Bear Mash quickly dealt with. Steel Garden ripped, and something begins to flush Talon into C-Long. Still though, trying to hold Thai, sends out the flash. Hunter's Fury deployed, but everyone from PRX has set foot onto site. More utility dumped in, and Thai desperately tries to hold on. Something goes for the pop flash, gets the shot. He gets the first one, but Cruz instantly trades. Double
ไม่ได้กู้ไม่ได้กู้เพื่อนไม่ได้กู้ยิงหน่อยยิงหน่อย
onto the spike. Jing sticks it all
โอ้
the way
6ว่ะ
through.
จบละ
You tie things up 6-6
โอ
at
เค
the end.
6ไม่แย่
And that's how
ไม่แย่
PRX plays.
5
ครึ่ง
versus 3 in the post plant. Early Hunter's Fury.
Map gun
actually comes through from Jing as
Map
Killer
gun
is trying to line up a
แผน
shot.
ทารอนมันกันดีแผนทารอนมันกันดีภาพมาอยู่ภาพมาอยู่
retake that comes through from
อย่าใจเสียอย่าใจเสีย
by the way from Jing getting on the top of the site there to start to spray
โอ้โห
as
เธอ
well. But it is a bit of strength in numbers. Both remaining players in Cruz and Killer are 2 caught in reloads at the end. What a chaotic rounds to come through, but you would expect nothing less in Pacific. 6-6 at the half between these 2 teams.
Alex said it. You know, they were going to do their best.
Oh yeah, I'm just really glad we've got some exciting Valorant at the moment. All right, which coach seems scarier when they get angry?
I love how they gave Frost those eyes.
I feel like there's a bit of a different anger space behind the 2 coaches though.
You've never seen Frost get angry in the coaching booth. Not too much. He gets active.
Never seen him punch desk.
But you see
Ui,
Alex
น่ารักจัง
going, see ya? How many times I tell you? That
โอ้
was
แต่เขาก็
hilarious. I
นั่นแหละ
instantly thought
เขาเชื่อเป๊ป
that
นะ
is a major
น่า
Singaporean
เศร้า
dad
นะ
I hope Vic is laughing at that one because she's been requesting a little bit more.
สูสีได้สู้ไม่เละอย่างนี้ภาพมาเลยทารอน
How
อะ
many times? But he just went for it. Oh, I love it so much.
Oh, well, I mean,
today.
you're going to be not too worried, I guess, for Alex, right? We do hear that they are already in champions.
Yes.
They could take their feet off the gas.
วินนี้เพื่อแชมเปี้ยนนะครับเพราะงั้นก็สำคัญทั้งคู่แต่จริงๆอะเป๊ปได้ไปอยู่แล้วแต่ว่านั่นแหละทารอนสำคัญแต่เป๊ปบอกเมมนะเป๊ปบอกเมมสุดเหมือนกันโหเรา2เชอรี่ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่นะครับ
21 kills for the first half is what something ends up on. Oh, out of this world. We switch it up. Talon on this defensive side, setting up those sensors over at A for the traps of the Yoru. Wonder if something is going to be aware of that with this mid walk from Talon.
โอ้แล้วเดินหาเลยนะอันนี้
Onto Divide.
โอ้ยยังได้อยู่โอเคสวยเมื่อกี้เห็นจังหวะโดดแล้วใจไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่เลยวะนึกว่าจะโดนละ โอ้โห
The waylay from Forsaken slotting himself in the short cubby. Just been pinged too, so I think Jitboys' camera has spotted it on out. Forsaken kind of unaware by the looks of it that that's been noted. Because he's still just sitting there.
โอ้โหแพ็กกันยับเลยนะแล้วทิ้ง A คนเดียว
Still though, information plenty for Talon.
Yeah, second in the garage.
อุ้ยเราไม่ใช่ของด้วยนะจะเนียนกระลาดจะเนียนกระลาดเหรอจะเนียนกระลาดเหรอโอ้เรียบร้อยแล้ว4ตัวเลยจิตบอยจะเนียนกระลาดแหมสุดหล่อ
Well, speaking of Jongjin a little bit earlier from the Korean side of things, and he put
3-6-1 จริง
diff team
เชื่อ
as a little bit of a troll.
โอ้แล้วเราจะเนียนกระลาดแต่บอสอยู่อะดิ
What a great garage hold in that one. No engines being driven here
ครีน
for PRX.
จังหวะนี้ครีน จิตบอย
That's both pistols.
What are they doing เมมจริงดูดิดูอเล็กดิแม่งเมมจริงโคตรน่ากลัวเมมเกิน
Well,
เมมไปหรือเปล่า
pistols for PRX something. No, Divine on the sheriff.
Last round, I mean, Forsaken has kind of found out that the C side of the map.
ได้พกถือว่าโอเคนะโอ้โหแต่เซตอัพอย่างเงี้ยอุ้ยอ๋อติดแฟลชเราแม่งไม่เห็นโอเคสวยแย่ละไอ้เฮียแม่งอยู่คนเดียวในไซต์
Clone getting sent out. Primi trying to find some refrags, but still not quite getting the angle that he wants. They'll just shoot through in the common spots though.
ขอวินนี้เลยขอวินนี้เลย
Him and Cruz even swap weapons. Gonna send in the drone for the.
โอ้โหมีตุ๋ยปะอ๋อไม่มีเหลือแค่3คนในไซต์หมดเลย
So far is good. Pistols getting up close to the spawn side.
You leave Divine to watch for Garage with that sheriff that has range.
โอ้ยิงไม่โดนเทสวาย
They continue to push. That's a weapon.
3-2 แล้ว 3-2
For Pat.
Cruz might just need to lob the grav net backside here, which he does.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหสวยคอมโบ
Land onto Jing, but
Oi!
Ghost Pat can still land shots.
ชิบหายแล้ว
And now it's a sudden
อุ้ยได้อยู่
2v1 Cruz.
พี่ครู
Needs
พี่
to do it all.
เฮ้ยสวยพี่ครู
All the way through.
พี่ครูนั่งพี่ยาวๆพี่
Cross,
พี่
but
ยาวพี่
no!
สวย
The defuse has been stuck.
คนแก่เขา
Will be a Red Bull
คน
clutch
แก่
up
เขาไม่
Cruz,
เขาไม่หลอก
8-6.
นะ
Oh,
พี่
he's
ครู
done well to be able to stick that one on a knife
พี่ครู
edge.
เขาเคยบอกอะ
Feel like
คน
in a
แก่
one
เขาไม่
versus
หลอก
one,
เว้ย
it's just the
เอ้ย
classics to
คน
come
แก่
through
เขา
from
กู้จริงเว้ยไม่ชงไม่เชิงเว้ยเน้นนิ่ง
Cruz there. The haunt misses from
เมื่อกี้นิ่งจริงนะแบบ
a little bit
กู้นิ่งเลย
shaky on the throw.
โอ้แต่เสียปืนหมดไม่ค่อยดีนะทารอน
Just removing everything from
แต่ได้คือได้
Cruz. Sticks it with no care in the world.
คนแก่เขากู้สุดเขาพูดเองนะก่อนหน้าเนี้ยเขาเคยพูดเองคนแก่เขากู้สุดน้องอย่างนี้เลย
Unbelievable.
It's going to be another scenario though that going into the bonus rounds, Talon are not
จะไปปารีสวันนี้เลยทารอนน่ะ
lost a lot
วันนี้จะไปปารีส
in the
เว้ย
second anti-eco too. In
โอเค
second
แพ็ค
round,
แพ็ค
rather.
A5 นะแล้วดัน
Anti-eco.
โอ้ยจิตน้องซ้ายจิต
Big
ไอจิต
stacking down
ไอจิต
the
ซ้ายตัวนึง
sewers
ไอจิต
from Talon.
ไอจิตขวาจอมึงตัวหนึ่งขวาจอมึงตัวหนึ่งไอจิต
First here.
Oh, Komodo.
โอ้
It's gonna be Talon. They begin to swing and
โอ้แย่แล้ว
just
ว่ะ
hold down mouse one. Oh,
โอ้โหไม่ได้สักตัวด้วย
no shots. It's
ระยำ
flawless for PRX.
They just all
นั่นแหละ
trained up.
มัน
That's
เรา
not
มันเรา
right
เซฟ
there. You talk about
แต่ว่าจริง
high lows in this game of Valorant. Well, that's
ถ้า
a
อยากให้ตัดได้สักตัวมากกว่า
fair to come
อาจจะ
through from
2
Talon.
ถ้าตัดได้สัก2ดีเลยแต่ไม่เป็นไรครับ
Unfortunate that
ยัง
they
ดีอยู่
don't even come away with a single kill in that spot. They had some investments of some higher
ผม
weapons
ปาด
as
มา
well.
ไอช็อตแรกปาดได้สักตัวน่าชนะได้อยู่พอปาดเราไม่ได้มันเลยแย่
What pronounce that?
I only know English and I know
บายเดียวไปหมดเลยฮัลโหล
even awful at Australian slang.
แม่งอะไรแม่งใบเดียวไปหมดเลย
Can't ask me about other languages.
Victoria would know about it. Anyway. Talon buying up now.
Yeah, first gun round to come through from them. Getting a little bit closer to that neural theft of Chip Boys as well, but something with the Outlaw. Gonna have to pick his prey a little bit more
โห
perfect
เรา
because it's just Primi with
แล้ว
the
ถ้า
lighter
รอนเล่น
shields.
ก่อเล็กซะเยอะเลยนะ
Got this B-side trapwire
ไม่เยอะนี่หว่าเหลือมีคนเดียว
on the cheeky
โอ้
little
ส
angle.
วย
Oh, something.
โอ้เทียด้วยวาย
Chance to be able to find a
เอ้ย
frame
ซัมติง
this
มัน
round now.
พอแล้วอย่าลั่นเยอะซัมติง
Get into the C-side from PRX in a deficit
พอแล้ว
position.
เพื่อน
This is where you really get to track the 4v5s. Jit Boys already getting information.
Thorns over
ไม่มีใครเล่นกระลาดนะตรงนี้
Time too.
เป๊ป
Forsaken with the refract. Not active, not available. Getting a little
Oi.
bit forward.
ทายน้อง โอ้ยเจสัน
Holds the angle. Bit more support from Patman, and they've noted Primi. Not quite seeing Jit Boys.
โอ้เจสันสวยน้องทำดีเจสัน รู้ดีทำดีเจสันน้องทำบ่อยๆ
But Primi has broken
โอ้เหลือ
through.
คนเดียวเฉย
Just Divine left.
โอ้ย
And he's
เชี่ยชิบหายแล้ว
for it. Double kill quickly found. But it's the clone as well.
เหลือบอสโอ้ยได้สวย
2v1, and Talon
สามตัว
just
จาก
worked
ท่าน
that to perfection.
One
โอ้โห
versus four.
โอ้โห
For
ไอเจ
Divine
สัน
would have been a
ดูไป
difficult one to try
แต่ดีละ
and
ดีละ
find, but he was
ดู
hitting
เองละ
those
ดีละ
shots, even hit the clone of
97
Primi, which is the right utility at the right time there for the retake to come on
โอ้แต่
through from
เงินไม่
them.
มาอีกแล้วดิเหลือกระบอกเดียวเหลือ2กระบอก
Sensational one.
โอ้โห
Such a
อะไร
brilliant
วะน่ะ
couple of early first taps in the round as well from both teams. Forsaken does get caught out, aggressive into the window, just crunched upon, but then it's a further crunch.
โอ้ช็อตนี้เดาไวแม่งบอกว่าทำใจเสียเลย
In the eventual retake that seals the deal on this round.
ทำใจเสียจัด
Time
โอ้แล้ว
out.
ทำเอาเลยครับ
One out. I'm going to see PRX's words placed on this one. Well, letters rather. Talon are holding a bit of a lead. It's definitely the avenue that they want to see here to try and get a close on this map pick of their own. Not able to best PaperX just yet. What is it, like 5 or 6 in a row that PRX are winning? You look towards this tourney as well, and PaperX are not ever seeing the third map. They've all been 2-0s.
ขออนุญาตเลยอย่าเน้นเยอะอย่าเน้นเยอะเราก็แบ่งกันไปไม่ได้เหรอพี่ชายไปแล้วอ่ะพี่ชายกับทีวันไปด้วยกันแล้วอ่ะเอาทารอนอีกสักทีมได้ปะล่ะน่าเอาทารอนอีกสักทีมหน่อยพี่นะ
as well for Talon right now. Is your research and your game plan strategy at the moment still going the way that you're thinking it is on this defensive side? Are PaperX playing this composition the way that you're expecting it in their movement around the map, in who they're putting in first for these duels? Something has been really locked out of this half so far. 21 kills, now over into 22 in 4 rounds. Only the single kill.
Still making it close though, a bit of economical damage. Cruise down to a stinger, but
yeah, but in this round you've got Drift, you've got Annihilation from Brimmy, from Cruise, might be removed.
โอ้แล้วไม่เช็คไงโดนคนแก่ดิโอ้แย่อย่างนี้แย่โอ้แล้วมันไม่ตายด้วย
Oh, Brimmy.
พี่เม่มุมน่ากลัวจัดเลยสวย
now a free frag to bring this to a workable scenario. Has the drift, as we previously mentioned, has clone and blindsides as well. So he can
เหลือ2 กับ 3นะครับ
up for another kill potentially here, but he is
โอ้โหจิตบอยยังไม่กล้าเดินเลยนะ
Forsaken goes. Now this is interesting.
โอ้ยทัน
Brimmy, it's vintage. He's not the tallest, remember?
All he does is just to hold
โอ้
down.
ท่านเอาให้จัด
into him. Defy tried to place apart from the team, but still
couldn't get the 1 versus 2 last time in that 1 versus 4 affair. Will he be able to pick it up this time? Because you would assume it's going to be the drift angle. You want to maximize the chance here. Get your thorns
นัก
ready.
ภาคว่า1 ต่อ 2แต่รอบที่แล้ว1 ต่อ 4เดาไวเอาไป2
watch out for the Rose potentially 2.
โอ้โหอันตีเลยครับเอาชัวร์จัด
But dimensional drift. Suddenly it's a little bit more chaotic, a little bit dirty.
สวยโอเครอบนี้ไม่เอาสักตัวถือว่าได้อยู่
Pick it up.
โอเค
would have got it off the defuse if not for the kill.
โอเค
double digits here in a very proactive position.
ไม่ได้ตามแข่งวอลเลย์นั่นตอนนี้น้องจริงเล่นตำแหน่งคอนเทนเนอร์เลยครับเป็นเฟกครับเป็นเฟกตอนนี้เปเปอร์เล็กเฟกทุกคนนะเฟกทุกคนสลับกันเล่นได้หมดเลยทุกตำแหน่งเลยเดี๋ยวแมปหน้าน่าจะได้เห็นน้องจริงกลับไปจับดูเอลนะผมว่าจะมีซัมติงเป็นดูเอลดูลิหลักครับแบบว่าเล่นดูลิหลักให้แล้วก็ที่เหลือจะเฟกตามตำแหน่งหมดเลยแต่ซัมติงก็เฟกเหมือนกันซัมติงเล่นโซวาอะไรเงี้ยเล่นโซวานี่เกโก้ได้หมดเลยมาครับ7 ต่อ 10นะ7 ต่อ 10เว้ยโอ้โหดีเอ้ยจิตน้องไอจิตสวยไอจิตข้ามไม่ได้ก็สร้างบาดแผลให้มันไปน้องจิตเช็คซ้ายจิตเช็คซ้ายสายตัวหนึ่งจิตโอ้ยจิตแย่แล้วอ่ะ
Maybe they did break the trip, but it was the
โอ้แล้วมันโอ้ย
This retake, it's on.
โอ้แย่แล้วพี่ครู
who has 9 HP.
Steel Garden as well, and
2 ตัวโอ้ยสวยแล้วทำไมคนเลือดเหลือกล้ามยังรอดอยู่นะเอา
Captures on the Forsaken of the Gravnet too, but do have to vie. Watching his brother 6. No.
นิดเดียว
back garage window.
มีบายแล้วเพื่อนโอ้ยเอ้ยมีโอสวยตัวโอ้เวลาไม่พอวะโอ้แล้วเวลาไม่พอ10 ต่อ 8ตายแล้วปะซัมติงโอ้ไม่ตายด้วยแย่เลย
Not able to get in towards the garage.
ไม่ละ10 ต่อ 8 10 ต่อ 8
window to start to get a couple of kills. Time ticking way too low in the end, and a lot of
ดีอยู่
just spraying around throughout and in amongst the garage.
แล้วคนเลือดเหลือ9มันรอดได้ยังไงวะ
Not able to get the round in the end. Is something just again surviving.
โอ้แล้วซัมติงมันไทยเซเลเยอร์ดิยิงคนไทยยับเลยอ่ะ
46 HP.
ดูมันให้
Now we bring it into again another pacier one.
ดันซีเหมือนเดิมนะครับโอ้โหจะตายมีคนจะตาย
Raised through the wall. Jip boys just on the classic. The rest of his team.
เราซีได้แล้วเรียบร้อย
Cruise with a stinger. And as the C site.
เหมือนเดิมนะแผนทารอนมี3ก็บอกเอง
We're not seeing anybody close from Talon just yet.
Talon trying to play the long game.
โอ้หน้าใกล้เพชรแม่นเกือบหมด
Do you still want to give this one a bit of a go in?
โอ้แล้ววินโดว์กูยิงพลาดอยู่มันอยู่กันเยอะจังวะโอเคเซฟครับเซฟทารอนบอกเซฟนะอย่างเงี้ยนี่10-9เป๊ปเกมแรกโอทีชัวร์โหภาพมาจัดอย่าโดนไหลพออย่าไหลพอ
Standard on the C site.
Ultimates as well retained for PRX. This is an important one for Killer. Has to win this duel. All right, hold on to the Vandal.
โอเคได้ยังได้ตัดอยู่
A heavy round now to come. The credits. They are.
Something จัดไว้25แล้วด้วยดิประเด็น
Talon if they lose this round, a must win for them to not see double digits from PRX to tie up the scoreline. Starting to get dirty. Starting to get scrappy and requiring the IGLs to really dig deep here.
เซฟมาไม่มีตังค์อยู่ดีนะทารอน
Break Talon's economy now. PRX might be able to turn the tides.
Sensor in the garage.
โอ้มีอันติครับ
In this cipher lock comp, clear out what you can in the garage.
โอ้แล้วเจสันมีอันตินะ
Activation can buy a little bit of time for Cruz to relay to the team.
โอ้เราสู้เลย
Gekar spotted from Thai and destroyed.
โอ้แล้วพี่โคเนียนจัดโอ้แต่ไปเอดิ
You gotta have a little bit more of a focal point onto this A site. Primi.
โอ้วออันนี้จดกันหลังอันนี้จด
He crashes away.
It's too hot. It's a position that's too hot. When you've got this push up through long from Cruz, you know that it's going to be an A site angle.
ของเราเอเลย
Situation with the drift. And a shadows in to assist.
Come down to the kill trips too. Jit boys in position for it, but the Nightfall gets sent across.
โดนสาโอ้ยพิมมี่ตาย
Spams across into Primi. Hunter's Fury as well to buy a bit more space. Jit boys pushes up, Forsaken to trade.
มันนัวจัด
He's just getting tagged up by his teammates.
3-3 นะแต่โหซากหมดเลยวะทารอน
Thai Cruz 3 versus 3. You got to almost.
โอ้พี่โคพี่เอาไอเจสันให้หน่อยได้ปะ
Quite low. Forsaken should have that kill any day of the week, but he turns away.
นั่นแหละพี่โค
Out for another.
อุ้ยสวยจัดโห1-1โอ้แต่เราซ่ากันดิโอ้โหแล้วจริงแม่ง3หัวไปเลย
All three dead at the hands of the Joman.
โอ้แย่แล้วอะ
That's a bit of a
โอ้เมื่อกี้สวยแล้วนะ
Some missed utility in towards hell as well. They all peak individually at the end.
เห็นอะไรวะโอ้โหเห็นอะไรวะจริง
To get Cruz in towards it as well. Get that grab net going towards hell. He just can't get the right angle on it by the looks of it. Ricochets off the
โอ้
wall.
เกือบได้ละ
Jing.
โอ้คลีนจัดเลยจริง
Shots to tie up the game. 10 apiece.
โอ้10น่าเป็น11ก่อนนะเป็นแบบนี้
And mid yeehaw from them as well.
โอ้โหไฮโลแต่โดนสโมก
Progressive to block off the vision.
เมื่อกี้ทารอนจะไฮโลนะแต่โดนสโมกข้างบนเลยดูให้ไม่ได้
Bit of special omen tech deployed there.
โหโคตรแย่แต่เวลาได้อยู่หรือเปล่าโอ้ยทีมไทยมันเล่นเชอรี่กันโหดนะเว้ยขอร้องเลยเพื่อนโอ้โหเล่นเชอรี่กันโหดแต่ไม่ได้ยิงนี่ไม่ไหววะโอ้แล้วหมดแล้วเหลือ2
Cruising Killer just go in and see what damage you can deliver at this point in time.
เก็บ Annihilation ไว้เล่นราวหน้าไปพี่โค
Coming in the next round.
ถ้ามียังมีภาพอยู่
Don't need to. It's just the pistols that would only pick up ultis, really. You've already got 2 of them, and you're not closer to anything else. It's more so just economical saving.
มาการันตี11แล้วแหละแต่ว่าโอ้โหยิงกันดุจัด
With how Jing was looking in the last round, certainly not going to be seeing that anywho.
คิลัว
Last player hiding side of garage.
โอ้โหฟอร์เรด
Flawless for PRX up to 11.
That's 4 in a row now. You got to see a timeout from Talon here. They got to play their second.
ต้องทำเอาแล้วทำเอาสวย อย่างน้อยไม่12แล้วไม่ทำเอานะถือว่าได้อยู่
They will be coming in with a chit chat and you can just see it from the both POVs with that Omen smoke too. Don't see it be too common
โหดูให้ดิยิงโคตรคมอ่ะห้องอะไรวะเนี่ย
sort of situation from a player in the region that was kind of thrown into the Omen spot, right? Was a very slow start to kind of figure out between Jing and Forsaken when they're picking up that controller role and how to kind of play it, but you're getting more reps. It becomes easier and easier with how they pilot that agent and the ability of these players, the caliber. I mean, we know they can hit shots. Just pick up that tech and still shoot at the end of the day. 11-10 now. This is a big timeout to come through from Talon. They could feel this map was going their way, right? At the 10-7 mark. Now it starts to slip a bit.
A lot of growth for both teams, but PRX beginning to walk away with this one just based on the pace at which they are operating.
วาดไดโนเสาร์ก็สวยเลยต้องไปทารอนกูเป็นไอตัวนั่นนะ
PRX have gone into this one as well. When you recognize from an outside view that this Vito was the
ใช่เหรอเมื่อกี้ OP แล้วด้วยเหรอ
played against DRX, we just swap Haven
โอ้
and
ยแม่งมาจริงด้วยดิแย่ละ
it was Lotus as the third. But here we
เวลา
go.
OP ฝั่งบุก OP ฝั่งบุก
On the back of that timeout, we get an operator out for Primi. It was so pivotal for the successes of something on that defensive side, mind you. So early utility over towards A is going to set up the operator on the sewers line.
อ๋อของเราอันนี้โอ้ยสวย
Reposition, but he does get taken down.
โอ้แล้วเจอผี
Sticking the spike
เอ้า
all the way through, and
ตัวไหนเลยฉันไม่โดนเวิร์ด
Forsaken
มัน
might
ไม่
be
โดนได้
stuck
ไง
in
วะ
the corner, but still able to play on the site. Patman
โอ้
watching
อัน
the
ติ
angle for him.
เฮ้ย
Conversion
หลบได้
pass into A link, and Killua is completely saturated. Might be able to stick
โอ้
himself in the corner,
แย่
but
ละ
Forsaken hunts him
เหลือ
down.
สอง
Primi
สาม
and I in for the retake, but no angles
โอ้แล้วหมด
found.
เลย
PRX have
โอ้แล้ว
reached
12
match point.
Again, just another oppressive play from
อ
PRX
ย่า
into that B site.
เราต้องเซฟด้วย โอ้ยแล้วเราไม่มีปืนด้วย เฮ้ยได้อยู่ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
Gets a little bit rough.
โอ้โห
You twist your vision over towards the A link side
อุ
of
ตส่าห์
things
เปิด
as
มาสวย
well.
นะประเด็น
But the convergent paths just hindering you a bit there.
ออฟมันได้ยิงนัดเดียวเลย
Escape and is hunted down by Forsaken. It's now map point over towards
โอ้โหออฟ
PRX.
ได้ยิงนัดเดียวจริงโหแล้วจบคีนซะด้วย
Talon gonna be feeling
อ้าวเขาไม่เล่น
it here now.
เขาไม่เล่นในนี่กันเหรอวะไม่ได้เล่นสายแรงกันเหรอเนี่ยแบบเซิร์ฟแลนด์อะไรเงี้ย
To potentially turn into 6 to close this map.
อุ้ย
No,
สวย
Primi. He's not gonna bow down without a fight in
โอ้
this
โห
one.
โดนอยู่
Taking out
อุ้ย
Jing,
จะตาย
looking
จะ
for
ตาย
more.
อุ้ยเจ็บ
Good jab, if anything. The Prowler drawn out, not really seeing too much.
Impossible though to get a neural theft on towards that position. Gonna get a little bit antsy in the midst of this one for a mid frolic again from Talon.
You're aware the PRX is around A lobby.
Those sprays give you any idea that they might look to push into the window a little bit. You can see Crosshairs trained to that spot.
ด้านหลังนะครับรอปล่อยให้พิมมี่โฮเอคนเดียวน่าจะเป็นแผนที่ถูกต้อง
PRX feels comfortable just here watching their backs.
Confirming the
โอเคข่าวเยอะจัด
too long. You got a TP in front of that sheer. You got to see what Ty can do here. He's taken the wrong spot. If he'd gone short, it'd be more bodies.
4 ต่อ 5 รีเทค
Just Jit Boy is trying to play from heaven as well. Primi though trying to make as much noise as
อุ้
possible.
ย
Delays
โอ้
the
ปาด
plant
ดี
and
จัด
then goes in for the kill.
เออ
Third shot on
เรา
the
ท่านเอาให้ไง
Forsaken
เหลือตัวเดียว
Killua trying to
ไอ้
fend
ติง
off the incoming
ไอ้ติง
attackers
เรียบ
as
ร้อ
well.
ย
We'll do it at the end.
Really well done from Talon.
11-12 รอบนี้ปืนเหลือเยอะด้วย
They fall on back. They play to the advantages as Primi.
ปืนเหลือด้วย
A couple of extra pot shots, any extra cheeky damage that he could get away with. But for me, that dimensional drift as a security measure as well.
โอ้โหแต่ปืนคนแบกไม่มีอะดิประเด็น
Sticky situation had he stayed to just get absolutely enraged upon by
โอ้โห
PRX looking to close this map.
คลั่งจัด
You eventually have that flank to come through as well from
สวย
Talon.
สวย
Strength in numbers when Primi's coming away with that 3K in towards the site from long. Last round of regulation here now. And more utility changes for Talon on that C site with those trap wires. Set them all up on the A side as well. But you need to have attentions over towards this Bravo location. Something dead to rights by Ty. Has to get out
เฮ้ย
now.
ออกแล้วป่ะโอ้ออกได้
Oh,
โอ
and
เค
he can just TP out.
Wanna
รอ
see
บาย
Jit
รอ
Boy's
บายรีเทค
potential
รอบาย
use
รี
the
เทคน้อง
Fem
ใจเย็น
here. Again, it's just another
รอ
spot.
รีเทค
Real
รอรีเทค
difficult
เรา
to
ใจ
get
เย็น
back
เว้ย
to secure the information. Drone to at least confirm.
5-4 รีเทคเว้ยไม่ยาก5-4 รีเทคเว้ยไม่ยาก
Divine noted that it was a clone outside of A lobby as well, so PRX Just watching out for A and C Link.
เห็นหน้าตัวหนึ่ง
Down currently in mid if you are Cruz. He's
โอ้
gonna drop it
อ้าว
out.
แล้วไม่มีใครเช็คหลัง
Used it for the corner, but still the shots going
โอ้
through.
แย่แล้ววะ
PRX just spamming into the
เรียบร้อยโอ้ย
Dealing the death blow. 13 to 11 on Talon's own map pick. PRX take it.
มันติดคนเดียวว่าเราไม่เช็คหลังอะดิ
Just unfortunate for the guys
มันเนียนเลย
over at Talon. Thought they might have had it in the bag when they had the advantage. But you see such a streak of rounds in a row from PRX to close that map. It will never go down without a fight between these two teams lately. But PRX do come away with map number 1 in this series. We turn our attention to a slight reprieve for the players and the coaches here to have a chat and angle their focus in towards the next map in Bind. An interesting one to be put in towards this series for
ไม่เป็นไร
sure.
ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวแมปหน้าเจอกันใหม่แมปหน้าแมปเก่งของทารอนเหมือนกัน
Do not play.
Yeah, definitely. A
ถึง
lot of
ทารอนจะเลือกแบบนี้มาก็เถอะนะ
That's why it's got to be targeted picks as well. You look at the performance on this map from
โอ้โห แล้วควรเลย ดูจัง
but it becomes really laborious as well for Talon.
In that first half, something so crucial to PRX's success.
My Little Soda Pop ด้วยเหรอกูได้ยินไม่ผิดใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้
With just a mockery in the server, putting some red noses on Talon a little bit there, but when you flip it on up, it's more an effort by committee as well. All of PRX very aligned in this map. All of Talon also kind of aligned as well. Don't get me wrong, but just a sliver better in the end from the PRX squad. And as I said, Bind is going to be on the horizon as well. But for me, I'm excited to see what our desk is going to be able to say about this one because it could have gone either which way in so many
เดี๋ยวพักสักครู่เจอเกม 2 ครับตรงนี้
What if there was a split-second different decision in a certain crucial round? I mean, all these things are always chaotic in a game of Valorant.
And that will be that. You know, Pilsky was mentioning it. 5v4s, 4v5s. We're going to toss it back over onto Desk to break it down.
You know, teams keep picking Haven thinking this is PRX's weakest map, and yet PRX keep winning Haven every time they get picked into it. That said, Talon came really damn close, and we were just remarking how we would have liked to see this go to overtime because Talon looks so good, especially near the end.
100%, they just can't beat these guys. But this is classic PRX. Like even, okay, go look at their Lotus streak for the longest time.
โอ้แต่สแตทหลายๆอย่างคือใกล้ๆโอ้โหสแตททุกอย่างคือใกล้กันมากเลยนะโพสต์แพนนี่เท่ากันเลย
They just scrape these games across the line.
พอทารอนมีคัดรอบหนึ่งด้วยนะของพี่ครูนะครับ1-1แบบนั้น
Well, the coaches themselves said earlier on this couch, the only difference between these two teams is experience. And I think that's what really showed. PRX had the ability to close this map out when it matters most. Talon, just not enough experience across the board to really manage to win with their backs against the wall like this. We take a look at the scoreboard there. The two Yorus going head to head, going absolutely
something แม่งล่อไป27 ตัว โอ้ my god เจอทีมไทยแม่งล่อไป27 เจอทีมอื่นแม่งไม่ยิงเลย แย่จริงๆไอ้สมติง
That was the story of the last series. 14-12. Sorry, 12-14, 11-13. Again, 11-13 on Haven. Let's try a different map. Oh god, unlucky guys. Lost by 1 round again.
And over again. And you were talking about the main difference being experience there, and we did see a
เก่งจริงๆเลยนะตัวแค่เนี้ย
where the way he ended up diffusing that spike, that calm steadiness,
I don't know, he
and
walks
big
around
balls.
Look, honestly, I've heard he's got a back injury. I think something might be weighing him down, to be honest. I've got to be real. He's got some serious strain pulling off diffusers like that.
I'm sorry we're talking about that, Cruz. Your precious parts, but they are big, and you ended up nailing that round, and I think that was a very important round there. But that said, Patman ended up getting revenge on that at the very end there, just busting through the smoke and getting those 3 kills. And now we have to talk about something because the first half was absolutely insane.
This guy is unbelievable. He took over this game, ended this first half with
มันยิงเวอร์จริงเกมเนี้ยให้มันเถอะ
He was 17-1 at some point. No thanks. Well, sorry, every thanks to this operator. He's so good with this weapon.
Yeah, you heard it from Frost on the desk. He said, oh, maybe there's a chance that something just drops 30 on us and runs around with the operator like he did on Icebox. Unfortunately, that would come to pass in the very first half that Talon had to play against PRX. It only went 6-6 overall, and something will be the MVP, but PRX don't get this game across the line if something doesn't go this huge in the first half. It was an incredibly tight first half thanks to something's heroics, and in an 11-13 game where PRX picked up the pieces a little bit more in the second half, and Talon was able to pick up both pistols. I think without something's performance, this map definitely would have gone the way of Talon.
Yeah, he saved them. He hard saved them. He won multiple rounds entirely on his own, and without him doing that, this is a very, very different map one. Such a well-deserved MVP. 27-12. I mean, this guy is an absolute monster.
Frost has been complaining about this since forever, about PRX just having really good shooters and managing getting themselves out of the most sticky situations. They just shoot themselves out of it. And that's what keeps happening over and over again.
It's borderline unfair.
It is, but it is getting closer now. And now Frost has his own super team that just needs to get more experience. And Bind is going to be our next map. And it was very interesting. You guys pointed out earlier why, because last time it was the other team picking Bind.
Yeah, it was, and also something does play the Yoru on Bind, so there's going to be more of that. He's already feeling comfortable with this agent. It is a very core part of how PRX approach this map. The amount of tricks and misinformation that you can sow, particularly on that defensive side with the Yoru. You can throw your gate crash to the other side of the map and be fast flooding, stacking a site instead of, you know, them hitting the small side over at B. You have the Yoru flooding in, you gate crash over, and then you're throwing a blind side straight through a smoke, and you're trying to flood and defend the side there. So it's a very strong way to
เกมแรกเป็นเป๊ปนะครับได้ก่อน
เข้าชิงนี่ได้ตั๋วไปแชมเปี้ยนเลยใช่ไหมใช่ครับใช่ขอเข้าชิงพอ
This has been a massive trend from Talon.
ก็คือใครที่เข้าไปก็การันตีนะครับแต่จริงอ่ะเปเปอร์เล็กอ่ะมันการันตีไปแล้วเปเปอร์เล็กมันการันตีไปแล้วส่วนทารอนนี่คือยังไงก็ต้องเข้าชิงอย่างเดียวไม่งั้นแต้มไม่พอ
Jitboys comes up with a massive 4K in this one, but this has been a huge advantage of theirs in every single
ปีเราไปซะง่ายเลยสองรอบไปเลยไม่เชื่อคนเจ้าชู้โอเคตามนั้นน่าเสียดายที่ผมไม่เจ้าชู้นะครับแสดงว่าแชททุกคนต้องเชื่อผมแล้วล่ะถ้างั้น
He was one of their better performers in that very last map. I think honestly in this iteration, this full tie iteration of Talon, he has kind of been underperforming. He hasn't really been very impactful in terms of the game. He's just kind of been doing his role. But in that last series, that's the Jitboys that I want to see. That's the Jitboys that I think early on coming into Talon when he's going for those aggressive lurks. You saw that very, very sharp first bullet accuracy. This is the guy that would be lurking on the attacking side and try to walk into the small side and
สาบานก็ตายฟรีนะคุณเจโอ้โหผมกล้าสาบานครับเพราะผมไม่เจ้าชู้
all 5 cylinders
พูดจริง
going if you want to beat a team like PRX who keep getting out of these super sticky situations.
They're so lucky. Why is this team so lucky?
โอ้โหแล้วดูสแตทนะเปเปอร์เล็กวิน100นะครับทารอน50-50แต่ก็มันก็เป็นแบบเก่งทั้งคู่เป็นแบบเก่งทั้งคู่ได้ตึงอยู่
I cannot believe that.
But both of these teams, like Bind, lucky or not, honestly, I mean, we used to joke about all these teams being really lucky here, but PRX has been consistent all year round, and Talon, I'm starting to see that consistency appear as well. But both of them still want to play Bind.
Yeah, PRX have been very, very good on this map this year. They do pick it this series, but as we were saying, last time these two teams faced, this was Talon's pick. This is a map Talon also enjoy playing with their quite unique comp there with that Gecko and the Deadlock. Over on the side of PRX, we are expecting double duelist. Jing back on the raise.
Yeah, Jing on the raise. Something is such a terror on this map, on the Yoru in particular. And Devi's been actually pretty good on the Viper, one of the only maps where he plays something different. He'll play the Sage on Sunset, but we won't see that. For the most part, he's been sticking to Vice lately. I think for Talon, this is a comp that they've been running right since the start of the year, going all the way back to kickoff, and they barely didn't win over PRX last time as well. So I think it will be very, very disappointing if once again they lose a very tight game here.
Yeah, I'm just remembering what we ended up clipping the last time they played Bind.
What did we clip?
In slow-mo with the Raze. Oh. When Governor was still on the roster.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they've learned a bit since last time. They surely will need to because right now
เนี่ยยังไม่
PRX
ตาย
is
เลย
in the lead. And
เนี่ยเห็นปะแสดงว่าผมไม่ได้เจ้าชู้เว้ยผมยังไม่ตาย
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I do think this is still a good map for Talon. They still have a good chance to manage to turn this series around. Now we take a look at the agent compositions. On the side of Paper X, no changes there. They're running with this double
นี่
duelist.
จริงเล่น
Something
ดูเอล
was
นะ
a
อันนี้
terror on Yoru on that last map, and he's going to continue
สลับละ
that
สลับ
going forward.
He has a lot of
เล่น
tricks
คอม
on the defense
หลัก
that
ทั้งคู่
Talon
นะ
have to
อัน
be
นี้
ready for, but they have chosen to start attack. For some reason, ever since the start
โห
of
ส
the
แต็ก
year,
ของเป๊ป
Talon,
มันโคตรน่าก
whenever
ลัว
they
เลย
play bind, they love to start on attack. They love to do these quick executes with a ton of utility. It is that classic gecko fade, throw utility straight down your throat and get into the post plants.
Yeah, they definitely love it. And that's exactly what we were critiquing and highlighting last time. Let's see if they managed to finesse it a little bit further here. As we go into bind, we're going to send it back to our casters. It's not Achilles. We got someone better. We got Quack and Komodo.
I don't know if it's better. The jury's still out on that one, but we will see what bind looks like between Paper X and Talon. Talon on the attacking side. We certainly hope to see a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for Talon that they don't have sand between their toes and need to wash that out because that'd be a roughie here if they bow out in the 2-0 fashion. Paper X have only really seen this stage. An important one on bind that was played between these two teams last time in that opener. Map in that series, 11-13 was the scoreline back then.
โอ้ปืนลูก2กระบอกเลยเหรอ
So
ทารอน
you're
น่ากลัว
expecting
จัด
just another close
ขออนุญาตทีมลูก
affair.
2กระบอกเลยครับ
Attacking side for Talon, they will start once more on the expectation actually with the Aston
โอ้เข้าเกต
Star already in the
เอาตัวปลอม
teleporter,
ตัวปลอม
but
ตัว
there was
โย
gonna
รุ
be something sent on through. They can use that a little bit later on as well. Paper
เข้าเกต
X
หรอก
having traps with flashes through the teleporter is really nice when it comes to bind for me. But something on this walkabout
โอ้โหเรา
is
กลับ
just
ไม่ได้
gonna
แบ
get
บนี้เราวีโล่งด้วย
No gate
โอ้แต่ไม่รีบ
crash
เข้า
there.
นะ
Tried to go for it, but still this will now be a possible opening for Talon.
massive rotate already from Paper X. It's a bit of a
โอ้แล้วเข้าไปเจอ
telltale
4 นะพี่ชาย
sign with that first opening kill, and this is why in the open, just head remove for
เฮ้ย
time.
มีคนตายแน่นอนอย่างงี้อุ้ยสวยสวยสวย
Stall Paper Rex, but Jing and Forsaken have already made it past. Forsaken with the classic
เซตอัพเข้า
kills,
โค
and
ตร
now
สวยเลยทำไม
entire
ภาพเป็นงี้วะ
site engulfed in Jit Boys'
โอ้
smoke.
จิตบอย
You
2-1
gotta know that this is gonna be a possibility though. Forsaken is already watching the right angle for the spawn wrap, expecting that it might actually be the autonomy lurk to come on through from maybe the actual spawn wrap from A.
โอ้โหขวาใกล้เจอฟอร์ซาเคน
Fade away.
Jit Boys will need to take Forsaken down.
It is the frenzy too, mind you. So we're on a scent the other day. He got a couple of kills, but when he
ได้เหรอมันเป็นเฟนซี่อาจจะได้เหรอ
he faltered. It was a crucial round when that one was played there.
แล้วแป๊บไม่มีความจำเป็นต้องรีบเล่นด้วยนะสไปร์ตก
Time, an issue. Will he get the spike or the frags first? It's gonna be hard, no matter what.
มุมจิตบอยโคตรน่ากลัวเลย
Not
อุ้ย
too sure where his
ทามมิ่ง
opponents
เรียบร้อย
could be. Just hiding in the same spots. Patman
ทามมิ่งอย่างแย่
pistol for Paper Rex.
Jit Boys going into the astral realm there as well, just not expecting them to be on the back of the site where they were just getting the kills from in all of the chaos. Even through the dizzy, we're getting kills on Paper X's side. There's a bit of overlooking to come through from Talon in multiple circumstances in that round. Just not expecting Paper X to get a
โอ้ตอนแรกเซตอัพเข้าสวยแล้วแต่ว่าคนมันอยู่เยอะไปหน่อยดิ
from Hookah, and again in the open into that realm. Bit of a rough pistol to come through from Talon in the end of it. Maybe just not expecting things from Paper X really, where you have a name like Paper X. Guys, always expect the unexpected.
โอ้เราเข้าห้องน้ำ5ครับน่าจะปวดฉี่นะนี้เข้าห้องน้ำ5เลย
Brain, forehead.
Forehead, 5-head. Right now it's all 5 players inside of baths, blocked
โอ้โห
off by Snakebite.
This utility
โอ้เราเข้ามาแล้ว
absolutely shred them.
ลุยพิษ โอ้แต่ไม่ได้แพนว่ะ
Look at him, he's just running and gunning it. Checks into baths as well. All 3 from Talon waiting on the other side.
Oh,
The
that's
Pop
right.
will do it. Nice little right
Oh.
click too, but here comes the spams.
2 และ
Pushing
4
it
ปื
along
น
the
ไม่มี
corner with the Prowler.
ขอตัวได้ไหม
Bringing
โอ
another kill
เค
down,
ได้อยู่
so bit of damage.
ได้สองกระบอก
Taking the win.
Easy 2-0 for them now in that round. Good pass mark.
ถ้าได้แพนเมื่อกี้ดีเลยนะแต่ไม่ได้แพนอ่ะไม่เป็นไร
Players alive and 3 Bulldogs in fact. This is where we got to start to see the rifle rounds really come up for
โหดูมันท
because when you look at that
ำโอ้
last
โห
map,
something แล้วนะ
both pistol rounds, both second rounds going the way of Talon. And then they still end up losing in the end. The rifle rounds are a bit of a pain point. Aggression from Paper X already established up the front here from from Jing and Forsaken.
to the smokes though. That's the
โอ้ย
play
โอ้
for
โห
PRX. Talon just spam through.
หาย3เลยเหรอ
Picking up 3, maybe a 4th, but gets shut down.
โอเคตามไวครับทารอน
Plan from Lil Bro.
ยิงไวมากอันนี้ไหล
postcode for now.
Slowly going back across market. You would assume Cruz has this in lock.
This might even be the save for Devi. He can wrap around back towards short and get one of those Vandals. It would be pretty nice, but it's still going to be a difficult scenario with the angle that Cruz is holding.
แล้วครูบอกวันแท็บไหมวันแท็บไหมโอ้โอเคเดาไวไม่ออกแล้วปืนนี้ยังไงก็ไม่ออกโอ้โหออกว่ะออกที่แปลว่าจิตบอยแม่งสแปมตายไปเลย what the fuck
taken like 10 bullets through the wall.
Stupendous.
Probably have a bit of a chuckle at the end of that one if you are on Talon. Ty, some really sharp shots to come on out with the gun barrels revealing and something. I mean, that is a little bit hard done by. Let's be real. You've been accidental in that one, and here we go. Yep, shots through. Laugh, get the fist bumps out. Wrap around first round. Bonus round for Talon. But what I cast my eyes on again is something that pulled the rug out under over on Haven for the defensive side. It's something with the operator. Luckily for Talon,
เข้าที่เดิมเลยครับ
side of the map.
The execute looking to go through into
เทียร์ด้วยวาย
safer
โอ้
this time. Still gotta watch out
ปื
for
น
the
เดิมอีก
judge,
แล้ว
but potentially Devi
โอ้แล้วลุยไฟด้วย
through the incendiaries.
โอ้เป็นใครวะเนี่ย
Getting shut down by Jin
โอ้
Boy
ได้ด้วยนะ
back, but Devi
โอเคสวยเคลียร์ได้อยู่
just yet. Jing, bit more damage
2 กับ
too.
3
Something trying to get vision out
โอ้ย
from
สวย
Heaven, but his
โอ้
teammate
ตัวท้าย
has just
แต่ตัวท้าย
fallen
มันถือออฟ
by
ไปดิ
Oh, you can settle down here as Talon as well.
แผนได้
Re-pick up your Thrash, give it a couple seconds for it to come back online. As the plan is down for Premier, sensor on the spike.
รีเทค
You've got
ยากนะ
annihilation
ซัมติง
if
โอเคแม่งลงไปเลย
But for
วัยรุ่นสัตว์
something, the experience and the angle isolation right now.
โอเคมีอันติ
there is the Thrash back in.
วา
Has
บ
to get Crash around all the way back to spawn, but he will have a second go at it.
แล้วกลับมาเลยห้องน้ำนะคิดว่ากลับมายิงห้องน้
Confirm that there is one hiding inside of baths, but the angle
ำโอเคสวยอะเซฟครับเซฟ
calls it safe.
เปเปอร์เล็ก
Yeah, that's the save time. Really good timing from Killer.
คือเกมนี้มันไม่ได้เวอร์มากนะครับซัมติงช่วงแรก
Gate crash had it been
แบบไม่ถึงกับเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนที่แบบคนเดียวทำได้ทุกอย่างอะไรเงี้ย
Go at that retake, but you still got a couple of bailout situations. Anywho, Primi picked up that gate crash at the gravnet at the end of it. As I said, there's a sensor on the spike and also the annihilation, but cemented in stone is going to be Talon, tying it up 2 and 2. First rifle round, good for them. In that bonus, second one looking good as well. A bit ambitious as well, by the way, from
เป็นจิตบอยเอาให้
Judge in the smoke. He's getting tickled by the flames of his teammate.
ปืนใหญ่ดีวะ
When I think about this map as well, I always think about when we're having an A play.
ไม่ลิตเติ้ลสุดอะป๊อปไม่หยุดเลย
Outside of baths, outside the teleporter. Already starting to see the PaperX know about that as well.
มีออฟ 1 กระบอกกับบูลด็อกนะ
What sort of adjustments Jitboys
Paper Leg.
does come out with because of that.
เคโลข่าวออฟยูเอ
Just into the B site.
Progressive smoke in towards Garden.
น่าจะได้ยินนะเมื่อกี้เสียงออฟมันดังอยู่
Toxic screen just cut across B and the
ทารอนต้องได้ที่เท่าไหร่ทารอนต้องได้ที่2หรือที่1ครับ
Giant X
2ทัวร์นี้
running the Viper on this Talon comp as opposed to the Fade, which now Cruz might have to send in some extra
โอ้โห
utility.
ไซนี้เขาอยู่กัน4เลยนะพี่ชาย
See if they want to start to scale on up as
ไปดีกว่า
But some triple damage. Gonna have to fall on back. Remember, this is the pistols from PaperX behind the operator and behind Jing's Bulldog.
โอ้แต่ด้วยความที่ฝั่งเป๊ปเขาอีโคมาเขาก็เลยแบบเล่นแพ็คนะแบบไม่ย้ายไซส์อะแบบไม่ย้ายเลยอะ
Baths.
เห็นน่าจะไม่ย้ายนะคิดว่า
Prowler confirmed opposition before.
Gravnet backside with paint shells could be an option.
เนตสวย
Just going in for it.
เซตอัพ
The util dump.
สวย
Kind of working out
Oi,
for
oh,
it now,
ow.
but look at how Jing just bypasses, sidesteps all
Oh,
of it.
no,
The
ไม่ได้
shot
เช็ค
going through.
What?
Paint shells as well. Devi now holding out
2 แล้ว
for
5
Aldo. And more support as all the PaperX players hide inside
โอ้โห
of smokes. Killua.
แล้วไม่เช็ค
But PaperX will still stand
ไม่ได้
tall.
เช็คไซส์อีกแล้วทารอน
Even if the announcer doesn't there, the
โอ้
pistols
ตอนแรกเหมือนจะดีละเหมือนจะดีละ จังหวะเข้า
I mean, you've got the C's, the Gravnet, the paint shells, the Mosh going all in, even a Dizzy. But at the end of the day, you overlook Jing a little bit, and all of these smokes currently. PaperX just finding a couple of crucial angles to be able to pick up those duels instead and be better for it. 3 alive at the end of that one, a bit more stability. And a situation that Talon unhappy with. Gonna opt for the timeout.
โหแบบไวนะอันนี้ทำเอาไวมากเน้นจัดเลยนะฟอสปกติคือกว่าจะพอสนี่นานนะ
This time it was just a utility not quite fully connecting. So definitely some interventions needed.
Yeah, it was always going to be something, risky here, getting in a bind against Talon. PRX, I mean, opting for the pick, of course, too, right? Bit cheeky from them with how it's looked. But so far, not too bad in the early start here.
โอ้โหอะไรวะเนี่ย
That clean one against T1, of course, but already against Talon with the comp for that 13-11 scoreline last time, and on the back of a Haven 13-11 too. We are just seeing PRX be awake in the server. Need to see that from Talon to answer back around that should have been theirs in number 5. See if they can continue on with some good percentages after their timeout calls.
That's building up at least. But PRX going to check outside of B.
รอบนี้ยังมีปืนนั้นถือว่าโอเคครับทารอน
Want to see Cruz get on this board as well in the kill department.
โอ้แล้วหน้าใกล้ไอ้ติงหนึ่งแล้วไป
Killer it down. No answer back. Nightfall prepped and ready. It's short.
โอ้ไหนแม่มาไม่เจออุ้ยแล้วแม่งเอ้
Oh
ย
my goodness. Primi will answer back though. Jit Boys with that delayed lurk taking down Forsaken for the trade and Cruz
โอ้ยเมื่อกี้จิตบอยแก้ให้แล้วนะประเด็น
Are you going to expect the second?
โอ้แต่แก้ไม่ไหวว่ะเพื่อน
It's a cheeky off.
แค่เราสโมกก็จบแล้วนะเว้ยเมื่อกี้
As the divide falls. Primi.
ทีมี่เช็คไหมเช็คโอ้แต่ไม่ไหวแล้ว4-2กับเป๊ปรอบหน้าเข้าอีโคนะทารอนโอ้เมื่อกี้แผนดีนะแต่ว่าไม่แล้วไม่ปิด
Yeah, when you see that cosmic divide cut the site in half,
สวยติง
he really only needs to point and shoot at one spot. Very one-dimensional.
สโมกยังไม่ขึ้นเลยอ่ะ
Tying Cruz just lining up. Jit Boys.
โอ้จิตบอยเอาให้แล้วนะรีบย้ายรีบเปลี่ยนตำแหน่งเป้าไปหน่อยเมื่อกี้
Targets to allocate toward as well.
เซฟออฟโอ้เซฟไม่ทัน
Heaven, it was heaven. It's where you died in the gate crash. Unfortunate, but the outlaw in this kind of position anyways. It will rip every single one on Talon.
Still only 2
โอเคทารอนไม่มี
so we'll see.
ว่าฟอร์สมาเหมือนเดิมนะทีมนี้ได้ฟอร์สเก่งจริง
This time Pit getting invested.
ๆโอ้โหถ้าเข้าบีต้องรีบเข้าเลยครับมันมาแล้วนะไอ้ตัวเนี้ยรอบนี้ไม่ใช่ออฟจริงแต่ว่าแม่งก็ยิงเหมือนออฟอยู่ดีปืนเนี้ยเพราะมันนัดเดียวไงใส่ก่อนเลยถ้ามันนัดเดียวเลยโอเคอันติฟรีเฮ้ยโดนอะไรอะอะไรวะเราทำกันอย่างนี้เหรอมันยิงทะลุกันยับเลยอ่ะโอ้อะไรวะแม่งยิงทะลุกันยับเลย
Or are they going to start to awaken here as well? Cruz got to start to get online, as I'm saying. Didn't have the greatest opportunities over on Haven. Coming out with some good calls. Sure, we could see that in the way that they were navigating around the map, but just at the end of the day, in this game,
อยากดูว่าเมื่อกี้มันยิงยังไงวะโอ้โหโอเคเก่งมาก
sharp players over on PRX's side.
แย่แล้วแล้วทารอนต้องได้แมปนี้นะประเด็นเพื่อไปลุ้นต่อแมป3โอ้ไฮโลแบบ3ตัว
No shots and baits, but something. The operator line, it's poised against Cruz in the corner.
Oh my god! Concealed with the Prowler.
What?
Still landing the shot straight through. And then Forsaken denies Bath's entry. At least managed to take one down inside of Hookah.
I mean, if ever there was a headache, that's certainly one. Cruz has just been done dirty.
โอ้พี่ครูกูตัวโดนจริง0-7ไปแล้วโดนในสิ่งที่ไม่อาจเข้าใจได้
Angle from a tie, but just expected and removed again. Everything going hunky dory for PRX and just cannot come out. With anything is Talon bar
แย่แล้วแต่นี้ดันบุกครับแต่นี้ดันให้ทันนี้ดันกันครับแต่นี้ดันกันนะดันกัน
For Talon, you kind of feel for them. I mean, that was their buy round. Now you're going to the next without too much. And you just look at how these shots go through.
For me, it's the fact that you're spraying through the wall as Cruz, and something still just hits
พี่ครูน่าจะเซ็งอยู่วันนี้
you're shooting through.
Perfect shot.
Perfect pinpoint
คนพี่
accuracy.
เขาน่าจะเซ็งอยู่โดนอะไรอย่างงี้เข้าไปได้ยังไงวะ
Next round comes up now. It's just all the half shields.
Gonna be pacey up. Showstopper
อันติ
goes in.
โชว์ต็อปเปอร์
And the rest of the utility.
โอ้โหก่อนตาย
But again, it's the
โอ้
trades that
ไม่
just
ได้
come through
ด้วย
from
โอ้
Paper X.
ย
They
หม
ignored
ด
this once again.
เฮ้ยมันยิงกันข้างจังวะ
Bought out as well. Just continue to stave off the assault. But Paper X are just having to go with it still. Not backing down. You push it advance. It
เหลือ
pushes
คนเดียว
down
คิ
for
รัว
a count. And Killua
โอ้
with no escape routes.
Well, Paper X
7-2
is certainly
แล้ววะ
not making a lazy go at this one for sure.
แล้วมัน7-2แล้วไง
Talon are getting the full brutality thrown their way. They are standing on the tracks against the train. And well, we all know what wins in that situation. And if you don't know, it's the train. The train wins.
I mean, I think at this point where you're going, you don't need tracks.
All roads.
ดูท่าว่าทารอนอาจจะต้องลงไปแล้วขึ้นมาใหม่จากสายล่างแล้วผมว่า
Talon to try to figure out how to get back
ดูจาก
towards this map. You'd assume
การ
what
การงาน
just
ตอนนี้
bringing you aside. You're not even having vision on towards Forsaken as you lose Killua.
ฮะ
That's dirty. Now
มันเห็นอะไรกันวะ
coming in, no plant
ผมไม่เห็นอะไรเลยอะ
just pushes up for it.
ที่ผมเข้าใจคือผมไม่เห็นอะไรเลยอะ
In lamps.
แล้วไม่เห็นกันไม่หยุดเลยอะ
You out.
โอ้โหพี่ครูกูโดนอีกแล้ว
Something with the operator now. You don't even need to use the orbital. You'll use the drift instead to secure two players of information to combo it and
โอ้
block
โหแล้ว
them.
มันบล็อก
And
แล้วมัน
through
บ
the
อดี้บล็อก
TP
ด้วย
as well. Patman looking for what he can. There's one
โอ้
and a second.
เหลือคนเดียว
Paper X getting active, and it's just
TNYY
fine. Blocked. And whiffed from something uncharacteristic, but it's still a 4 versus
มันมา
1.
แล้ว
And it's the shorty again to get the job done. Paper X
โคตรน่าเกลียดเลยตอนนี้
unrelenting in this
โอ้แล้ว
map.
8-2โดนไม่หยุด
Your thigh just rocking a hard place. Where do you go?
ผมว่า
There's
จบแมตช์
really
นี้
no
แล้ว
other
พี่ครูอาจจะต้องไป
place.
ทำบุญนะครับดูทรง
The
แล้ว
fact that Forsaken gets
อาจจะต้อง
this
ทำบุญเลย
opening
นะ
kill already cements the round in.
สถานการณ์นี้
There's not too many positions
ทำบุญ
that
เท่า
you
นั้น
need
ที่
to
ช่วย
start
ได้
to shoot in that sky smoke really
มันโดน
is
อะไร
there.
อย่างนั้นได้ยังไงวะ
Just so destructive at the
ยืน
moment.
อยู่หลังซ้ายคนเดียว
Everybody on
เอ้ย
Paper
ยืน
X
หลังกำแพงโดนยิงเลย
playing some of the best Valorant really on this map.
โอ้โหขาดจัดแบบนี้ ครึ่งแรกขาดน่าจะครึ่งหลังอาจจะดีขึ้นหรือเปล่า
Talon. See if they can keep this one
โอ้ย
competitive.
สวยมันมีอีกตัวเพื่อน
Start,
ส
and
ว
it's a
ย
better follow-up.
เฮ้ยบีโล่งบีโล่งเข้าเลยบีโล่งบีโล่งมาเลยด้วยเหรอ
Hunting and chasing,
Oh.
though. Jing will get shut
Oi,
down.
my
It's
God.
another TP. Forsaken having to go at it. Look for the potential wall.
เหลือคนเดียวครับตรงนี้แป๊บ
Giving it up to them
เป็นแม่น
until Patman arrives on the site.
And you just
โอ้โห
respect that.
พี่เข้า
You take the
ประตูกัน
spike
ไม่หยุด
over
เลย
towards A, where Jin
เมื่อกี้
plays
ดรสเตนต้องเปิดประตู
pushing
อะ
the
แบบ
vents.
ตึงอย่างเงี้ย
Gonna get
ออกมา
shut
ที
down
ละคน
as well, so it will be
เอาเป็นเจ้ารวมพลัง
finally
อะ
a round for Talon after 6 rounds in a row for
โอ้โห
Paper
ไม่ได้แพ
X.
นนะเฮ้ยแต่โอเคเงินพออยู่
Catch a bit of a breather.
สิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นคืออะไรครับ
Find the opening frag.
Yeah, through the TP,
เข้าป
we
ระตู
keep on going as well.
เข้าประตู
A lot of cushioning in this round scoreline to have a few slip-ups if you need as Paper X. Now chasing that 9-3. Talon for the 4th, of course. Cosmic Divide, Thrash, Nightfall. But on the flip side, Nightfall Showstopper. Remove the audio and the HP and you rip out a Showstopper. If you're very narrow focal pointed up the short angle, for example, that Talon are looking to go towards,
รอบนี้มีอะไรแปลกๆไม่มีนะโอเค
that could absolutely
something ไม่ได้ถือออฟด้วยเหรอเงินพอเนี่ย
Paper X.
Still though, with all the smokes and such, I gather Talon still
ทารอน3มันตีนะ พอได้ลุ้นอยู่
might be an op-in.
โอ้แต่ของเป๊ปมันเป็นโชว์ต็อปเปอร์ดิ
So you might be able to get that out. And yeah, I mean, an operator at this position, you wouldn't put it past Paper X, who was still swimming in cash. Sending the Thrash.
เหลือ Thread
Going to be the first point of contact in towards this site.
โอ้ยป่าดินโอ้สวย
In the gate crash yet again. He's had a couple
โอ
of
เค
times he's felled in that.
เฮ้ย
So they'll
พี่
be
เม
right
ย์
quick with the ult ripped across.
ท่านโอเคสวยผมนึกว่าท่านจะตายแล้ว
Just pushes up front.
โอเคท่านตายอยู่ดีไม่น่าพูดเลย
Forsaken in an unexpected angle. Gets 2 kills. Kill up for the trade.
มันขึ้นไปอยู่บนนั้นได้ยังไง
Cosmic divided up as
โอเค
well.
สวยครับ
Doesn't expect
84
that around the corner.
ยังโอเค
Talon
โอเค
fourth.
Oh, could have been a little bit awkward there. A position
เอาละ half
unchecked,
time นะ
but,
พักกันสักครู่
some shots start to come your way. Denial of the spike.
พักกันสักครู่
It
ครับ
didn't take too
ตรงนี้
long. Round could have been taken away from you, but good in the end for Talon. Behind all the utility, getting in towards the site as well. Something, you remove him and you win a round. It is almost like that is just a successive factor for Talon at the moment. As Forsaken trying to do his damnedest to just push you 6 feet under again and again. 8-4 discussions at the half for them. And this is where we need to see Talon now going on that defensive
ขอ
side.
พกก่อนถ้าพกมันจะได้เป็น6 ต่อ 8แล้วก็เดี๋ยวลุ้นเอาที่เหลือ
Couple of good retakes.
ขอพกก่อนอะกับสลับมาผมขอพกก่อนขอแค่พกก่อน
Gas on the defensive side to get the job done. It was PRX's aggression and splits on that attacking side that propelled them for success. I don't see why that will change.
Certainly doesn't look like it with the way that things are going. That said, you consider maybe the composition on Talon's side on the defense.
When Alex get angry, this one's cooler than the Raze and the Yora thing. When Alex gets angry, he slams the desk or
ระหว่าง
calls a timeout.
ระหว่างทุบโต๊ะกับไอ้นี่สิ้นหวังกูว่าน่าจะทุบโต๊ะบ่อยกว่านะแต่ช่วงหลังแอดสิ้นหวังบ่อยอยู่
Sometimes he calls the timeout. So you're kind of playing on the back of one is expected and one is like, maybe.
There was a time that he kind of kicked something over and broke a PC or something a couple of years ago. But enough of that. Out of the halftime, and we'll go straight into it. PRX once again on the attack.
Gonna get a good defensive pistol here as Talon to start things up. Dropping the first pistol in this map.
ไปครับ
Want to add to their tally count with all their
โอ้โห
success.
แล้วมันเข้าไวมาก
Again, rapid from PRX.
ได้ใส่แล้วนะเร็วมาก
Cruz though, alongside some other Talon members.
โหแต่ทารอนอยู่กันเยอะนะ
Garden.
คราวนี้ก่อนตายพี่ให้2ด้วยครูปลดล็อกแล้วได้3ตัวเอาปลดล็อกไปแล้วรอบหนึ่งด้วยว่ะเทียร์บายสวยสตันสวยปาดหน่อยสวยเหลือตัวเดียวสวย
And Talon will take the pistol this time.
อยากไปปารีสวันนี้เหรออาจจะยังนะโหวันนี้ยังไม่ไปอยู่ไปวันนี้เลยไปวันนี้จะได้แบบว่าไปเตรียมตัวซื้อแบบซื้อเสื้อผ้าไปซื้อเสื้อผ้าหน่อยปารีสมันหนาวนะปารีสมันหนาวเฮ้ยได้แบบน้อยได้พกนะภาพมา
Not drop the pistol. Not drop 2 PRX's. Lesser by some Sheriff, some Classics, Ghost. Just want to make sure that you aren't haunted by the last time that this one come through.
PRX noting that Talon was playing around Garden last time. Still though with all the exchanges, kind of forcing out the TPs.
They get a couple of
ครูมาแล้วอ่ะสำหรับฝั่งพี่ครูเก่งเลยทีนี้
to get closer towards Showstopper and Orbital.
มาแล้วอ่ะ
Divide from the equation again. You're playing long lines if at all possible here as Talon.
โอ้โหเล่นมุมโคตรน่ากลัวทารอนแต่ละคนโอ้แต่ได้คือได้ครับได้คือได้
Repositions from Talon
ได้คือได้
Still access to a lot of good utility, grabbing that to come online, as it is just Premi on this A site.
เหลือ3คนนะแบบมีปืนอยู่เป็นปืนพกหมดโอ้โหทัมมิ่ง
Perfect angle.
สวย
Maybe a couple more, but with the information looking for.
อย่าเสียสักกระบอกได้ปะอย่าเสียสักกระบอกได้ปะกูขอร้องเลย
Sonic sensor, the trigger for the nebula.
Okay, paint
โอ้โหโดดมางี้เรียบร้อยเหลือตัวเดียวครับโอ้สวยคลีน
Second round, clean.
อย่างเงี้ยแหละคลีน
from Talon. And this is going to be the first hurdle.
โอเคเดี๋ยวเราต้องมาลุ้นกันต่อราวนี้ตอนนี้เป็น6 ต่อ 8แล้วนะถ้าได้ราวนี้จะเป็น7แล้วก็ไหลต่อเป็น8 ต่อ 8ได้แต่ต้องได้ราวนี้ก่อนนะได้ราวนี้เขาอีกฝั่งโดนบังคับเข้าอีโคนะครับ
กูเห็น2 ตัวกูกลัวตายดิเฮียไม่กระโดดมา
โอ้เห็น2 ตัวก็ตายดิเฮียไม่กระโดดมาไม่พูดเหมือนกูเลยพี่ทีมปกติตอนผมเล่นผมก็เป็นอย่างนั้นแหละกูกลัวเหมือนกันกูก็กลัว
90% with the double duelist comps in the win rate close to long
สวย
You see this position a lot by the way on bind a player
ได้ติงก่อน
smoke wasn't even revealed there expecting
เฮ้ยน่าใกล้เฮ้ย
a bit of a showers play here and that's just going to rinse you maybe not
แย่แล้วตอนแรกสวยอยู่
Got the double TP.
ชักจะแย่
Trying to delay it as much as possible with the incendiaries too. PRX looking for an entry into the A site.
You're just stuck. You know that PRX can hang around
เอา
a
จริ
little
ง
bit
ก็
towards the teleporter.
เราแค่เดินเข้าไซด์ไปแพนนะครับไปเปเลต
get out of that spot and Jip Boys. I mean, you say his name, but he's not really going to become active here at all. He's hoping
อยากกดยิง
PRX
นะ
come back towards his spot. Now we've flipped the map essentially, and Talon have to attack
โอ้โห
into this A site.
ครูจะตายเอง
A lot more nerves
ส
on
แปม
the
ยังไง
side
เนี่ย
for Talon. PRX are sitting
3-4 นะซาลอนยากจัดเลยวะเอาจริงอย่างที่บอกอะถ้าได้วินเนี่ยมาภาพมาเลยแต่ว่ามันไม่ได้ดิ
well, but you just look for the angles. Divine
โหโดนคอร์สเงี้ยตาย
now just Cruz left.
โอ้โห
A simple sidestep and
ได้กระบอกเดียวนะครับ
PRX
ซาลอน
secure themselves up close to double digits.
เลือดแทบไม่ได้เลยด้วย
As well from them. Not really tickled too hard in that round. Not off put whatsoever, even by the double TP play. For me, you had a great
โอ้
start.
นี่คือ
right?
คมจริงแต่ว่าไม่ไหววะ
But you just get ahead of the sensor. You get trapped in the.
อันนี้คือโดนสตันไม่ใช่เหรอครับ
That is actually
ให้เม็ดด้วยเหรอ
immediately quick, by the way, from Forsaken to get the stim pack down. Even grabbing that down, you just get them shots out.
P5
real rapid.
คู่นี้เขาเล่น V5 กันยับเลย
That
เว้
could
ย
be very cheeky. Do love that. An opportunity now for PRX for double digits.
Fat off, okay.
Talon, a necessary step here.
ถ้าเรามีปืนนะรอบนี้
Another rifle round
ฟู
on the board.
นี่เลยฟูลบายโอ้แล้วโดนเคลียร์แท็บด้วย
But noted that nothing is too far forward.
Talon hoping that the second one will possibly go off as well.
โอ้โหแล้ว
Yeah, a little bit
เดิน
deeper
มา
in
เนียน
that
จัด
situation. I'm expecting Jing to double satchel
Jit
in or
boy.
single satchel in eventually for a bit more of an explosive play into this A site. But
Jit
Jim
boy
Boy is
ยาวเลย
starting
อย่างงี้
to
จิต
really
จิตบอย
rotate around. He's already in the caves.
บอยบอกขอสักสอง
For Talon, just timing the utility possibly.
You got to see some good util. You got to see the grab net. You got to see the mod.
รอเคาน์เตอร์นะครับรอเคาน์เตอร์จังหวะเข้า
They've got all 5 members
เข้า
here. They
แล้ว
know what's happening.
Still though the dive in from something as well as Jing.
โอ้โห something โอ้ยมาแล้วจิตบอยโอเค
Still though the trades
มาได้ทันเวลาพอดีหรือเปล่า
will be able to find a bit more space, but
เอาไม่เหลือคนเดียววะ
firing.
โอ้
Kill into the
จริง
smokes, and
น้อ
he's
ง
been snuffed out. PRX have reached the 10th.
5v5 around the site with a flank.
โอ้ตอนแรกเหมือนดีอีกแล้วทารอนแต่มันปิดไม่ได้ดิ
Time was going to be from PRX. They don't
โอ้เหมือนดีแต่ปิดไม่ได้โดนเลย
choke point of short to the
เป็น
choke point
10-6
of
กับพอร์ต
showers.
แม่นี้ควรพอร์ตมาก
You've
ๆนะ
got access to a lot of mollies to the grab net as well that you can chuck earlier on to use it as some information on the hit. When you have such a massive flank, you know they're in showers or short, but you don't budge proactively to go and get some earlier duels. Very problematic spot now that Talon are in back.
โอเครอบนี้ถ้าเราต้องอีโคนะครับ
โอ้
Whoa!
towards this B site, something
ฮะ
on the collateral like
คุณพี่
that operator. And even
โอเค
going
เทียบ
in
ว่า
for
บอกยัง
more.
ได้อยู่ตัวหนึ่ง
The last two from
คุณพี่ทำอย่างนี้ไม่ได้
Talon
นะครับ
later on across the map. Divine marking those positions.
พี่มีเดาไว้
He'll spot that out. Something already has his ult, so
โหแล้วโดน V5
Divine just sitting pretty.
โอ้โห
Maybe not quite getting
Oh,
the second.
he even got him down to 8 HP, man.
Uh-oh.
Knife.
No!
โอ้โห
Hey, why are we playing silly buggers in the server?
มีดมันเรืองแสงอะดิตัวเนี้ย
11 for PRX.
มีดมันแรงอะดิ
If
ตี
you
บวก
want
มา
Talon to have this one in regulation, they
11
need to
ครับ
be having a flawless run now for the remainder of this defensive
ยังไม่พอ
side.
ด้วยเหรอ
They knew that this was going to be a tough series. They've been close
เฮ้ย
up
ฟอร์ด
in the
เราต้อง
last
พอร์ตแล้ว
engagement on this map of buy-ins.
คุยกันนิดนึง
Feels like
มันเกิด
right
อะไร
now
ขึ้น
today, PRX have learnt their weaknesses and they are ever so pressing forward with their strengths.
Just have no idea where they're about to go. Talon trying to get proactive this time. Triple peeked into something. And with that opening kill, trying to set up across.
What do you do though on the back of this? Forsaken is still hanging around, and now you're noted. You get him with the dizzy.
โอ้ยโอ้ยดีๆเอ้า
As they continue to chase as well.
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
Trying to
เหลือ
get
สอง
some
เหลือ
more
สอง
space around Hookah, but shut down.
Oh, we're still very hungry on this 2 versus 4. We're taking the space. We're putting in a
Oh,
thrash that
ow.
goes straight into the
คิโลจะตาย
utility. Pulled out from the seas. This is what I'm talking about. A 2 versus 4. If Pac-Man
โอ้โห
wins this
ทำไม
1 versus
2-4 แล้วมันถึง
1,
ได้
the Premium
ตึงขนาดนี้วะเนี่ย
Oh, we could have been starting to cook with gas, but I won't count Pac-Man
สวย
out. Now
พี่
you
มี่
do. with Primi for the close.
เคยังได้อยู่ยังขยับอยู่71
They still need to be just ever so aware for this half.
I certainly like it when Talon begins to get proactive. The opening shots, getting PRX into going for these.
โอ้โหมันโดนสแกนมันยังคลีนอย่างงี้เหรอวะเอาอะไรบ้างเอาไส้กรอกแล้วกันครับ
They'll still have a lot of confidence here as
ขอเนื้อด้วย
make sure that you don't get scared. It's not like you're out of
เนื้อไก่
contention for
เนื้อ
chance
ไก่
to loss here, but you definitely want to be
หวัง
trying to
เตะ
track
เคลียร์
away
แถบทุกอย่างบนโลก
sight on the back of the drift, finding a lot of the space and
อุ๊ย
divide.
ดาวัย
Got a lot to do
จะเจอ
here,
กองทัพ
finding two on the flank.
โอ้โหดาวัยแม่งได้สองด้วยเจอกองทัพ
Cruise Jip boys down.
Still a couple of impactful ultimates possibly, but you gotta watch out for Forsaken.
ต้องสร้างสถานการณ์หน่อยนะอันนี้
Smoke might
โอ้โห
be a bit telling, but it will be the
โอ้
showstopper
กา
for
กาด
Jim that
โอ้
completely stopped them in their tracks. Another kill.
เหลือคนเดียวแล้ว
It's just Primi left
1-3 นะเพราะว่าตีดูดไปคนนึงสวย
Carrier's
มิ
position, but he still
โอ้ย
tries to make it work.
ทัน
Annihilation plus another rifle kill.
โอ้ยท่านไม่ไหวไงไอเจสันนะดิ
Forsaken peeks off of it.
Oh,
ท่านจะคัดให้เจสันมันไม่ยอมมาดิ
Flames there, but even Forsaken
แย่แล้ว
will
วะ
make sure that he cannot carry on. That is now series point to PRX.
โอ้
12-7. There's 5 of them.
เราเป็น72ครับสงสัยหนูจะ
To put their ticket to
2-0 ว่ะ
the grand finals of Pacific to set their sights on yet another trophy in 2025. And for Talon, it's 5 rounds that they have to try and navigate through now to even have a chance to get to champs themselves, to get to that final. They have to do it in Lotus. But it just
มัน
feels
เกินไป
like
อะ
it's
ดิ
gonna
เจสันนะเมื่อกี้
be such a struggle every single round.
มัน
that we're
กดทุกอย่างเลยครับ
playing
เปเปอร์เล็ก
in
เมื่อ
this
กี้
half.
แบบมีทุกอันติกดทุกอันติที่มีอะ
Had it within your grasp.
ที่มันยังเหลืออยู่แล้วใช้คำนี้พระดอยตายเพชรแบนตาย
Just trying to stay focused. The gun's not quite supporting them. Meanwhile, PRX set their sights on B.
Nightfall to lead the way.
ในฟอร์ส่วนในฟอร์
And survive, you get him sight.
เข้าประตูนะครับเอาเวนเจอร์พีคหน่อยเอาเวนเจอร์สวย
To the other side, Defy finding the trades necessary. Oh, and you've got the
โอ้
flashback
เอาเวนเจอ
in
ร์
as well.
เหลือคนเดียว
Crew, no
จิตบอย
chance. Just Jit boys, and it's through the TP.
โอ้
Defy is on the other
แล้ว
end.
จบอย่างนี้เลย
And with that hat trick, PRX
โอ้ เรา
managed to secure
เป
their
เปอร์เล็ก
spot
เข้ารอบ
into the
ชิง
grand
ก่อนครับตรงนี้
finals in Tokyo.
They say dinosaurs are extinct on this planet, but we have a extinction level event that is returning to
ส่วนทารอนไปรอสายล่างนะ
PRX. They are looking
ได้ไป
to
โต
take
เกียวแล้วเหมือนกันนะครับ รอบชิงที่
everybody
โตเกียว
in the
นะหมายถึง
Pacific
ส
at the
เตท
moment, booking their
รอบชิง
ticket
สายล่างกับสายบนนะที่โตเกียวก็ยังโอเค เดี๋ยวค่อยไปลุ้นเอาว่าเจอใครแล้วกัน เดี๋ยวค่อยไปลุ้นเอาว่าเจอใคร
Here in Pacific, the grand finals is
เท่า
what
ที่
they
ได้
set
เท่าที่
their
ได้
sights on. And for the dreamy eyes
พยายาม
of
สุดๆแล้ว
PRX at the moment as well, they
แมป
are
แรกได้
still
ตึงนะแต่แมปหลังนี่
alive
ไม่ไหวเลย
as
สู้ไม่ได้
Talon have one more opportunity to try and get into Champions Paris for themselves as well. They will have to sit pretty now for quite some time before they get into that lower game over in Japan, because there is, of course, one more series
เดี๋ยวเรา
today to
เหลือ
see who they
อีกคู่
will
หนึ่ง
be
นะครับ แล้วก็
meeting
จะพัก
as the
ยาวนะ
challenger
ประมาณ
there.
2 อาทิตย์นะครับ
It's gonna be either T1
เดี๋ยว
or
จบคู่
RRQ.
ต่อไป
The
แล้วเราพักยาวแล้ว
RRQ
2 อาทิตย์
helping each other out. That's it though.
แข่งต่อวันไหนอ่ะอาทิตย์หน้าเลยครับอาทิตย์หน้าเลยยาวมาก
PRX
ยาวมาก
carrying their championship form all the way through, every step of the way in Pacific.
ประมาณ 2 อาทิตย์นะประมาณ 2 อาทิตย์
So aggressive,
โอ้
so
ยไม่เป็นไร
aggressive
ไม่เป็นไร
in
ไม่เป็นไร
the server across both
ผมว่า
maps here. They come out with a
ถ้า
very
ทารอนเจอทีมไหนก็ได้อะไอทีมสายล่างอะทีมที่อยู่สายล่างเป็น T1 RQ เนาะทีมไหนชนะก็คือเข้ามาเจอกับทารอนนะครับผมมองว่าทารอนเจอทีมไหนก็ได้
Concealing some maps too.
Concealing Ascent, concealing Corrode.
โอ้โหไอคนไทยนี่ยิ้มแป้นเลยนะโค้ดแพนด้าอีกคนหนึ่งอ่ะไอคนเนี้ยครับที่หัวโล้นคนนี้เขาเป็นคนไทยเลยครับลูกครึ่งคนไทยนะคนเนี้ยแพนด้าลูกครึ่งไทยนะ โอ้ยที่รักสวัสดีคนเกย์เลยสวัสดีครับพี่ชาย
Over here.
ที่รักผมมาไง
네, 페이퍼렉스의
น่าเสียดายที่เขาไม่ได้สัมภาษณ์คนไทยดิ
승리 축하드립니다.
น่าจะคิวโคเรียเซเรียน่าใช่นะ
이렇게 오늘 승리로
네, 방금
스테이지
바닥
2
후에.
결승 진출에 성공했습니다. 먼저 스테이지 2 돌아보면 어떤 시간이었는지 그리고 결승에 진출하게 된 소감부터 여쭤보도록 할게요. Congratulations, something PRX will be in the grand finals in Tokyo. Now, when you look back at how stage 2 went, can you evaluate stage 2 for us, and also how does it feel to make it to grand finals?
Of course, it feels great to make in grand finals in Japan, where I basically came from as an esports player. Of course, I feel great, and also about stage 2 overall. I mean, it's not finished yet, but I feel like we only dropped 2 maps to Zeta so far, so it's pretty good, you know.
먼저 이렇게 결승에 진출하게 되면서
맨체스터 แข่งวันนี้เหรอ
something 선수의 커리어가 시작됐던 일본으로 돌아가서 결승을 치르게 될 수 있어서
맨체스터.
너무너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 스테이지 2를 돌아보면 아직 다 끝난 건
พี่เมียน
아니지만
พี่เมียนเปิดแล้วเหรอโอ้นัดแรกด้วยไอ้เหี้ยโดนแน่เลยวะ
꽤나 순항했다고 생각하기 때문에 전반적으로 굉장히 뿌듯하고 좋은 시간이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래도 최근에 탈론이 흐름을 타면서
โอ้โหเจออานนท์นัดแรกเลยเหรอ
긍정적인 모습도 보여주고 있었고
ไหวผมว่าไหวแล้ว
이번이 두 번째 만남이었거든요. 직접
ไหวแล้ว
상대가 어땠는지도 한번 들어보고 싶네요. Now, Talon on the other side, they had this crazy momentum
เชสโกอันที่
going
คุย
on.
เกินไปพี่ ไม่มีภาพเลย
In the playoffs as well.
เกินไป
So, what was it like facing them this time around? Because this was only your second time playing them, right? Did they feel different in the server today?
I mean, it was fun to play versus them. Basically, we was playing a lot of scrims versus them recently because the both teams, I guess, don't really expect we're gonna play versus each other right now. And overall, it was fun to play versus them because we all understand they're gonna play like aggressively 5-0 like us. So we just kind of play around that, and they also play around that. So yeah.
일단은 워낙 탈론이랑 스크림을 많이 했었기 때문에 좀 오늘 경기 재밌기도 했었는데 또 익숙하기도 했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 서로 스크림을 많이 했었던 이유가 여기서 이렇게 서로를 만날지는 정말 아무도 상상을 못했기 때문에 같이 연습도 많이 하고 스크림도 많이 했었고 했다고 합니다. 그리고 뭐 경기 자체는 굉장히 탈론이 공격적으로 나올 걸 알고 있었고 뭐 5명이서 똘똘 뭉쳐서 러시 가는 플레이도 많이 보여줄 거라고 예상을 했었기 때문에 페이퍼렉스와 비슷한 스타일의 그리고 성향의 플레이를 많이 보여주겠다라는 예상은 했었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 오늘 매우 재미있는 경기였다고 얘기를 하는데요. 오늘 썸띵 선수 그리고 개인적으로 굉장히 큰 임팩트를 남겼던 경기력을 많이 보여줬습니다. 그렇기 때문에 또 챔피언스에서는 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 많이 기대가 되는데요. 챔피언스에서 또 개인적으로 기대하고 있는 부분이 있는지도 물어보고 싶네요. You were playing lights out today. Would you agree? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hats off to you, which is why we just cannot wait to see you perform in Paris as well. Is there anything you're looking forward to once you're in France, or any team or any player that you're looking to play against?
I mean, I don't mind to play versus G2 again. I really want to see what they prepare for us, something new, I guess. And overall, I want to play versus American teams more in general. Yeah.
What about anything in France? Like, you know,
anything
croissant.
in France. Croissant, of course,
Yeah.
every morning croissant with coffee.
Okay.
I hope I'm not gonna be fat after this trip, so.
Okay, I don't think you have to worry about
Yeah.
that, but okay. 먼저 챔피언스에 진출한 후에는 좀 G2를 다시 만나보고 싶고 그리고 G2가 좀 페이퍼렉스 상대로 새로워진 모습을 보여주지 않을까라는 생각을 하고요. 전반적으로 그냥 북미 쪽 NA 팀들을 더 많이 만나서 경기를 치러보고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 개인적으로는 이제 프랑스에 가면 매일 아침 크로와상을 먹으면서 여유를 즐기고 좀 그런 점을 기대하고 있는데 좀 걱정하는 부분이 그렇게 크로와상을 너무 많이 먹어서 뚱뚱해지면 어떡하냐라는 걱정도 든다고 해서 그런 부분은 좀 걱정 안 해도 될 것 같다고 얘기를 해줬는데요. 마지막으로 퍼시픽 리그 한 경기 남았습니다. 결승전이겠죠. 결승 상대는 누가 될지 예측 한번 부탁드리도록 할게요. As you said, we still got one more Pacific match to play, the grand final. So who do you think you'll face in the grand finals? Who's gonna make it up there?
I mean, I'm looking forward to play versus T1. Again, why not, right? So yeah,
Okay. Anything you'd like to say to T1?
nothing to say.
Okay. T1에게 딱히 할 말은 없는데 T1을 결승전에서 만났으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 썸띵 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Something. Congratulations.
Thank you.
แกเดี๋ยวเราพักกันยาวๆนะครับรอคู่ต่อไปก็อย่างที่บอกคู่ต่อไปเป็นคู่ท้ายแล้วของสเตจนี้นี่ครับ T1 RRQ จบคู่นี้ไปเรารอ2 อาทิตย์โคตรยาวมากก็ดีจะได้มีเวลาไปทำอย่างอื่นนะนิดนึง
Talon is looking really good here. And before anything else, we do have
เดี๋ยวมีคลิปให้นะครับ
Rossi here at the desk who got to watch this game as well. Rossi, yeah, welcome. Yeah, what do you think of all of this coming back to Pacific and watching particularly Talon and PRX now in top 4?
I mean, honestly, it's been great to be back and watching the games. I always watch the games even at home, but for these specific teams, I mean, Talon obviously has been in really good form. You know, all the players have looked really good. So I thought it was actually a much better match because of that. And Talon, they played okay. You know, the first game they've actually played pretty well, but the second game I think they kind of just got too caught up in the moment, and that kind of the experience gap showed. And honestly, something was just hard carrying this game. Everyone was doing their job, but something was just on another level.
Forsaken as well. I mean, you see him get the knife kill there, but him on the Brimstone this map was a little bit of a diff. I think for PRX, there's a reason why they picked Bind here. They had a good game plan. They've only just played against Talon's Bind not long ago, so I think they definitely benefited from that. And you can see why they were quite happy to just run back the same veto again. Similarly, like I expected, Talon, having taken the loss last time, were the ones that tried to change things up, and it almost worked for them. They almost did win that first map of Haven, but in terms of repeating the same map pool, it's only getting more dominant for PRX, not less, and it definitely helps that PRX was finally able to win at least one pistol.
Yeah, good change there. PRX, baby steps there. But winning the map overall is probably what they were really aiming for here. Forsaken at the top of the board here. I was expecting a Jing actually to be the most explosive one here. And Thai, this is not surprising as well on the side of Talon.
I mean, that guy's just a beast on a duelist. His mechanics are crazy. They do a great job of setting him up with like the deadlock utility and all the utility as well, just to help him throughout the whole time. But it just wasn't enough. I think just PRX were just all of them were clicking together, especially this map compared to the last map. It was kind of like something show, but this one they just all were like, all right, like we're PRX. We're back on track. You know, the choo-choo train is never stopping, and they're going to keep going, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and it's so poetic that something is our match MVP for today, because last time he said it too. He said it to Frost's face. Before they faced off, Talon, PRX, he said...
In the groups, right?
Yeah, he said it to Frost. He was like, how are you going to beat us? No, seriously. How are you going to beat us, bro? To his face. So Frost has never been able to live that down yet, but he takes it in stride. Yeah. He understands.
You love the smack talk before the game and then actually backing it up in the server. That is the best combo. We don't like the smack talk after the game only.
Yeah, so that's kind of lame, right?
You love that. You love that from Ilya. He's gone absolutely mental, and now he's going to be running it back to Tokyo in a grand final, where I know he's got a lot of fans over there that are going to be excited to see him play. The fans are going to go mental for something in that final, honestly.
Oh,
that's his second home. You know, that's basically his second home, so they all love him. I mean, he's going to have home field advantage. PRX, obviously, everyone loves them, right? Like, even from the Western world, Japan, everywhere, right? So they're going to have, I feel like they're going to be the team that everyone's going to be rooting for always, so I think it's going to be good to see him there. He's going to be shining. I mean, I feel like he performs well in the
มาเสียหน้าบาเลบ้าคืออยากย้ายมากเสียดายไปตันไม่ขายอันนี้ผมไม่รู้เลยดิ
His mojo back, you know? So.
Oh, definitely.
ข่าวนี้ไม่ค่อยได้ตามเท่าไหร่
What do you think of Talon? Because you were here with us in Pacific last year.
ใจสงบจริง
ๆ 2024. Anyway, you were with us for a good amount of time when you were on T1. What do you think of the changes that Talon and PRX has made since then? Has it been kind of surprising? Like, are you really impressed?
I think PRX, they were always good. You know what I mean? They're always good. They're always a top team. I just think sometimes things run its course and you just kind of need
ไม่เดี๋ยวเรามีให้คุยเยอะเลยฤดูกาลเปิดแล้วในที่สุดเลยกลับมาเป็นหมีแพนด้านั่งดูบอลต่อ
Straight shooters, you know, obviously people know Primi. And I think the most important thing besides just having all this great talent is Cruz has really improved as an IGL. I can see that as a leader. And overall, his game tactics have improved a lot. His reading game has gotten much better. So, I mean, they just leveled up the calling and they just got straight shooters. So, I mean, that's really the biggest differences, I feel like.
Well, they will be facing against either T1 or RRQ, which is gonna,
tough. Because that's unfortunately one chance of going to chance slipping through Talon's fingers there against PRX, which was a much more winnable game. I would say the last matchup, in fact, 3 of these maps have been very winnable against PRX. That last map of Bind was the least close, unfortunately. So not the greatest note to end on, but 100% they're going to have to either beat T1 or RRQ to be able to secure themselves a spot in champs. And I believe that lower final game is going to happen over here in Tokyo, right?
Yeah, it will be happening over in Tokyo, so that's going to be really exciting over there too. And Rossi, now I kind of want to set up a little bit for the next match that's happening with T1 and RRQ. You've obviously been on T1 before. You've played against a lot of these players before. Were you teammates with any of them? Izu, maybe?
I was Stacks and Izu. I was, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, you played against some of these
จริง
players from RRQ as well.
ไอ้แบ็คที่มัดลิกมันอยากได้อะพี่ไอ้ที่มันที่เด็กเก่าแมนยูไอ้ตัวนั้นก็เดือดนะทำมันเล่น
Where T1 is at now.
Well, I think
โคตร
T1
เสียดาย
honestly kind of with DH
ปล่อยไปแต่ละตัวเก่งๆทั้งนั้น
the same PRX vibe where they're just slowly kind of getting back to what we know them as. I feel like every match they've been improving and improving. Last time though, with this matchup these guys did play recently, right? I felt like RRQ was not at the top of their game and T1 was just playing alright.
Yeah.
But I think both teams are kind of getting back to their peak.
Yeah.
So I think this game is going to be an actual banger, at least should be. But both teams at the top is going to be who is better at their peak. I'm obviously biased towards my guys on T1, right? But, you know, we'll see. RRQ is no joke of a team, obviously.
ทำไมถึงไปชอบโรเบโตชอร้อนวะ
No pressure. We're going to
คือลูกชอมันดีแหละมันเจ็บบ่อยดิประเด็นมันน่าเก็บเด็กไว้สักคนหนึ่งอะปันไปเพราะไงชอแม่งก็ไม่ได้ลงอยู่แล้ว
Yeah, there's no pressure for
ไม่เคยได้ลง
Champs, but there's
เจ็บ
still
ตลอด
for Tokyo.
For Tokyo, for seeding as well, but I don't think it's even necessarily biased. I mean, we already saw T1 knock RRQ into the lower bracket early on. They've already had this head-to-head matchup very recently. Although RRQ, you have to say, they definitely have some momentum coming through this lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, but RRQ then, when they got knocked down, is looking a little bit different than the RQ now. So this is going to be a really tough one to call. Yeah, so actually, let's look a little bit at what T1 has been up to as they come into the stadium here. Now, again, you've been really familiar with this roster. You've played on this team before. You played with this coach, actually. Can you give me some insights into what you think of his coaching style?
โอเคนี่ครับคู่สุดท้ายโค้ดออทัม
Autumn is a very
โอ้ย
good
ดีเฮด
coach.
แม่งหล่อจริงว่ะ
If you want to hear, but he's a very good coach. He's very
โกง
good
จัด
at giving
เล่นเก่งก็พอแม่งหล่อด้วยไอ้ดี
He's
เฮ
not
ด
gonna be like, hey, do this micro. He's gonna be like, here, this is everything that you need to know. I trust you. I mean, look at their players. Look at the roster. Like, look at the names. You have Stacks, Buzz, Meteor. Even these are world-class players. They know what to do. They're not stupid,
RRQ
right? They have the macro.
Korea,
They know exactly-
Korea.
He'll give them the macro. He'll give them the game plan. Hey, call it when you think it's best. Trust in yourself, and that's his biggest thing. He's gonna get the most.
ล่าสุดที่เจอกันคือชนะ RRQ ไป 2-1 นะครับทีวัน
I feel like he has been doing
มา
that.
ดูว่า
Maybe
วัน
he
นี้
did end
จะ
up getting that
ยังไหว
trophy
หรือเปล่า
at
ห
the
รือจะโดน
very end. I don't want to call it an upgrade, but DH is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he's an upgrade. I'll say he's an upgrade for sure. He's been insane. This dude is insane. Like,
Sylvan, don't listen.
And like, no disrespect. Like, it's not like a huge upgrade or anything, but it's like an incremental upgrade. He's just very, very consistent. They've been kind of playing musical chairs with that controller position. I think for DH, I've been super impressed. In fact, at times, up until the last couple of games, where I feel like actually Izu, Buzz, and Meteor in particular have stepped up in like the last 3 or 4 games. I think for the most part, with this current roster, DH has been the most consistent and maybe the best player on T1 for me. He's consistently been putting up the numbers regardless of what the stakes of the game are or whatever else is happening in the server. And I agree. I feel like Autumn, like the public sentiment, I've already said it like 3 or 4 times on the desk. I'm watching T1 come into this game with very good, come into these series with very good game plans. They've had one of the better win rates post timeout conversion. I know that is maybe a little bit of a fake stat because there's so many different factors around that, right?
I think it's very high. I think you have like 64%. 64% is not a coincidence.
No, for sure. Especially because you usually don't have above a 50% win rate post timeout. Like most of the teams sit below 50% win rate, and I know that like there's a lot of factors that go into that. Like a lot of teams will even intentionally take timeouts going into half buys so that they have multiple rounds to kind of cook the game plan a little bit more, or maybe they kind of want to be thinking about how they want to be approaching multiple rounds in a row, or like, oh, we want to try to build some ults here or something like that, or farm some orbs. You know, there's a lot that goes into that.
Yeah. And they will be facing against RRQ, and they have survived the lower bracket run. This is not the team we thought would have, not all of us anyway, I think very few of us thought they were going to survive it because they looked really shaky coming back into stage 2. They did not have a great performance over in Toronto.
ซิตี้มันก็ซื้อมาแต่ของดีๆอยู่แล้วประเด็น
super disappointed with what happened.
ไม่เหมือนทีมเราแม่งซื้ออะไรมาใหม่รู้
wants to go back to champions, doing a much better performance. So they want to improve now at this point. We saw Monyet even crying on stage yesterday. It's been a long time since he's qualified to champs.
This is why you can't not be a fan of RRQ. Like they have humility. These are just guys that grind. They work really hard. They try to practice well. They try to play the game in the way that you'd want to see, and try to enable their players for optimum level of comfort. The coaching staff really cares about these players on more than just a surface level of performance in the server, but actually building bonds with these players over multiple years. And you even heard it from Crazy Guy on the desk himself. He's like, I didn't think we would win that game against Gen G. And since that they put that comeback together, I mean, I also predicted against them when they played DRX and they dismantled them. That was not a particularly close series, so I think they're on a little bit of a heater through this lower bracket now.
Yeah, back to what you were saying about like the lower bracket, I think honestly they're thriving now. It looks like they are better than when they were in their stage war performance prior to the Toronto. I can see a lot of upgrades in players. For example, Crazy Guy, he's improved, not even just as a caller, but in an individual level, he's been playing pretty well. I mean, Jemkin's always been that guy, to be honest. And Monyet has been, I feel like we see a lot of up and down from him, but now he's been consistently a monster, especially with the double duelist comps they're running with when he's on Neon and stuff like that. And they're just being I feel like every single player, Cushy, even Esfero, they've been their level, their consistent floor has been higher and higher, and they've just been getting better and better. And it looks like when the pressure's on after Toronto, when it gets hard like that, players either rise to the occasion or crumble. It looks like they were going to crumble, right? But they've actually risen and
จริงขาดหน้าซื้อกลางขาดกลางซื้อปีกขาดหลังซื้อหน้าเชียทีมกูนี่แม่งสุดยอดจริง
even better and better. They just need to be able to keep this for the remainder of the year.
Were you really surprised with them beating the two Korean teams?
Honestly, for DRX, I was not really sold on it
โอ้
because
โหเป็น
I think just for them,
ทีละวันเป็นทีมที่ป้องกันเก่งที่สุดในลีกเลยนะน่ากลัวจัด
due to many factors, whatever that is. But I think in the
โอ
fashion
โซนา
that it
คิว
was
เป็น
done,
ออเปอเร
they
เตอ
would
ร์
not
อันดับ
expect
1 ของลีกตอนนี้
It's really interesting because Ewok was saying they just needed a little bit of time. A lot of people had question marks about Cushy, playing the Sentinel role sometimes. You could see his stats like drastically drop there, but now you could see why they were doing the moves that they were doing.
I mean, I actually think it has nothing to do with the role, to be honest. I think Cushy, my thing is he's very inconsistent even when he is playing Initiator sometimes. Like maybe putting him on multiple roles has kind of reduced his consistency overall, but I don't think it really has much to do with the role, even though that is like a big narrative, a big point of discussion, and even I think Ewok did address that. We did have him on the couch, so look, I think he is a player that can kind of step up for them and do some incredible things for them. But this is exactly what we were talking about in terms of the resilience you're seeing from RRQ. This massive comeback against Gen G was really the fire that ignited RRQ, and exactly what you're seeing there on your screen. You see these guys when they win a big round, you can tell that the fire's there. They're getting out of their chairs, they're hyping each other up. Crazy Guy is the loudest guy in the venue every time they're playing. You could hear him, calling the game plan, adjusting things in the mid round, telling people, oh, chill in the post plan, or you need to take this map control. I want you to drone Gary and then come back here. He is very much this very strong voice of leadership in the team, and there you go. He said it himself before this stage even started.
Yeah, it's hard, just like something, right? He's backing up what he was saying.
I love it.
Can they make it a 3?
I love
Korea
it.
Slayer.
So yes, Crazy Guy has been quoted to say that he is the Korean Slayer.
I cannot believe they
โคตรจี้เลยฮัลโหล
It's DH here.
You can't get the youngest guy. What is this?
But DH, like you said, has been so consistent and such a fantastic pickup here. And you can imagine Crazy Guy opening that door and DH kind of stopping this Korean Slayer.
ลูกจี้ใช้ได้เหรอ
Straight up.
ถือว่าทำงานดี
I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, I think
ไอ้พวกนี้
DH has really good mechanics, but the most impressive thing for me about DH, his discipline is really crazy for a rookie player. Like how many times in a 2v1, 3v1, he's gonna TP out, or he's just gonna play his life. That's honestly the most impressive thing. Honestly, very opposite when I talk to him. This guy thinks he says, if I see a raise rocket, I'm gonna one tap in midair. Like I'm like, bro, you're not doing that, bro. Play smart, bro. I see how you play. Don't worry.
Well, that's
อันนี้
actually really
Miller นะครับ
insightful there. Now you
เน้น
mentioned Meteor. You were asking us about our build diff. They were like, any of you guys put Meteor because it was someone that we should obviously put on our build diff teams here. So of course we have to highlight him, our double trophy winning guy here in Pacific.
He's
But
alright.
He's alright. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's alright. He gets the job done.
Yeah.
And head-to-head with Xpero here, who has also stepped up.
I agree. He's no joke of a player either. I think he's a very underrated player actually in Pacific. He doesn't get his flowers enough.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of everyone kind of knows Envy now, but before Envy wasn't a very popular player. I think Svero's right, just like that on the Sentinel role. He gets it done, and he actually wins them games sometimes single-handedly. His impact is very high.
100%. We keep calling him like a big game player. I think both him and Meteor are both big game players that could define this series. You're going to have actually the op and the double duelist being a big factor in this game for both of these teams. You got Buzz on the op versus Jemkin on the op, and then some more aggressive duelists with Izu kind of running that Neon a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But the big closers here are definitely Xfero and Meteor for these teams.
Ascent pick again.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, T1, they're going to back themselves on that. I feel like the main reasoning behind that is that RRQ haven't really landed on a comp. They've been constantly cop swamping on a lot of maps, Corrode in particular, and maybe T1's potentially sensing some weakness there.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I mean, Ascent is obviously, they just beat Nungshim, and Nungshim is very good on that map as well. But honestly, for me as a player, I never really believe in the Ascent pick just because this is a map.
Ascent Sunset Heaven โอเคแมปน่าดูอยู่แมปน่าดูอยู่
I mean, the overall veto to me is super T1 favored. I think Sunset and Haven being 3, I think this is all comfort for them.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams is overall comfort, but 2 out of 3 for RRQ and it's 3 out of 3 for T1. So I think I'd be very confident with the veto if I'm T1 right now.
It's very interesting. Do you agree with that assessment, Pilski?
วินเลท100%นะทีวันส่วน RRQ 0นะเล่นมา3รอบไม่ชนะเลย
I was T1 pilled initially, and I think I'm starting to come around a little bit more. I think Ascent, you know, it's an interesting one. T1 is kind of playing this like EUS comp nowadays, where they're playing things that you would see like from Fnatic or BBL. And RRQ, you can see they just change all the time. They're not comfortable, and they've landed on Waylay Neon. I don't know if you've seen them playing this on this map, and this is where like I think it comes down to a lot more to stylistic matchup at this point, where T1 they're going to play this slower style. I feel like their style on Ascent was a very, very good play into what Nongshim wants to bring. They love to do a lot of crunches.
จริงลูกโคตรปั่นเยอะหาทำจัดเลยอะรู้เยอะจัดอะ
slower style. I think it's really going to be down to whether they can punish like Monyet going for these set plays where he's sliding in on the Neon, or maybe Jem can get him off some of these info lines.
ให้ RRQ นะหลายๆคน
And for
ฉันแล้วแบบว่าให้ทีวันมันต้องขึ้นสีแดงเลยน่ากลัวจัด
I'm with you for T1 for today, but can you tell me why you think T1 will win today, other than that they're.
I mean, those are my guys, right?
Yeah.
But I've seen just overall, for example, just like a map like Ascent, they didn't just copy paste the Fnatic, everything like that. For example, one thing they did really well, that Fnatic actually doesn't do very well, is actually be main default against the Killjoy and take the turret away. They have added layers, they have made things, they've taken things and made it their own and even better sometimes. And they've only improved. Both teams have only improved. I do have that bias, but this is not going to be a 2-0 by any means. This is going to be a 2-1. I'm expecting 13-11, maybe overtimes. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be a crazy game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely crazy. Do you have any quick words about RRQ, Pilski?
I think RRQ's got full momentum, and they really believe in themselves. They believe they can win every round, and they've got that resilience, and that's going to be very important against a team of T1's caliber here, because they are going to push them.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing we're all in agreement with is this is going to go through the full series. Both teams are going to play really well today. Let's welcome RRQ and T1.
มาครับคู่ท้ายของสัปดาห์นี้อาจจะเป็น2สัปดาห์ด้วยเกือบจะเดือนนี้เลยแล้วกันขอให้
This is VCT Pacific
จริงๆนะไม่ต้องเอาลูกคนอื่นขึ้นก็ได้นะพี่ผมบอกเลยถ้าเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
T1 the Masters Bangkok winners, and people said they were lucky, but they're back in for champions this year and also the top 4 here in Pacific.
Yeah, that silence in the doubters, the last remaining Korean team here in the playoffs. They've got the better of RRQ once already to send them down to the lower bracket, but now they find themselves down here fighting for a spot to make it to Tokyo.
Now this is really incredible. T1 did win the Masters Trophy. They didn't get very far later after stage 1. And something else they don't have is a Pacific Trophy, which this team, Pacific Stage 1 trophy was awarded to RRQ against all odds. And again, against all odds, they survived. survived the lower bracket run, and now they're here also in the top 4.
Yeah, a lot of people say Pacific is a mini international event. There are just so many dangerous teams here, and being able to win a Pacific trophy is no small feat. RRQ, after a monumental comeback against Genji, are on an absolute heater through the lower bracket, and now it's time to get revenge.
Yeah, it's absolutely revenge time. These teams have faced off against each other many times through many iterations and many rosters, but right now we are so happy to see both of these teams back in very excellent form.
Yeah, I mean, I think for RRQ, they've got to stop feeling like they're blessed, like it was meant to be, like they were meant to run this lower bracket gauntlet. Everything's kind of gone their way after that little bit of adversity, but they find themselves against a very, very tough opponent in T1 today. And as I've already said, T1 got the better of them last time they faced, so we're looking to see improvement from the side of RRQ. We're taking a look at the veto again here, and it is that little bit different from last time. No bind coming out this time, so I'm very curious, especially in this match.
จริงๆมันแข่งปลายเดือนอะพี่ประเด็นอะมัน1 อาทิตย์ 5 วันผมตีเป็น2 อาทิตย์ไง1 อาทิตย์กับ5 วันก็มันก็ปลายเดือนอะปลายเดือน
The win on bind in the previous series to change up the veto to do something a little bit different, whereas RRQ, they're quite happy to go straight back to Sunset, which would have been the 3rd decider, and Haven is this time the 3rd decider, so that we know that that's a middle ground, that's a comfort zone for both of these teams, and we might see a mirror on that once again.
Yeah, now Rossi was here with us just earlier, and he was saying that this map veto does seem to be a little bit in T1's favor, and I completely agree with you guys, especially for Ascent. But Big Time, who was your prediction for today?
My prediction was for RRQ. I'm just believing in the run, I'm believing in the hype. Look, I doubted them against Genji, and then they proved me wrong. And then I thought, no, they're going to be tired, they're going to be burnt out, they're going to lose to the RX, and they looked better than ever. So I had to give my props to them. I think they have everything they need to make this run work. But whoa, we're throwing it back.
Okay.
Maybe we are Teo. Nothing wrong with that.
Look at
honestly.
He knows what we're saying right now.
เทและเทโฮ
God, let's see how it works for them.
ไม่มีใครเล่นมาสักพักใหญ่ๆแล้วนะประเด็นแต่ทีมนี้ก็โตเก่งนะครับสเตจที่แล้วที่ได้ตำแหน่งสูงๆมาเพราะฮีโร่ตัวนี้เลยเอเจนต์ตัวนี้เลย
Let's see if they could deal with it.
Yeah, T1 no changes there, sticking with that chamber, starting off on that attack. As Rossi mentioned, this comp often struggles towards B main.
สวัสดีครับนักพากย์ที่หล่อที่สุดขอบคุณมากครับ จริงอันนี้เรื่องจริงเลยอันนี้ไม่เถียง
So good, lots of ways to throw off this chamber. This screams of a counter pick to me.
I'm just.
มันเถียงไม่ออกหรอเจอคำนี้เข้าไป
Do we like the return of Teo?
I mean, it's.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. It's so mid in the current meta, but they really need to bully this map control. That's what I think, and I think you need to just take that A or B main space, get Chimkin on that info line. He's such a terror on this map. It's good to see him back on the Yoru.
If anyone can do it, it's them.
I agree with you big time on that one. All right, we're gonna send our casters to see what they think about all this. Quack and Komodo, please take it away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird to see the Teo. Might be a counter
วิดีโอต้องจัดให้นะเพราะว่าเจอ Korea Slayer แล้วมันเป็น Chamber ด้วยไง
But it is also RRQ on this heater of a lower bracket.
ประเด็นเลยคือมันไม่ได้เล่นคอมเหมือนพนักติกอะ
in this stage.
Redo. Let's go back in time.
Look, there is an angle that you could say it is to try and counter the chamber that Buzz comes out with. If you can figure out where he's going to be, if he's over at the A side of the map in Wyan, for example, he's going to have that rendezvous up on top of the bricks. If he's over at B, it's going to be the laneway. You'll see him maybe even playing in P, like and short it's in tree, right? There are very commonalities that Chamber with Buzz, he puts these rendezvous at the same spot, but still, I think you did have to change something for RRQ coming in towards this map. I won't lie, right? 6-13 against Genji, 7-13 DRX, 13-15 Team Secret. You have not looked good on this map at all this stage. Been very uncomfortable, but the pressure's off. They've made it into champs on their own back, not playing on the back of any other results, any other teams needing to
ตอนนี้มันก็คอมแบบฟนาติกด้วยที่มัน
get you there. And let's see. Maybe they can do something good with this.
I'm going to start off with salvos into B main. Kushi trying to pop shot through.
โหหน้าใกล้ลุมอย่างเงี้ยเรียบร้อยคุชิน่าจะลึกไปหน่อยนะพี่ชาย
If this scale up from T1 is just going to be a quick shutdown of a round into this B site.
Oh, you got the pop flash.
โอ้โหออกทัน
No real angles
เรียบร้อย
Crazy guy though.
เหลือ3แล้วเราซาก1ด้วยโหเรามาว่ะ Chamber โอ้ยบัส โกเถอะเพื่อนโกเถอะ
tagged up.
โกเถอะครับ
That goes down nonetheless, and with Meteor up around market, that's tougher choke for RRQ to make out.
หมดเลยวิดีโอมาแล้วดิท่าน
Nearly picking up the ace throw with the
ท่านเมย์
shots to come on through. Game plan action for T1 on that dark cover after the salvos go together as a team.
ท่านเมย์ดิ
Decisive pistol round. I mean, it kind of reminds me at the minute when we, throw a map like Split, for example, where we still have some teams throw out a sky here and there, or a map like Bind where we have teams throw out a sky here or there. It's like post-plant, agent, post-nerfs, rather, are still here and there picked, right? Something that screams to my mind in this stage already is Crystal when he brought out the Teo over on Lotus against Team Secret. I mean, yeah, he topped, yeah, they won, but it's like, it's still not confidence whatsoever in this current meta.
แล้วรอบนี้เล่นกลางนะเล่นกลางผมมีวันดอออกมาด้วยไอซู
valuable for RRQ or not
โดนนี่
changes to those salvos and such
จริงเชื่อว่าจะตึงแบบฟนาติกไว้ไม่น่านะผมว่าไม่มีภาพที่ไอ้บัตมันจะยิงได้ขนาดเลยช่วงนี้ฟอร์มไม่ดีมากๆเลยด้วยบัตแบบฟอร์มหนักจัดเลยโอ้โหไอเจพูดอะไรนะไอ้บัตบอกไอเจพูดอะไรวะน้องดีๆไอเจโอเคเขาโทษทีเขาพี่ชายไม่คิดว่าพี่ชายจะเหลืออะไรเด้เบาๆพี่ชายเบา
It's already on the site, and the distance game is just going to be won by DH. Now just Monyet. And it's just the classics, of course, for the
เดี๋ยวคนเดียวนะครับอีโค
You would expect nothing to come out from
ไม่ได้ตัดเลย
Even spotted now. And tagged.
Yeah, D stands for
โอ้เราจะเจอดีเฮดด้วยโอ้ดีเฮดมีแผ่นทอมนะเรียบร้อยสวยครับ
The Rock for T1.
สวยครับ
The most overall consistent player for them, the newest player for them.
I need a weapon.
We have such a battle of rookies coming into this year as well. It's been sensational to witness. And now we start to see actually how you're going to pilot this Teo on this defensive side and what the game plan does look like for RRQ on this map here. Banning out of Lotus for themselves and Icebox from T1. As soon as they see that and know that, they probably are expecting a weak map of their own to be picked and a stronger map of T1's to be picked.
Placing wall trap.
For now, though, it's going to be a main hold. Wow.
โอ้โหแล้วมันไม่กลับด้วยเจมกินแข็งจัดออกไปแล้วโอเคตอนแรกนึกว่าจะไม่กลับยังกลับอยู่หมิ่นไม่ได้เลยอ่ะตัวนี้มันดุจัดเลยวะหมิ่นมันไม่เอาเลยอ่ะใจร้ายจังใจร้ายจัง
Stealth drone just comes out from Crazy Guy as well. Spotting out nothing I do.
แต่ที่วันกับ RQ อ่ะคือการแข่งไม่มีผลแล้วนะครับเพราะว่ามันการันตีไปแล้วมันการันตีนี่ได้ละมันการันตีไว้2ทีมนี้ได้ไปทั้งคู่แล้วนะครับเพราะงั้นก็ชิวๆชิว
Well, nearly just has his head removed.
Nearly. Still a tough shot to land nonetheless.
The timing so far on these salvos and that special delivery have been pretty okay from Crazy Guy. Still has kind of an understanding of how he wants to play this Teo with the calling as well for the squad, but now he starts to encroach upon this A site and he needs to just hit the shot.
Okay, stack.
Yeah, stall and delay.
30 seconds left.
Delay only works out for that long. Monyet.
ต้องเคลียร์มันเย็ดนะโอ้คม
Jemkin arriving as well though. Some additional support.
โอ้แล้วเจอท่านเจมกินตายเลยมันเย็ดยังเหลืออยู่เดี๋ยวคนเดียวแล้วมีเธอมีเธอยังไง1-3แล้วบอสเมย์โอ้บอสเมย์ไม่ไหวกับมอนนะดิโดนมอนจัดให้โอ้ my god
Again, I don't think a lot of people had this composition coming back on their bingo board. Last time they did play it was against Gen G in that upper final, that grand final, and it was Jemkin on the Yoru, absolutely delivering destruction. And again, he's been such a pivotal player for this team in this lower bracket run that they've had to try and do to get into champs. The whole team has just elevated themselves drastically over the course of these last few weeks. But against T1 now, who they did just receive a loss against, they've got to come up good still here as well for the seed to get over towards Japan, Tokyo.
เซตอัพเอหลอกแล้วเข้ากลางคลาสสิก
So this first
เซตอัพเอหลอกแล้วเข้ากลางคลาสสิกมากกูบอกเลยแล้วจะตายด้วย
try and challenge in mid. 3 of them are here.
ผมเชื่อว่าหมดแน่นอนนะคลาสสิกแน่แผนนี้กูว่าแล้วคลาสสิกจริงเข้าไม่หมด
And in this sort of position, you would switch over to a retake too. Crazy Guy does have the stealth drone. He's ready for the door peek out from Meteor. Is just going to have to gamble that one.
ตัวเหลือคนเดียวครับ DH 1-4
from RRQ in this round, decisive in mid, switching in towards A, and now they know where DH is. Drones after drones.
You already know where DH
โอ้ยโห DH น้องอย่าบอกนะว่าโอ้โหเกือบแล้วมึง
And we'll all be tied up 2-2
เกือบ
as
แล้ว
well. So far, so good for RRQ. We've seen them in times drop pistols, drop second rounds, but be ever so present in the rifle rounds. And you're hoping that T1 kind of isn't delirious in how to play against this
T1 ใสๆโอ้โหพี่3-2ชิบหายเลย T1 กูชิบหายเลยแต่ไม่เป็นไรหรอกก็อย่างที่บอกคู่นี้มันได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนทั้งคู่แล้วอันนี้คือมาลุ้นว่าใครจะเข้าไปเจอทารอนเฉยแต่จริงๆก็เจอใครก็ได้นะผมว่าทารอนสู้ได้อยู่สบาย
It's a bit of a lesser buy to come in from T1 now. You do have that Steel Garden available as well if you want to all stack up together. If you start to feel a little bit of weakness around the map from RRQ, who are just going to
อีโคนะครับมีบัตรซื้อปืนมาฮีโร่บาย
in a 4-1 style approach to be on mid, just leaving Xfero to the side of A by himself.
Deploying drone.
Drone's gonna confirm though.
Didn't spot out.
มันยัดได้โซอีก
Doesn't matter.
ใช่เหรอยืนตรงนั้นต่อเดี๋ยวโอ้ย DH น้องอยู่สูงไว้เปล่ายิ่งสูงยิ่งหนาวหรือเปล่าไม่เจอวะไม่มีใครพีค
Other options, but at the same time, take a look at who's down pizza.
Yeah, you can't really go mid if you are T1, but you do just have to link up together, really. Try and see if you can put off a couple of the angles. The Thorns aren't really going to do anything here towards RRQ. Meteor just getting convincingly, and Stacks and DH eventually just going to be noted. This is very methodical from RRQ.
As they hunt for the final.
เรียบร้อย3-2โอเคดูดี
Picked up in round number 5.
Not too bad, Quack. Not too bad. They are starting to build up some economy, starting to kind of renegotiate themselves and where they want to reposition around the map as well. Dotting I's, crossing T's. But now we need to ask the question from T1, where's the spark that you've shown so far as well in your journey through that Omega bracket? You're losing to PRX, maybe one would argue expected. The 2-0 loss to Talon, maybe
ยังไงไม่มีภาพแพ้หรอกจริงหมายถึง RQ ไม่มีภาพแพ้แล้วตอนเนี้ยบอกเลย RQ เข้าไปเจอทารอนแล้วอย่างเงี้ยพี่ชายโอ้เต็มกินยังไม่เจอหน้าคนเลยตายละเจอแต่กระสุนมีเดินออกไปบังตายอย่างเซ็ง
Removing an option of a dimensional drift from the party, but also just a body on the floor.
มีอันติป่ะเมื่อกี้โอ้เต็มกินมีอันติด้วยไม่เป็นไรพอเป็นฝั่งกันแล้วอันติมันใช้รีเทคอะสติลการ์เดนอุ้ยแล้วโดนพอดีอย่างงี้สวยอย่างได้ไซส์ฟรีอย่างนี้ได้ไซส์ฟรีนะ
A little bit more action. Still with that information retrieve, they just spam
ได้ไซส์ฟรีแปลว่าแล้วทำไมเราถึงไปยืนตรงนั้นกันล่ะเพื่อนทำไมถึงเราถึงไม่รีบเข้าไซส์ไป3-5 3-4แล้วขึ้นอยู่กับเมเทโอต้องได้ตัวนี้เรียบร้อยโอเคตามบีฟยูโอ้แย่แล้วแย่แล้วบอสโอ้แล้วบอสอยู่นอกด้วยไอ้เชี่ยแม่งอันติเคลียร์บอสแม่งอันติเคลียร์บอสเลย what the fuck
And no chance for Meteor at fighting back.
โอ้พี่ซีกายบ้ามากแม่ติเคลียร์บอสไปเลยอย่าปล่อยบอสไว้ฆ่ามันเนี่ย
in a bit of a comfort spot right now, and T1, they are the team that have to be worried. They are the team that are phased by this currently. Not able to get Izu in a spot for success on this Yoru either, by the way. He's just been getting out a couple of team tactic plays, getting the flashes out for the squad to get into some spots, but these are the sort of positions where you're getting the opening kill, you're getting in towards the B site and you're getting a plant down. You can't hold it in the post. Some overzealous play from Meteor.
แบงค์ตีเคลียร์บอสไปเลยแย่มาก
grand scheme of things there. Crazy Guy picking up that Armageddon on the back of the kills, and yeah, it's just going to eventuate into a
แต่จะทำเอานะทีวันโดนเยอะอย่างงี้ไม่ไหว
actually figured out what they need to do to attack against what should arguably be an old forgotten comp.
Technically, right? That's what it is right now with the way that RRQ have been able to kind of flush them across the map. 4 losses in a row.
อย่างที่บอกอะ RRQ แม่งเข้าชิงแล้วนนท์พี่3-2จัดให้อย่างงี้
Jemkin brought out his operator.
Yep.
Next round could get spicy.
Well, I know who I'm favoring in that duel.
Do tell.
Would you like to take a guess?
Jemkin.
Yes, absolutely. He's the kill leader with the operators. I mean, it's hard not to. It's hard to argue. Buzz is good. Don't get me wrong. He's great. It's better than most. But right now, well, technically he's tied with Jemkin 4.
โหปินจำกินนะ
In the server.
เข้าไงวะเนี่ย
But overall, RRQ, they are leading with that 4. And the force is out, but is it going to be a full
แผนนี้
on the back of the clone?
โอ้คุ้นๆนะแผนนี้
Cushy breaks immediately.
And now you got a little bit of this progression space in towards main. And that shear is just going to keep you in check if you want to go skulking around the map, like we've seen from Monya over at A, for example, where majority of the force for RRQ is a little bit more shifted. Mid to be cleaned, with all of the reconnaissance util now essentially gone for T1. They're going to have to put their bodies on the line, and RRQ, well, they're just going to spot out that T1 have found the space in mid. Doesn't matter. It's pistols at the end of the day. It's a bulldog. As long as they're not walking into these long lines, they won't get picked up by that tour de force. So RRQ just going to be happy enough to sit pretty. DH. Well,
DH ตายคมๆวันนี้
shoulder shot.
Completely knocked off balance. No more smokes on this attacking side. It's going to come down to the kills. We'll see if Meteor...
And Cushy, he just picks up the recon too, so he can throw that out now for the scare.
เฮ้ยโอ้โห
As long as they...
เกือบโดนเมื่อกี้
Counter recon will make it tough.
มีแฟลชปะไม่มี
Oh, the tour de force from Buzz.
บัตซ้ายเพื่อน
Right angle.
เด็กเฟโล
No shot, no
เน้น
chance.
จัด
Spike
โหแล้ว3คนในไซส์เคลียร์ไม่ได้นะ
Now everything's just smoked
อื้อหือ
off too.
เคลียร์ไม่ได้จริงบอกแล้ว
Stairs under lock and key because
ออฟปิกตัวนี้นี่ได้ยิงใครครับเนี่ยโอ้เรียบร้อยหมด
It's just Buzz left.
แล้วฟอร์เรททีมเอ
Everyone of them
นะ
dropping down one by one.
อย่างนี้แหละครับอย่างนี้
Clean
โด
from
น
RRQ there. Not a lot of damage delivered by Cushy, who gets dinged in the tool from the back of the boathouse, but he's still weathers
ภาพ
through.
ไม่ดีเท่าไหร่นะทีวันเละมากตอนนี้
Good shots.
เดี๋ยวทีวันก็เบรกเกมหลังพอสแล้วก็รันยาว
Having the place
ๆรันยาวๆหมายถึง RQ อ่ะรันต่อยาวๆเลยพูดงี้
trades and the
พี่ชาย
crossfires established for RRQ. But that timeout that was utilized a little bit early on from T1, you would expect that it's got to be more fashion towards this round. Operator in a proper variety.
ออฟเหมือนกันนะบัส
And DH, don't tell me that he's
โอ้โห
going
เจ
to
ม
be the
กิน
first
แม่ง
casualty
ออกมาถึงตรงนี้
in this shoulder peeking towards an operator.
You can't.
โอเครอดตัวนั่นนี้
Alright, position revealed for now.
ได้แค่เกือบ
Close towards this B main side of things again with the standard
ได้แค่เกือบ
utility
ได้แค่เกือบ
from T1, copy paste for the last round. But they're hoping that they don't control V on the result.
That's going to be the mid-rounding.
Yeah, the pizza spot from Jemkin. Let me noted, gonna get out of dodge. The operator to reposition around the map.
Right-click and edit straight into
เป็น
the
mid to A นะ
site.
แผนไอ้นี่แผนฟนาติกนะครับวันนี้
Contend against crazy guy there.
น่าจะเคลียร์ง่ายสุดแล้วล่ะที่เป็นไปได้
Bit of utility.
โอ้โห
An operator shot. Just swishes on
โหแล้วมอนมันไม่โดนด้วยดิ
It's not too bad, and off the reposition gets the frag onto Izu. T1 still looking to break
โอ้
through,
โห
but
ไม่
inside
เห็น
the smokes is crazy guy.
โหเราเอาไปเล็งข้างบนอยู่
Another player in main
3 ต่อ 4เลยครับโอ้แล้วทามมิ่งสวยเลย ท่านเมย์ เมย์
because of the recon.
30 seconds left.
Eventual drifts could be an angle here for Jemkin to start to go in. And that is indeed what is going to happen.
Buzz though. Still
แต่เป็น
watching
ช ดริฟใช่ไหมเนี่ยโอเคเราคูชีได้บัส
tunnel vision.
2-3
beginning to make his move.
โอ้หมด
gets the trade.
หมดเลย
Feel the finishing
หมด
blow.
เร็วมาก
Can be a bit of a crushing round
ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นแบบเนี้ย
as far as T1 is concerned because they
เอ้าไปพี่3-2คือมึงเจิมตรงนี้เสร็จปุ๊บมึงเจิมตรงนู้นด้วยเหรอพี่ชายแมนยูผมแพ้แล้วล่ะพี่เจิมอย่างงี้ผมก็รู้ชะตากรรมอยู่
And yes, Meteor gets a bit of a lurk activated, but by then the damage was already kind of done by Crazy Guy a little bit here. With the rest of the squad as well, he's just caught out in a reload. Imagine if you still have bullets available. I feel like Crazy Guy is just been ever so omnipotent throughout this stage. And now that is 6 in a row for RRQ.
โอ้4 ราวติดนะคิว62
Talk in amongst themselves. I'm going to highlight it here. It's still donut territory too for Izu. He needs to awaken for T1. He's your solo duelist here. And if he's not firing, you put more pressure on Buzz with this chamber, on Meteor on the lurks. And it's just really rough.
Getting shut down every step of the way. He throws a flash, man. You just spam.
มันดูยังดูแบบไม่ค่อยเห็น impact ของ Chamber ของแมปนี้เท่าไหร่นะเพิ่งได้ค่า4 ตัวเองผ่านมา
Buzz the priority for the orb instead of Izu, who would get the drift. Bit of an interesting pickup. I mean, Meteor with the Steel Garden too. You would remove the guns and give your team options in this round. Bit of a head spinner on that one.
โอ้ออฟเซตหนีวันตีเลยครับเคลียร์โอเคหมดแล้วครับราวนี้หมดเรียบร้อย
Izu just no choice but to break past market. Off with the clone, Xfero to hold. He hears them inside of the cage! And that stacks down in the ground. It was a pistol round, sure, but still, RRQ make this look so clean.
Yeah. Izu gets a kill, so he's on the board, but a 4 alive situation for RRQ. They are building up cash, and they can just throw it all in a pool and swim around in it at the moment. It'll keep you afloat for a while.
I like Scrooge McDuck.
Is that what it's from?
Yeah. DuckTales.
There you go. I just like money. And I'm sure
แผ่นระเบิดไม่แต่ปกติแหละไอ้ที่วันอะโค้ดออทัมเขาข้างแชมเบอร์ใช่แต่ว่าไอ้คนที่เล่นแชมเบอร์ได้ในทีมมันคือไอ้บัตเลยดิแล้วบัตมันช่วงหลังๆมันไม่คมอ่ะพูดตรงๆมันค่อนข้างไม่ค่อยเอาอะไรเท่าไหร่ช่วงนี้
DH well he was elevated that's a freebie for Jemkin no trades
จริงๆคนเล่นมันควรเป็นอีซูมากกว่าอีซูมันคมโอ้โหมันเย็ดโอ้สวยดีมันแท็กอยู่โอ้หมดมันจบแล้วครับนายเพราะว่ามันจบแล้วครับนายลองแผนจะได้รู้ว่าไม่เวิร์กเปล่ามันเล่นแผนนี้ก็จำครับอันนี้แผนหลักมันมันข้างแชมเบอร์อย่างที่บอกแผนหลักมัน
Hunter's Fury shock darts. I don't think that's going to help you out too much here unless Izu finds more frags. Gets one, TP's back into safety, but you know he's up from heaven. A lot of entry possibility for RRQ off the floor.
เล่นกับเหยื่อด้วยเล่นกับเหยื่ออุ้ยไอซูโอ้เนี่ยเพิ่งพูดเป็นว่าอีซูมันยิงได้เพิ่งพูดว่าอีซูมันยิงได้
But you know what is going to happen? Izu is just going to put on the horns and go devil mode. That is pretty insane to come out from him there.
พูดว่าอะไรมันยิงได้
A sliver of a chance on this side, you would think. Comes out with an ace, just hitting the shot. You know he's got to be happy with that one. It's got to be the start for T1 here to try and keep this one in play. 7-5 on the card. An option that they can put themselves in towards if so. And it's going to be back to the seat on the B side of things yet again with Steel catching Xfero.
Maybe a fast and simple execute. RRQ trying to stall and hold them off as long as possible.
เล่นเกมนะครับ
They've managed to teleport across. Jemkin still getting the shot mid-air.
โอ้ยเบาๆเจมกิน
Doesn't quite matter because Xfero's around the corner. 2 more.
อย่างนี้หมด
And another trade. Buzz trying to do it all. Has to play right around the Rosie.
มาแล้วบัตโอ้โหไม่ไหว 8-3 ครับRRQ
Jemkin getting into the back of the site with that operator
เก่งเกิน
as well.
เก่งอยู่คนเดียวตอนนี้ปล่อยซูก่อนเอ็ดมันยิงได้ตัวเดียวนะตอนนี้กลับมาแล้วได้เอ็ดมือเท่าเพื่อนเลยโอ้โห
DH dead first yet again. Xfero
ดูยิงดิ
with the utility around. He was the one that actually was backed up. Pardon me, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Who is there for RRQ? What matters here is that RRQ are still being ever so consistent in the promise to be Korean Slayers. And now it's the last round of this half. You've got some pistols on the side of T1. Gotta come up with a cheeky round. Buzz is one away from the tour de force. Jemkin one away from the drift again after just using it a little bit ago. The operator is just a blessed weapon for him.
Especially considering his performance all throughout the past 3 days. You consider this one
3 ก็บอกเหมือนเดิม
one way smoked off again.
2-0แบบคืนนี้โอ้ดูพูดอะไรใครโดน 2-0 ครับอย่างแมนยูผมต้อง3ขึ้นไปนะทีมผมอะต้อง3ขึ้นไปครับผมบอกเลยต้อง3ขึ้นไปโอ้ยโอ้โหโอ้ยโดนด้วยเหรอโอ้ยโดนด้วยฮัลโหลบ้าบ้า
Could expire soon.
โอ้โหโอเคบ้าจริงอันเนี้ยไอ้บัสเนี่ยบ้าจริงอุ้ยลูกขาวลูกขาวมากโอ้เบอร์เซิร์กไปหน่อยวะช็อตนี้โอ้ยิงไม่โดนเลยว้ายแมน
with just a ghost in hand. Goes in, slicing the pie, gets the first shot, but still 2 opponents on
ทำไมพวกเอง
site.
ยิงไม่โดนเลย
It's 3 seconds to go. He gets off of it, and Xpharaoh says it's lights out.
Crazy guy, the Reaper. That is absolutely disgusting that comes out from him. Even on the gate crash to Izu to the back of the site.
โดนยิงชงคำว่าโดนยิงมาได้พี่ต้องบอกว่ายิงเขาหรอโดนยิงพี่ต้องอย่างนี้สิชงไม่ดีนะเรา
Absolutely ridiculous from him. And a 9-3 scoreline that RRQ can back up in this map. This abysmal map that we've seen from them. Never looking good. Putting up a great half there for the 9-3.
Never mind that he's on the tail.
ครึ่งแรก 93 มีภาพเลยนะคัมแบ็กอย่างนั้นขอพกก่อนทีวันขอพกก่อน
Working out wonders for RRQ, but down to the executes from T1, always getting messed up because you got players like Xpharaoh with the trips.
It feels like RRQ weren't really moving their positions too much on that defensive side, to be fair. Who would you want to sit next to on the plains of Tokyo, Stax or Meteor? Who would bug me
คาเป้ลบคาเป้ออกซะเดี๋ยวคาเป้มันโดนนะเมื่อกี้อยากนั่งเครื่องบินกับใครอ่ะโอ้ทำไมคนเลือกสแต็กเยอะวะสแต็กมันปั่นไอ้สแต็กนี่ต่อปั่นเลย
If he follows in line with the game.
Like the more introverted reserve.
I'm getting too nerdy about this. Well, we need to see some big brain nerd action gameplay from T1 on that defensive side. Otherwise, they're just going to roll over on Ascent.
Cannot afford to be quiet on the second half for sure, Komodo. 3-9 on your own map pick. On a map where RRQ was not meant to be this successful, but take a look at that. 7 rounds in a row in the first half. Now off to the attack.
Yeah, this is where things might be wild for our.
โอ้ยฮันเจอมันเหรอ 2-1 แมนยูโอเค
This is where they
แม่กูไม่ดูแล้วกันนะวันนี้กูขออนุญาตนอนนะถ้างั้นนะ
on the attacking side, right? They're set plays, getting close to the B side of the map, baiting out what utility that they possibly.
ฝันดีเจ
See if the
โอ้ย
shield
ขอเม็ดเน้นๆด้วย
for example.
โอ้โหเม็ดเน้นๆเม็ดเน้นๆ3ไปเลย3เม็ดเน้น
Some extra damage to
ๆแต่ได้คือได้ครับได้คือได้ไม่แย่ยังได้อยู่
So Buzz in death finding 1.5. And now you got some adjustments to make in this round for RRQ as T1 pivot more to the A site.
Trying to hold on smokes off outside of mid. But not much in terms of the intel gathering department. It's because Stax is all the way on B.
Xpharaoh's just playing by himself in B main now as mid is explored by RRQ. They've got a gate crash for Jemkin and a salvo for Crazy Guy that you would expect to go into the site to start to clear some things.
Here in the coming cross.
เคลียร์เข้าบายโอ้ยเบโดบอส
Everything's
บอสโอ้บอสกูตายชิบหายแล้ว
What a way to open the site as well. Quite patient, but it feels like T1 has just graciously welcomed them into the site. There's just been no defenses.
Camera and everything set up now as well. You've got flashes if you're T1. Everyone from RRQ stuck up inside of Boathouse. You see that nothing's on site.
Jemkin does have a flash as well. He could just lob out.
2-4 นะ
Progression smoke now.
Oh, camera.
Oh, and it just baits Izu in. He gets the blitz though. 90 degrees. A flash outside. Looking for the third, but shut down by Xpharaoh. And now RRQ
เฮ็ดน้อง
looking to play safe.
4 นัดดีเฮ็ด
Looking for a couple more tabs.
สวย
TP to cross. DH still healthy. And he's hunting for it. The double kill. T1 picks up the pistol right back at them.
My
Oh, that's a 2 versus 4. Doesn't matter if the defenses aren't there.
ต้องให้น้อง2คนนี้แบกฮัลโหล
Successful. All 4 members of RRQ at the back of the site, and maybe a little bit of uncoordination from them in that dark cover. Crazy guy gets polished off first, and the ghost shots connect. Bit of a rough one for RRQ considering the start of the things there. Crazy guy Monyet down to Izu and DH finding the remaining 2. It is a lifeline for T1. Still gets damn close, and they've still got a marathon to start to run here for this halftime comeback.
โอ๊ยไอ้บ้าโอ้แล้วไม่มีน้องทำไงวะเนี่ยไอ้บ้าทำดีๆเฮ้ยบ้านไหวเปล่าเพื่อนไหวเปล่าไหวไหมเนี่ยไอ้บ้านั่นไอซูครับเอาไป3โอ้สวยเมเทอร์เมเทโอ้โหแล้วเซฟเลือดไปได้ด้วยเซฟเกาะไปได้
For me, if you want to play the numbers in that one, and you got, you know, it's an anti-eco, for example, I wouldn't have minded Izu after the spot getting and staying in B main to pick up the ulti orb, get one away from the drift, because it feels like that sort of situation you're not going to be getting any of the kills with Meteor already there. It would have been cheeky for him to be able to have access for the drift, you know, off a kill, off some space, off crunch play, for example, in this next round in the bonus. But hey, let's go. They're just focused on getting these rounds at the moment, so you can't really fault them. They just need to get a couple of these rounds really on the board.
ยิงได้ครึ่งหนึ่งของเจลอสก็แบกได้ประมาณนี้แหละไอซูถ้ากูยิงได้แบบมันกูคงไม่มานั่งอยู่ตรงนี้หรอกเพื่อนถ้ากูยิงได้มากกว่ามัน2 เท่าเนี่ยนะกูไม่มานั่งอยู่ตรงนี้หรอกนะกูไปนู่นแล้วกูขออนุญาตหาทีมเกาหลีอะสักทีมหนึ่งอะแล้วกูไปนั่งแอคอะโอ้ยซู
When Buzz rendezvous out, you think that corner is safe.
Heating up off of the ace now. Buzz holding the angle in towards ace short. Well, RRQ still
แฟนออกครับโอ้ลบแฟนเฮ้ยตัวปลอมเพื่อนตัวปลอมเจนเย็นนะโดนปะโดนสวยตัดเลือด
Still thinking to break past his obstacle.
Monya does still have a paranoia, so he can try and set that up for the team. Meanwhile, Jemkin with 10 HP might just want to send in the blind side and see what else he can kind of do. As you got 45 seconds to go for RRQ to formulate an idea of how you're going to get back in towards this round. Mid is being currently looked after and noted with a jump spot from Izu.
Managing to take it
down,
but still Meteor
สวนหน่อย
right around the corner inside of Market.
30 seconds left.
Only single, a couple more flashes to maybe break past of it, but
the mid-round decision เอาให้โอ้3-4นะแล้วเจมกินซากด้วยเนี่ยเจมกินซากตายเลย2-3 ครับ 2-3 DH หลบก่อน
to wait for the rest of the team to get in. 10 seconds now, and Kushi begins to stick onto the plant. T1 gives it over.
สวย DH น้องตัวท้ายใจเย็นสวยไปโอโอ้ยคัมแบ็กแล้วเว้ยนิดนึงก็ยังดีมัน9-6ครับ
Nicely done from them at the end. They'll upgrade a couple of their guns as well and upgrade their confidence going in towards the next round. If you are RRQ, you probably take the next round for what it is, a lesser buy, then call a timeout going into the rifle round. Because if you drop the next couple, that's where things will look to be tied up. And that's where your game plan on this attacking side starts to falter a little bit. And T1 will pick up some momentum of their own.
โอ้ยดูรู้ว่าโลนะเลยคลิกขวาชิว
from RRQ. Still just leaving Xfero to his own devices over at the B side as the rest of the team set their sights on A for the beginning. I don't like that special delivery. Didn't go to the opponents. It was
เฮ้ยโอ้โหสวยมาแล้วว่ะภาพมาแล้วเริ่มมาทีละนิด
And now the parcel's just completely unwrapped. T1 see that we have a present delivered to us around the A site. Got salvos and everything sent in, but all the approach has been all but
เคลียร์หน่อยสวยหมดอย่างนี้หมด
but T1
เดี๋ยวตัวเดียวครับตรงนี้
collecting on all.
Xfero
Yeah, well, the gift is just going to result in T1
เรียบร้อย
anti-eco round.
7-9 สวยมาก
Get Phantom upgraded for Buzz as well. Remove that outlaw. And now we start to look into things from RRQ, which, hey, look, time was paused.
แล้วทำเอาบ้างใช่ไหม RQ โอเคอย่าบอกว่ามันกลับมาจริงอ่ะทีวันอ่ะ
Little by little, T1 Starting to do what they need to do on this defensive side as well. Lock down a lot of these lines that they can stick pretty in.
หล่อระดับทอมครูซแต่แข่งเยอะเกินโดนสาวเกียรติอะไรวะน่ะไปเป็นโปรเกมยิงหล่อแต่ไม่มีเวลาให้โดนแฟนทิ้งโอ้โหเชื่อใช่หรอเรื่องนี้มันเราปฏิเสธกันไม่ได้เลยเหรอตอนนี้ก็ไม่ใช่ทุกคนที่จะโดนหรือเปล่าครับบางทีเราก็ต้องคุยกันให้เข้าใจนะให้เคลียร์
When you throw it back to last stage, this is the composition that they were able to beat PRX on 13-6. Ascent is not a good map for PRX. Like, don't get me wrong. It used to be a map at one point in time.
สั่งยับอะ
Shying away from it. This
สั่งยับ
as well, right? Not even playing it. Some miraculous way.
อย่าทำให้สแตทมันพลาดนะผมบอกเลย
is like a how?
Teams just give it to him. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
But here we go. Now it's going to be Buzz in with the operator.
Well, conversion rate after the timeout now needs to come into play for RRQ. Operator for Buzz as mentioned. T1 do like to get out ops, don't get me wrong.
Position over onto A main.
เซตเข้ากลางกับรอบนี้โอ้แล้วบัสถือออฟด้วย
Well, RRQ trying to paint a picture across B as well as mid.
Good shock dart, getting rid of a couple of thorns.
นั่นแหละไอเทโฮเล่นคู่กับตัวของโยโรนี่มันเก่งขนาดนั้นแบบเทโฮมันเคลียร์พื้นที่ให้สุดโยโรวาร์ปแค่นั้นเองง่ายเป็นง่ายจัด
Meanwhile, too short. DH is going to get
โอ้ยฟลอได้เมโทตัวแบกไปแล้ว
And the jig is up. Your position's revealed.
ตัวแบกกูไปแล้ว
Still trying to create more havoc on the A side. Ooh, quickly peeling off.
And you could just have your choice on where you want to go, to B or to A. You don't want to go into an operator at the A side. Sure, let's just switch on towards easy.
แผนเดียวกันนะแต่มีแค่2คนนะฝั่งของทีวันอ่ะกันนะโอ้ยโอ้เรียบร้อยไม่ยิงสแกนมีคนเนี่ยมีโอเคมี2โอ้แล้วแม่งอันตีเรียบร้อยหมดเซตอัพอย่างงี้ครับไอ้บัสบอกโอ้อย่างงี้กูต้องไปนี่แล้วสิต้องไปเซฟแล้วดิเซฟก็ได้ครับเพื่อน
A well-navigated situation from RRQ. The neural theft and the duel on Xferro. Literally the pivotal frag that opens up the books here for them to get all the information. And the from the shadows from DH is just diddly squat when that Armageddon comes on through. Really nicely played from RRQ. They'll get double digits here. And that is their round after the timeout going flawless.
Keeping things with the economy flowing as well, which is always lovely to see.
They can have a little bit of a chit-chat as well on what they want to do for the next round. We already heard in the massive comeback that we saw on Sunset, for example, and in the past couple of days for RRQ, every single time they get themselves in this winning situation, they have their little celebration, and Crazy Guy is just straight into the discussion on what they need to do in the next round. It is so impressive just how he has learnt and grown with this team time and time again.
Or, well, one of two Vietnamese
แล้ว
representatives.
โอเคไม่โดนตัดนะออฟดูดีดูดี
But yeah, brother is locked in.
For sure. But this is the sort of situation from the last map as well, the last series rather for PRX and Talon, where things started to slip up for Talon. End up losing the map blind. So whether or not it's going to be the same thing that'll come into the play for RRQ here, or they will just look to
โดนแน่
run away with the map, we'll see. Operator retains means full investments behind it from T1, starting with a gorgeous 4 set of rounds in the beginning of this half.
ไม่หลอกมึงหลอกขนาดไหนเขาจะทิ้งเขาก็ทิ้งเพื่อนในเรื่องปกติเว้ยแต่ปลดล็อกได้แล้วนะครับ RRQ วินแรก
To the A side again to try and break the thorns at the entry point, which
โอ้ยสู้โอ้โห
ahead of time.
เอาแล้วคูชีได้โหนั้นเตะสวนเลยโหสวยเขาสวยไม่เธอ
Still though getting flashed and stunned.
เชื่อโดนทุกอย่างบนโลกเลยไม่เธอ อุ้ยบัส
tapping the brakes as well. Buzz
บัส
has arrived.
บัสเลยบัส
the lines. What is that flick? Straight into
โอ้
the
แล้ว
head.
หมดครับ
Kushi arrived
คูชี
from
3
A main, slaying everyone
คูชีเอา
alongside
ให้
Crazy Guy.
Man, you just got a feel for Meteor on the side there. He sat pretty time and time again, whether in the stun, whether in the flash, breaking a clone. Everything's getting thrown his way. He finally gets a bit of a duel in there, and things are just faltering. It's a 4-5 conversion with some awkward shots coming out from T1 a couple of times here. The operator from Buzz, yeah, trying to deliver something. But when the cavalry arrives from RRQ in the form of Kushi and Crazy Guy, they get the job done. It is another round for the collection of the SAO team in this game. And T1 now 7-11. They need to look for some good bombs here, because they need to slurp up a couple more rounds to keep competitive.
That said, though, T1 still trying to control around middle. You got Tour de Force around that spot. Xferro just lurking. The rest of the team into A main.
Well, Xferro lurk, it's what he does.
ยึด A สุดหลอกเข้าเฮียสวย
And meet with Crazy Guy over to the B side.
น่าจะเข้า B เหมือนเดิมนะจากการเดินแมปเดินแผนที่
If they wanted to into main, they could start to scope it out with the stealth drone, or maybe even look towards mid, where that tour de force currently is. The drone goes in. Will they push him off the line? Stealth drone would have removed the ability for the rendezvous, removed the tour de force with the suppression when tagged.
Oh. If you see RRQ taking bot mid, now T1 begins to take A main.
Meteor got to break this, and you would assume that Wine is going to be a dirty position on the back of that one. Remember, Monyet with from the shadows and the spike on his back can TP whenever he wants. Xferro in mid again, finding an opening one, and with 30 seconds to go, RRQ shifting forces to B.
Buzz though in with the tour de force, and that completely stalls them down.
มาว่ะตัวแบกอย่าบอกนะว่าท่านบัสโอ้ไอเจบอกไอบัสยิงไม่ค่อยได้ช่วงนี้ไอเจมั่วๆนะเนี้ยโอ้เหลือ 2-2 ครับ 2-2 มีซากหนึ่งนะคูชี่เหลือ 3-2 เลือดน้อยจัด
Gone because he's dead. So it's Kushi and Monyet. Smoke, flash, recon. But crosshairs need to be trained, need to click, and not drop another B-side round.
You look to DH to be the catalyst with his flash. You know they're hiding inside a boathouse. He sends it across. Maybe tries to go in for it, but Kushi
ทันไหมเนี่ยเวลาหมดแล้วนะ
Here's the steps.
พวกอันนี้สโมให้เขาเล่นนะเนี่ยเพื่อน
Running and gunning with this Phantom. Kushi comes up on it, but still the headhunter. It's right around the road.
Kushi
comes up with the goods.
This guy Kushi
and RRQ up to map point.
Oh, he's top decked an ace in that one, hasn't he? 21 HP to come through. 5 rounds now for RRQ. 5 chances that they've got to try and close this one. And Buzz, oh my man, Buzz. That is
Buzz เอาให้แล้วอะแต่ไม่ไหวอะคูชี่ดิ
You have your opponents crossing in the open, and you got that tour de force lighting up the server, slowing your opponents. It's easy pickings, but in the end, the play from Kushi digging deep for the
เกมแบบแรกน่าจะจีกันหรือเปล่าเนี่ยโอ้เจมกินได้สวยภาพไม่ดีเลยตอนนี้ทีวันโอ้แล้วแบบนี้เลือกมาเองด้วยดิประเด็น
Opening kill, Kushi one away from the Hunter's Fury. And a settling down situation. You can simmer here as RRQ, and the advantage you removed Izu. No dimensional drift. Would have been massively needed, you would assume, in a post-plant sort of scenario if RRQ can get into one of these sites, droning out in towards B main. And
Buzz ได้แก้ให้นะเนี้ยมากกว่านี้มากกว่านี้ไม่ไหวได้แค่นี้แหละครับแตกโอ้แตกไม่ไหวเดี๋ยวแล้วเหลือ 2-3 ครับตรงนี้เราท้ายเหลือบอสนะกับเด็กใหม่ที่มันเกือบจะเป็นบอสเหมือนกันเกือบจะเป็นบอสเหมือนกัน
When DH is still alive.
Thinking for it, Jemkin has the gate crash.
Clone on the floor, primed and at the ready. Sent out to stairs.
Just to check in case someone's hiding inside. T1 making their approaches. Silent as
บายเข้าโอ้หัวแตกเรียบร้อยน่าจบแล้วแบบนี้ไม่โดไม่น่าไหวปะ 1-3 นะเหลือ 2-3 แล้วได้เหลือ 2-1 แล้วแต่เนี่ยมุมแพนแม่งระยำจัดโอ้ไม่ไหวแล้ว13-7 นะเรียบร้อย
finishing off T1 on this first map.
Well, call me silly, but I don't think in stage 2 of 2025 that Teo should be working the way that it just did there. There was
โอเคเดี๋ยวเราเจอกัน
very well
แม
played
ป 2
from
ชิว
RRQ, and not a lot of answers to come through from T1.
โอ้แล้วแมปหน้า
Back and
คิวเป็นคนเลือกด้วยประเด็นน่าจะเรายำแล้ว
Missing pieces from them a lot of the time. A missing DH here. Is the pressure too built up? Are we really seeing a new era for RRQ right now? One map away from dispatching of so many Korean forces here in VCT Pacific. Sunset around the corner, RRQ, they have picked that. But I really am thrown a little bit by T1.
เกือบจริง
Still want to give this one. Still want to go for seeding.
ดีแล้วเดี๋ยวอย่ามีโอทีเลยคู่นี้
Left a little bit wanting in this map here.
Started to see that little cosmetic comeback in the second half. They picked up the pistol, sure, but at some point RQ off the timeout.
T1 found both pistols, man. Both pistols, both anti-ecos, the bonus in the second half, and then an extra round after that. But it was the heavy lifting from RRQ, a 9-3 halftime scoreline, just providing themselves some really good space, closing out with 4 after their own timeout.
And you really feel for Buzz as well. My oh my, in those last few rounds, he was really getting tugged and pulled across inside of that clinch, but Cushy just stood tall. All that said and done, I mean, RRQ just finished them off in style. You just got to wonder how that next map is going to look as well, considering that that's going to be their pick. We're going to toss it back over onto Tess to break down the action.
Thank you. Yes, on paper, it looked like T1 should have and would have won this very first map of Ascent, but
ไม่เป็นไปตาม
RRQ
เปเปอร์
ended
นะ
up
ครับอันนี้โดน
pulling it
นะ
through, even with the Tejo back into the
สองเป็นแผนเด็ดนะที่ทำให้ฝั่งของทีม RQ ได้ที่ 1 ของสเตจที่แล้วมาแผนเด็ดเลย โยรุบวกกับไอ้นี่เทโฮทำได้ทุกอย่างไม่ทำได้ทุกอย่างจริงอะทำได้เยอะเกินไปจนโดนเนิร์ฟอะ
Dominate T1 in that first
เทค
half
ไซด์ได้
and
รี
doing
เทค
enough to
ได้
get it over the line. T1 not really present. Slow to start, I would say.
Yeah, in stage 1, when Ascent came back into the map pool, RRQ was one of these teams that actually started to look like one of the better teams on Ascent. It felt like they had very much figured out how to play this map. They were playing the Sova Teo back then, and the double drone did them a lot of favors here. You could tell it was a very well-rounded performance, and they'd had a lot of a playbook built up from back playing the comp during that era. They got a couple of reps on it back then, so, you know, they have been mixing up the comp in the current meta. Nothing has really been sticking. Why not throw it back to something that's off meta currently, but has
การว่าไอ้บัตเทเจหมิ่นไว้แม่งที่ 1 ของเกมเฉยเลย
a little bit slow to start.
นั่นแหละถือว่าพยายามนะครับบัต
couple of quiet performances from some of the
แต่ก็
individuals.
ไม่ไหวนะ
Easy will pop it off. Meteor was doing decently enough, but it was a higher level.
แชมเบอร์มันต้องเสกวินเลยดิเพื่อนเล่นแบบคนปกติไม่ได้เราต้องเสกวินให้ได้ดิ
confident about taking this game away now that we're heading into sunset here.
Yeah, well, big time. I know you love off meta, so this must be absolutely delightful that it's happened. It's off meta. They ended up winning it, but this is not without some really smart rounds by RRQ, especially early on defense.
Yeah, in this defender side, they were so good. So in this chamber comp, you're always going to struggle on attack. It is harder, but I love how RRQ approached
ขออนุญาตไป
this.
ห้องน้ำสักครู่นะเดี๋ยวมา
Now we've seen time and time again on Ascent that they walk Jemkin down, but here he has so much backup. They just absolutely dominate, force T1 back, and give Crazy Guy a lot of trust towards this A site where he really managed to pull miracles off.
Yeah, and this next round as well was very clever from RRQ. You push Jemkin onto this info line. It's something I talked about in the pre-show inside of B main. And even when he goes down, this kind of breaks a lot of the tropes that you often see on the defense side of Ascent. You're often going to have your duelist on one side posted up on an info line and a sentinel on the other side. RRQ are going to drone Monyet onto this info line, clear out all of A, and then stack much heavily towards the B side of the map, which actually has a full cypher setup behind what was the Yoru aggression, and that completely catches T1 off guard. They get picked as they make their way into the site after burning the steel garden on the execute, and RRQ complete another beautiful retake.
Yeah, Xfero did a great job there to be able to slow them down as well, because this T1 comp is not a comp that can really super speed up. We know that they struggle towards B, so Xfero with those one-ways and of course his trips, able to really stop T1 from getting that ground, and it was just too much in this first half. Like, it's okay to have a weaker side on that attack if you're playing this chamber, but it was too far gone. I feel like RRQ managed to shut them down, knew what they were going to play, cooked up this composition perfectly to be able to counter it.
And you would think even with winning the pistol round, maybe it would be enough actually to overcome it, but it wasn't because of people like Crazy Guy.
Oh, 100%. I mean, look, Crazy Guy had some good highlights. Izu had some good highlights as well. They were both doing a lot of damage. We didn't even have time to really pick up some of the rounds that you got from Buzz towards the end of that game. These are the two that, against Nongshim in the first map, were dominating. It's very clear that both of these guys want to play aggressive, want to set the tone for these games here for T1. Unfortunately, though, it really wasn't enough to overcome RRQ, who really got through this game in an effort by committee. And once again, another underrated fragging performance from Crazy Guy on the Teo.
Yeah, I mean, if this guy's a Teo merchant, I want to buy whatever he's selling, because this was a sick game from him. He's so solid on this agent, and his individual level has been absolutely insane in the playoffs. Look at this 4K. This should never happen. We talk about T1 of the team of individuals, the team with cracked aim, and he just went bang, bang, bang. He played aim labs with these guys.
Individual, like, which individual was able to trade him in that situation?
No one.
Can anyone shoot this guy? He's on an off angle outside A main. Like, we're not going to be winning rounds on attack if we can't kill a Teo with his pants down.
It is insane because this guy, when he was interviewing with us yesterday, or was it 2 days? Yeah, 2 days ago with after the Gen G game, he was like, honestly, I just give away my guns because I got younger guys who can just shoot better than me. Of course they can shoot better than me. I don't know if they can shoot better. I think they're all pretty damn good, and Crazy Guy holds his own.
Pretty sure Jemkin had 13 kills that game, bud. So, which, look, to be fair, everyone on RRQ was pretty much 5 kills between each other. They are really getting this game done by committee, which is what we usually say about T1 when they're rolling. When T1 is steamrolling, everybody is fragging, and there's just no weak link in terms of individual performance. Unfortunately, wasn't the case there. That's DH, another big pressure game here in the playoffs where he hasn't delivered that consistent level of performance we've seen earlier on in previous stages and in the groups.
Yeah, and you know, T1 obviously picked Ascent for all the reasons we were stating. Even Rossi was saying it too. There were a lot of advantages coming into Ascent. Now you got to worry a little bit as we go into Sunset how this is going to be faring for this team.
So, RRQ, they love this waylay, they love this composition, but last time they played T1 on this map, it didn't work for them. I'm curious if we're going to see a change from either side, but both these teams have been very solid in their composition. T1, of course, with their signature duelist, Buzz and Izu on the Yoru and the Neon.
I totally agree. I actually feel like Sunset has been a pretty underrated map for T1. I think their attacking sides has often looked very difficult to stop, so I think RRQ is going to need a clear game plan from how to shut that down. What is good news for RRQ is I feel like they have a comp that naturally lends better to some good prep, especially given the fact that they're going to start out on defense here. From T1, you've seen them change their game plan a lot. They often start out on the attacking side of this map, and they're quite happy to sequence their rounds in a way that'll catch their opponent off guard. I noticed from one attacking side game on Sunset, they were running a lot of market splits through B main and a lot of A executes off the bat, and then in the very next game of Sunset on their attacking side, they immediately ran a mid to B split through top mid. So it's very clear they've got a deep playbook on this attacking side, and we'll see if RRQ have the right reads and the right answers for that.
I'm already thinking a little bit ahead now. RRQ could be facing against Talon, and I have no idea who would end up winning out on both of them.
Tokyo!
Yeah. This is for Tokyo. T1 now backs against the wall. RRQ looking to make it there. We do have the agent select coming in now, and on the side of RRQ, they're sticking with it. Jemkin on the waylay, backed up by this powerful double initiator comp with Cushy and Crazy Guy.
Talked about it already, but T1, Izu and Buzz are the duo you're looking for. When these guys get rolling on the attacking side, and you cannot slow them down, you cannot stop them, you will be steamrolled. Meteor's been fantastic in the mid round, but I'm looking for DH to step up. Your Omen can carry you on Sunset, particularly on the defense.
Yeah, T1 won this last time they met, but RRQ have picked it here, so let's look to see what they've changed.
คู่นี้แม่งมาไวจัด my god ยังยิ้มอยู่นะพี่วันเพราะว่าชิวๆไปกันเราชนะก็ได้ไม่ชนะก็ได้ไปอยู่แล้ว
Map number 2, we need to see a third map. We need to see a strong pistol
we go.
T1. What have you got for us, Komodo?
It makes me a little bit worried for Talon if RRQ are going to win this cleanly 2-0. But what I'm seeing from the pistol setups right now on the same sort of agents is the same default deployment RRQ did here against Genji and Week 1 with the A main trap at the moment.
แผนหลักนะฮะคิวเจนกินเวเล่
Same setup, and I'm kind of seeing similarities for T1.
แต่ปกติจะมีโซวาด้วยนะแต่เกมนี้เลือกเป็นเฟสนะครับ
With a bit of a split, so very similar approach
Setup ออกเร็วเลย RRQ.
series, and actually now it's going to be the exact same with the repositioning of the T1 fellas outside of A. So I've seen this pistol before.
Where's it gonna go? Komodo straight into market for now. T1 beginning their approach. Of course, it's hard to get to hear all of this information. The trip's going off, but it's out the smokes.
เราไปสแปมสโมกโดนเองงี้
They dropped both of the pistols in the first map. Remember, gotta be able to get off with the first one here. Gorgeous, but well.
เสือ3นะตอนแรก5-3ตอนนี้4-3โอเคเหลือคนเดียวแล้วไอซื้อสไลด์ยิงเข้มสไลด์ยิงแบบเข้ม
A little bit of the shaky business in the very beginning around A. If they fell prey to the trap, that would have been a bit of a worrisome factor. But in the lean towards B, in the quick play as well, spraying on through the smokes, catching a couple kills, just seeing the leg of Jemkin as well. Nicely done in the sheer numbers force, as they really are needing to just remove their thoughts from map number 1. Win this one in a reverse sweep.
Trying to make that a possibility, of course, as the desk mentioned. For RRQ's side, you've got this very deliberate composition.
ก็ยังออกเร็วอยู่นะขนาดปืนเสียเปรียบนะครับแต่ก็ไม่ได้เล่นแบบแพ็ค5ดันหลังเลยขนาดนั้นนะก็แบบยังทิ้งตัวอื่นในไซส์อยู่ดูดีนะ
Especially when you are running a breach comp. Early business over at the A side of things. Jemkin with a hinder.
สตุนเรียบร้อย
I mean, we've already just seen such gorgeous things with it.
โอ้ยไอโซมันโดดจัดเลยอะ
The other day he was doing good there.
ปืนเรืองแสงนะครับไอโซอุ้ยไอโซเห็นปลายหัวอย่างเงี้ยสวย40ครับไอโซ
Find too much either. Position's not supporting them, so at this point, probably just to go off the spike.
If they can. Options if you want to go for a little bit of a challenge as well at the top of mid. We've got 2 ghost players still for T1. The hunt is on from Meteor as well.
Crossfire on the other side, though.
Yeah, but the team, if they just back him up, send in Izu with the
โอ้โหแล้วส่งไปโดไปตัดนะหาปืนไม่ใช่หาปืนหาแต้มนะครับหาแต้มหาตังค์เอาไอโซมาด้วยเอาไอโซมาด้วยสวยไอโซ1ไอโซ2สไลด์ครับโหกระสุนหมดเหลือนัดเดียวเกือบแต่กระสุนเหลือนัดเดียวเลยที่มันแย่กระสุนมันเหลือนัดเดียวเลยไม่งั้นเมื่อกี้คือมันต้องสไลด์แล้วยิงหัวซึ่งโคตรยากทายากจัด2-0นะครับนำก่อนเลยเหมือนเดิมนะที่วันนี้เน้นพิสตอลนะครับชนะพิสตอลอย่างเดียวเราไปแตกที่อื่นเอา
Still a good start so far. Now 1 away from the overdrive.
That's interesting for me as well, but we actually do get Sunset considering that RRQ did lose to T1 in the last time they battled, 13-8.
A little bit more comfort after the comeback from Genji. Still though,
เซลเข้ามาแล้วได้สายเอาเคซี่ได้ดีเฮดเฉยวดตรงไหนวะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวนะแล้วฟูลบายทำไมปืนถึงดูแปลกๆวะอ้าวโอ้บัสยิงไม่โดนสมแล้วจริงๆบัส50-50บัตเตอร์
prevent more players from playing that position, but RRQ already setting up back from spawn.
Lots of utility they can throw in here.
Waiting for the initiating one, slight spear across. Izu manages to trap, but still getting hit by the saturate. Aftershock to clear out generator. And this is where T1 makes their stand.
ทำไมอยู่3โอ้ยมาตัวแบกโอ้
With fancy
โอ้โห
footwork,
ไร
pulls out
โอ้โห
overdrive, Alex Pharaoh
เอ็กเฟโลเอาให้
manages to get the burst, bringing up the one.
โอ้ my god
Izu just cannot
เกือบแล้ว
after getting
เกือบเป็นลมแล้วช็อตนี้
kills just like the anti-eco round in the last round that he picks
เมื่อ
up
กี้ไอซูคือจะคัดแล้วนะ 1-3 น่ะ
outside of play in the last map on that Yoru in the very beginning. But he certainly is firing up a storm in this map for now. But that being the bonus rounds, you bring it within one player surviving on the side of
ก็ยิงอย่าง
RRQ.
บ้าเลย
Makes you wonder a little
โอ้
bit that they have
อันนี้คือ
to
แต่อันนี้ปาดแบบเอาเลยทีเดียว
side now, get a little bit more coordinated and hitting some shots to keep in some favorable positions. Lots of light shields coming in towards this round in a quicker force from T1 up towards A yet again. And you've got no breach stalling available here as Crazy Guys off the other side of the map. You do have the fade, of course, on Kushi. Just gonna have to fall back with Mon yet towards Spawn.
Yeah, smoked off completely. Kind of a retake angle now.
But a retake with no ultimates, you're just gonna be struggling to try and hit some shots. It's ill-advised
โอ้
to
โห
defend
ไอ
through
ซู
the smoke, my friend, and that is why.
12ครับไอซูลั่นมากๆแม่งเหมือนซัมติงแบบแรกเลย
The smokes will dissipate. No angles found as T1 looking to play around the choke.
Cover going out.
เห็นไหมน่ะ
A link approach from RRQ though. Maybe it's one with
โอ้ไม่โดน
on the light
โอ้ย
speed. Saturate connects, but
โอ้
Izu
โห
doesn't
ไอ้
even
เชี่ยมึง
matter.
ลั่นเลยขนาดนั้นนะ
Flashes
โดน
across.
สโลว์ยิงหัวเม็ดเดียว
Gotta go for the save now. Too much time.
สโลว์มันทำให้
I was kind of wondering as well
ยิง
with this reposition,
กระสุน
if
นัด
you're
ต่อ
gonna
ไป
get
ช้าลงแต่นัดแรกยังเหมือนเดิมนะครับบอกเลย
the backside of the jet.
ก็คือถ้า
Why are you
ถ้านัด
not
แรกเรา
also
ยิงหัวได้มัน
seizing
ก็
for
ตามนั้นน่ะ
default, right? Playing on towards the
Oh.
platform, you just lob that one over.
Oh.
Catch anyone who would be sitting on the spike. Seen Kushi do that before in retakes, but
เซฟ
just
2กระบอกแล้ว RRQ
willing to do that to try and help out the team.
3-1 เรียบร้อย
Getting
ที่
one
วัน
in. Just removing a bunch of HP and stuff from your opponents there in a retake, because that's 4 alive on the back of that round for T1. That'll build up a little bit of extra cushioning towards their own money. A little bit more worrisome for the start of this map for RRQ, but better focus for T1, of course. Starting off on this attacking side that they chose for themselves, it was the side that they
ทำเอาครับ RRQ
ended up
ไวเหมือนเดิม
closing the map, or opening the map on last time as well. If, yep, I'm remembering right, and it was 6-6 at the half. Very early timeout from RRQ now invested.
Well, if you're RRQ, I mean, the score to beat might be the 10-2 on the defensive half. Of course, with the way that things are progressing, retake's not really working out on the A site without the ultimates. T1 are definitely in a much more comfortable position. Both duelists beginning to frag out.
Yeah, it's not like we haven't seen slow starts before from a lot of teams in Pacific, right? Don't get me wrong. We've seen some slow ones as well from T1, but some of them, they start to have a little bit of trickling of a comeback and they don't close, but a lot of them as well, they do look to close after the exchanging of the halves. Sunset, the closing map last time between these two. Should give a little bit of confidence to T1 seeing that in the veto picked by RRQ, but also you probably would have been happy seeing an ascent for T1 as well, and the result was probably not the one that you expected. Lesser buy for RRQ now, pistols behind the saved weapons. Needing to do some heavy lifting at the moment. Does Kushi have any idea?
โอ้ยแล้วปืน
The buzz has already pushed in.
โอ้
He
ย
does,
บั
but
ส
he looks away at the wrong
แล้วปืน
time.
2กระบอกได้เซฟมาเหลือกระบอกเดียวเลี้ยว
And that will now be T1 being
อย่างนี้กลับ A ไหม
reconvene closer into the A site. Only one
กลับ
that
A นะ
can
อันนี้กลับ A
spoil
กลับ
on
A
the spot is Crazy
รู้
Guy.
ว่าตัวถือปืนอยู่อีกไซส์หนึ่งนะครับ
Classic. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence. If he pulls away with one, he would get a rolling thunder available.
โอ้โหแล้วเหมือนเคสซี่กายอยากเก็บปืนนะ โอ้เกือบเหมือนกันเมื่อกี้ไม่โทร
Here and well, with that kill, T1 just have the A side.
Not enough information to work off of, so with all the space that's being gathered, gotta imagine there's not too much that Xpero is gonna do either. Just for the ones with pistols to possibly look for exits, maybe die to the spike.
รอจุ่มไหมเนี่ยสองคนนี้
Meanwhile, T1, the slow and careful approach after the timeout. Now Meteor hearing the footsteps.
สโล
See what Gemka can do.
ยิงไม่โดนเลย
It's gotta be Nada.
มอนไปอีกคนครับโอเคได้เซฟอีกรอบนะ
So these kills
ฟันทอมกระบอกนี้
do nothing.
ได้เซฟอีกรอบ
for T1. If it was Stacks, he would have had his Hunter's Fury. So there's that. You get a passing mark on the exam here for T1 against the NT-Eco, but you're not getting an A+. You're getting like a A-, B+.
Well, you're strict.
Yeah. That said, it will be 4-1 for now. RRQ, the timeout. Certainly expect that it would be for the upcoming round where they get to play.
ชาเมาไม่ช่วยนะต้องรอดูวินหน้ารอดูวินมีปืน
as well, perhaps putting both your initiating force over towards the A side though for the beginning of this one and setting up for maybe a bit more of a mid exploration as well. Can be a possibility for them. Monyet with the smokes in mid, setting up Jemkin. Actually, they're instead just going to still do the normal one way over here. That Buzz does beat.
ดันก็ดันไม่เจอคนเลยนะประเด็น RRQ ดันมาไม่ได้ฆ่าตลอดเลย
Expecting that there's going to be a bit of a door breaker as Izu runs into
อ๋อ
the
Izu
trap at top.
okay.
He is just very lucky there is
กลับ
no
ไหม
one there from RRQ to be able
ไม่
to
กลับด้วย
punish
ไปต่อ
that. Speaking of punishment,
มาแล้ว Izu
DH, Cushy, training,
โอ้ยโอ้โห
everyone getting involved.
But Izu still
มันรอดมาได้ยังไง
into the site now and fast lanes up
เป็น
just to
3-3 นะ
prevent
ตอนนี้
Jemkin getting within range.
สโลว์ไม่โดน
Saturate tossed in, but it's a little bit far and shallow.
โอ้โห
DH
DH
manages to line them both up.
Yeah, that's rough for Crazy Guy.
โอ้ยังไงพอเป็นเวเล่ต้องเป็นมอนเย็ดว่ะผมว่าเวเล่นี่ไงก็ต้องมอนเย็ดว่ะ
Is there timing for Cushy to slip in ahead of this?
Heard one TP, but it's the high-low that ultimately does it at the end. T1 continue with this streak.
Well, they know what they need to do on this attacking side by the looks of things. T1 not even investing on any ultimates to be able to play assistance factor in that round. Monyet finds an opener as well, mind you, and then we just start going tit-tat in the kill feed. We keep trading everything around the map, but when push comes to shove, it's the double.
มันจบแล้วครับนายแบบนี้
and DH who can just line up two members. By that point in time for Cushy, I mean, I saw he had so much utility as well.
มันจบแล้วครับนาย
He had a horn available, but just tries to get in towards main where he makes some running steps and they hear him. It's a little bit questionable right now, the form that we're seeing from RRQ on this map of Sunset.
Now just challenging as well. T1 simply backing off. That's where he looked at the pistols or maybe even the stinger on B side,
ไอโซ
but it's getting shut down. One way cage up, Experiment.
โอ้ยังได้อยู่ RRQ
Yet another.
โอ้แล้วคนเยอะกว่านะได้ปืนด้วยโอเค น่าจะแก้ได้อยู่มั้งผมว่า ดาวนี้
You can start to take a little bit of this B space as Experiment
มันยังตีหาข่าวปะ
well, but it's already
เฟโลรู้แล้วนะอยู่นะ AF 3 ตัว
So does get an upgrade. Rolling Thunder Nightfall if you do want to switch to retake as RRQ as well, because you're putting yourself on a bit of an island right now over at this elbow.
ก็ค่อยเปิดมุมนะบัส
Stinger and a Sheriff.
เรียบร้อยไปเถอะโอ้หมดโอ้ตอนแรกภาพมาตอนนี้ภาพหายแล้วภาพเริ่มเลือนสองกระบอกนะมีปืนอยู่ครับพอสู้ได้นะแต่มันก่อเล็กมันโดนไอเอาลอนนั่นเดียวตายก็อาจจะยากหน่อยโอเคปิดสวยบลายแฟลชช่วยเพื่อนอันนี้โอ้แล้วทามมิ่งออกบอสเอายิงพลาดนิดนึงครับบอสอุ้ยมันเย็ดอย่าบอกแล้วว่ามันเย็ดโอ้มันเย็ดโอ้คาด1-3คาดแล้วทิปตี้ด้วย
We've seen a lot of bait shrouded steps in our time here, but that time they're real, they're repositional, and they're reassuring for RRQ that they're not out on this defensive side at all. You've got some great opening frags to come on through from both of the teams, don't get me wrong. The pistol's starting to get the job done at that B site, but I'm questioning things when T1 get up close and personal to the elbow. You lose your initiators that you could have switched into a retake with that Rolling Thunder, with that Nightfall.
คลีน
But Monyet just
โอ้มันเย็ดช็อตนี้แม่งบ้ามาก 1-3 แบบคลีน
some sharp shots, repositioning to perfection.
โอ้เมนมันทำได้ขนาดนี้เลยวะเพิ่งรู้เนี่ย
Will they be able to start to look to equalize this score though? That's the big question.
อ้าวเมเทโอ
Well, through the one way,
ได้เฉย
managed to get the spam.
ดันยังไงให้ฝั่งเราเสียเปรียบ
You've got a bit of a grouping outside of B main already established as well. Some deeper trips. Expecting that you might have to switch to a bit of a retake as RRQ too.
Oh, quick with the Rolling Thunder. Manages to hold them off for now, but still through the cage. Protect the trip.
โอ้แล้วมันเย็ดโอ้โหลงงี้เลยเหรอ
Down with no real chance in a fight there.
Uh-oh. Maybe a little bit of an aftershock. You got to throw around the corner as well, but Cushy quickly getting snuffed out. The Rolling
หัวได้แค่2 เท้านะแบบนี้คิวครับ ยังนำต่อทีวัน เรียบร้อย Forest
even do that. T1 will pick up the flawless.
All 5 alive at the end. Again, another situation where there's no ults invested for T1. They have some real good ideas on that rifle round, but it's on the flip side for RRQ that it leads questioning why your rifle rounds looking a little bit appalling here. The Thrifty was so much better. You got the idea of the Rolling Thunder, but beyond that in this round, every single fight was essentially individual that comes on through. Izu, night and day difference compared to last map start as well. 15-4 currently here on Sunset.
Well, for RRQ, it's really midnight.
โอ้โหโคตรระยำเฮ้ยมันผิวดิโอ้แล้วหลังออกอ้าว
It's still very disconnected from the rest of RRQ. You got another double flank to come on through, but it's just going to be
2 แฟงนะอ่ะ
Jemkin
เต็มกินฮีโร่บาย
quick shots here on towards DH as the nightfall goes in.
เน้น
Crazy guy. A little bit of a classic shot.
หลังมีอีกตัวนะเพื่อนโอ้ยไปเลยเหรอโอ้โหพอปืนนี้ใครมันจะไหววะเนี่ย
Xfero trying to step the pedal on the gas out from the back lines with that vandal of his.
โอ้สวยครับตัวท้ายนะอยู่หลัง
You know where Xfero's coming from now at this point.
Just got save.
โอ้แล้วไปจริง
You know that Buzz and Izu are going to be too strong in this sort of situation.
โอ้แล้วไปหลังจริงเซฟแล้วมั้งควรนะคนเซฟครับคนเซฟโอเค
Just going to take this vandal in towards the next round. It's the 7th and a half secured now for T1. Things really getting away from RRQ on this defensive side. Not able to really coordinate any advantages, it feels like. Breach is still, you know, a little bit behind the time when it comes to this map of Sunset these days. Not a lot of teams opting to play for it lately.
That might have worked out before, but currently, just with the way that T1 has been flowing with things.
I mean, you just have to contend with so many rifle rounds now as well as RRQ, right? T1 just rolling you, to be completely honest. A little bit more of the passive variety for any engagements for RRQ.
แบบเขาเราเก่งจริงอย่างเฮเว่นคอนเฟิร์มนะอย่างเงี้ยถ้าภาพเป็นอย่างนี้เรื่อยๆเฮเว่นน่าจะมา
You've got no info at A. You're playing on the back of your own trap wires, which will angle you for a bit of a retake anywho. Meanwhile, you do get a little bit of this B main control, but you're not really doing too much elsewhere. You start to get back in towards this A side.
เมเทโอโดนคูชิ
So it's a glimmer.
แต่ไม่น่ามีปัญหานะเพราะว่าไซนี้มันไม่มีคนอยู่อ่ะ
Does tend to confirm more positioning. You know T1 is possibly angling towards this A site, but which entrance are they looking at? You smoke off the ones who just look into elbow. That makes things much more easier for Xfero. Hunt as well with the sudden TP out from DH gets shut down.
สวยก็แย่แล้วเหลือคนเดียวเหลือ2
Then Buzz, with the convergent paths though, he gets
ก็จะบอกแล้วว่าเกือบถ้ามันหยิบออฟทันแล้วก็
that one, the fact that he still got that light speed available and not used a little bit earlier on to get in towards the site for an earlier assistance. He doesn't light speed in there, gives an opportunity for that operator to potentially shine yet again for T1. It is not a clean round to come through from RRQ, but it is an almighty required one. From the 3 versus 5 deficit for T1, they start to make it look doable. Gotta be at least happy that you are getting another round on the board, but I'm still wanting to see more from RRQ on this defensive side. It's back spread around the map yet again. Crazy guy, gotta be very careful. This Neon will beat you to any tiles peak that you think you have.
Oh yeah, I concur. Now up in towards top mid too. Prowler does check, but Izu's managed to slip in. Still though, side of main. That's where Chicken unfortunately falls alongside Monyet. Crazy guy down as well.
มันโหดจังวะทีวันแบบเนี้ยโอ้โห17-5ไอซูซัมติง17เองนะครึ่งแรกไอซูมันล่อไป17แล้วยังไม่จบครึ่งแรกเลยโอ้โหโอเคมีเหม่อบ้างเฮ้ย2-2มีภาพนะ RQ
slotted at top mid.
โอ้มีภาพจนกระทั่งมันไปเปิดเสียงตรงนี้โอ้ยตะคุชิ1-1กับ DH ครับ
You've got the spike to work
ไป
on
เลย
and a couple more smokes.
Cushy in a retake again. He lost it at this B site last time. Remember in a 1 versus 2.
This time has to seize. He's not peeking into a high-low this time, but he
โอ้ยิง
turns
โอ้โห
away.
ยิงพลาด
Low HP now. DH trying to play off of time.
เหลือ70
Another tap, looking to stick it to half. DH goes in for the secure peek. It's a pre-fired shot that goes
โอ้โห
wayside.
นิ่งจัดดีเฮด
And
รู้
Cushy
เยอะจัด
now has to
โอ้
bait out the
โห
reaction.
ผม
DH managing
83 นะ
to
เกือบ
deliver
คัมแบ็ก
the
เหมือนกัน
goods.
เมื่อกี้อาคิว
Oh, that's a
เกือบจะ
rough
ได้
one from Cushy yet again there. Trying to get the defuse, at least gets it towards half, but with 3 bullets remaining, DH is not buying that it's a full stick after that half.
อื้อหือ
Cushy, unfortunately, not able to win the clutch. We've seen some pros don't fake moments previously in a couple of days, right? One that comes out to my mind, Cruz earlier, over on Haven. A sigh of relief that you can see there from DH. 8-3, last round of this first half. Here's a little bit more proactivity from RRQ. Finally doing something in mid. These are the sort of things I've been asking. Where are they? Sunset is not a map that has been fresh into the pool here.
The worry's really getting to them. They might have some ult in this round, but the firepower not really there either.
น่าจบ 93 นะดูจากปืน มี2 อันติจริงแต่มันอันติหนึ่งไม่มีประโยชน์อะในฟอร์มีประโยชน์อยู่ยกเว้นได้หลังโอ้ยโอเคนั่นแหละยกเว้นได้หลัง
That can pick up. You got to run with this. You got the Nightfall still for Cushy and Xferro with
ขอปืนเพิ่มสักกระบอกภาพมาเลย
Here's the info. A very required retake from RRQ here.
There goes the Nightfall.
Nightfall.
Flushes more players off towards the back of sight.
โอ้ทัมมิ่ง
But then the aftershock as it's
น่าจะเซ็งอยู่
lined up.
timing
DH
เงี้ย
managed to take a blow. Meteor off to another
เอ้ย
kill.
โอ้โห
Cushy
Cushy
out from behind.
32
worry about B main
ภาพมาไหม
now in T1.
32
Smokes kind of revealing more
อุ้ย
positions, but the pop shots
2-2
up
ละ
in the market. Meteor looking to
เฮ้ย
reposition, but
ยิงไม่โด
crossed
น
out. Headshots weren't
ไม่โด
there.
น
Just Izu left.
ไอซูมีสตุนนะครับมีสตุน
Spike getting tapped.
Oh.
He slices the pie. Fast lanes up for safety. And now goes in for some movement.
โอ้
But the
ย
shot's
แล้วเวลา
not
ไม่เหลือแล้วไอเฟ
connecting.
โล
Movement and
Time,
accuracy.
time.
And Xferro tries to stick it to the
โอ้แล้วไม่
closest.
ทัน
But
ค
the
รับ โอ้
spike goes
วี
off.
เดียว
Very nicely done from
93 จริง
Izu
โอ้
at the
กลายเป็น
end there.
RRQ
Gonna
จะ
have
ได้แม่งก็
19
ไม่ได้สัก
kills.
ทีนะ
Rotation in the clutch. These post-plant retakes atrocious. It looks like
ไม่งั้นนี่คือมันจบ
RRQ is a
7-5 ได้อยู่แต่ว่า
massive
นั่นแหละ
pain point.
มันเสียเยอะเกินมันจบไม่ได้ที่โดนดึงเวลาโดนอะไรเยอะแยะ
Taking the space, finding the time. Quack last stage when it was a breach Teo meta. The thing that I was always throwing around. Stuns are cosmetic. And it has reared its ugly head here again. We're seeing death upon death go towards RRQ when they're hindered, when they're stunned. Well, their opponents.
Half-time
when they're
รียบร้อย
hindered and stunned as T1 side means absolutely nothing. 9-3, we flip it on over. Does that mean T1 are going to be able to close this 13-7 as well?
Slight toss-up. You're never quite sure, but with the way that things are going right now, especially if T1 get proactive on this defensive side.
Who's the scarier Neon?
Oh. Well, you can make some arguments. Of course, though, for RRQ to make it through this lower bracket run, the fact that Monyet's Neon has been quite monstrous, all the way back to the old days of Onyx G.
The Neon that we've seen from him so far has been quite pivotal in the game against Gen G and PRX. We're not really seeing it here just yet, right? He didn't play it on Ascent, he doesn't play it on Sunset. We gave it over towards Haven. And then, well, it'll be there.
Maybe.
So we'll have to wait and see if it's going to be needed here, because right now, in this instance, Izu's the only Neon, but it is scary. He's putting up numbers.
They are mine.
Well, onto the attacking side, you would remember.
Time to jump.
This is where RRQ made their win streak before against Gen G, starting things off with an opening kill Jemkin.
โอ้ยโหเปิดสวยแล้วแต่โดนคืนเลย
Maybe now caught out in the open. Goes for
Ow.
flash, but Cushy
ขอ
reacts.
ขอพกก่อนภาพมาเลยขอพกก่อน
Right
RRQ
now as RRQ, that's for sure. It's not a 10-2 that you can play on the back of. 9-3, you've got the extra round. Got to have some confidence going towards this attacking side, sure, from what you've done in the past, but T1 does play different to the likes of Gen G. Grouping up together in B main stacks. Falls on back. Gun barrel spotted.
โอ้โห
Shock darts, but it all doesn't matter if Jemkin
เอ๋น่าจะได้แล้วนะ 4-2 ไม่น่าจะเสียแล้วปะ
HP meteor and DH to retake.
ของเหลือปะ
Spotted out.
ของเหลือด้วยโอเคเรียบร้อยได้แล้วอีกตัวหนึ่งสวยตัวท้าย
Not so cosmetic.
เก๋การันตีเลยครับ
Getting tagged
ได้
through
แน่
the
นอนพิสตอลราวนี้
market box as well. Don't know if we fancy ourselves a DH1 versus 4 after being spotted out, which means that this pistol round should go the way of RRQ. And they'll be able to pick up one in this map and not see T1 find their 4th for this series.
Yeah, a little bit too tough. He's just going to look to get whatever out points he can. RRQ at some point should be looking to exit out from Boba. Maybe.
Well, that's where they last saw him, so you would assume that that would be a bit of a position. Let Jemkin, who's fragging up in this round already, go there. And DH, well, he can have his pickings on who he wants to be able to find. Eventually, he just walks in towards that explosion, and, well, he will touch it, but likewise, Jemkin will as well.
That will be the pistol picked up by RRQ. A little bit more momentum on their side. Starting things off with the opening shot. That was Izu trying to go for the human recon. Down to the mid place as well. RRQ beginning to frag out a little bit.
I mean, it's way too early days, right? We just need to see a turning point to come in from
ก็ยังน้อยได้พิสตอลมันจะการันตีกลายเป็น5-9อาจจะได้ลุ้นอยู่ครับน่าจะภาพมาอยู่เทียบกันกับไม่ได้นะ
T1 meanwhile even in this anti-eco round very commanding already together as a team and unit over towards the A side of the map getting the space but the only little lurker and player on the other side of the map in Meteor, well, he just gets obliterated. So to the B side we go.
And it's X-Sparrow getting taken down. Just a ghost, so not the worst thing in the world. Quickly take the site, set up with those rifles.
Just get some crossfires here, really. Don't give opportunities for numbers to get in from T1. And pick you up individually.
Maybe even taking some space up towards Boba. You know they're into market. Jemkin playing for the elevated angle. Be able to spot out the first. Tracks onto Izu, getting traded right out, but Crazy Guy is right here, but still stacks, doing some damage. It's good damage too because this hurts the economy. On yet not even being able to secure the last kill.
เฮ้ยอย่าบอกนะว่าแตกโอ้เกือบ
Not gonna eat the shot dart. He's gonna deny the possibility of that thrifty.
โอ้เกือบโดนแตกหน้านี้
Yeah, that's honestly really rough for RRQ, to be honest with you. They need to be having some good fights in every single round at the moment, and they're dropping like flies to those pistols. Nobody else to really assist in towards Boba. Monyet's taking a battle with no real bullets to be able to shoot. Misses a couple and then just pays the ultimate price in that round. Classic's getting up close. It just doesn't really work out. I mean, even at the end, right? Imagine if the shock dart tickles you a bit more and there's one single bullet to your face with the Classic. It would be an appalling round to come through from RRQ. Still, they get the pistol, they get the second, and they turn their attention in towards this bonus round that they have to now play and have to kind of have some investments in. 3 rifles, a stinger, and a ghost to compete against T1.
เจมกินมีปืนนะ2คนกับเอ็กเฟโรเปิดได้เมเทน่าจะดีนะน่าจะจบเลย
Still just diving in for it though. Light speed into
เอ้า
sight.
โอ้ยิงสโมกโอ้ยยังได้อยู่เทกันไปเทกันมา3-2ครับได้เปรียบเฉย RQ แต่ประมาทไม่ได้นะตัวที่เหลืออยู่เป็นตัวแบกกันดิไอซูอะ
Now you look to play post plant around from main.
Stacks with the recon out. Got a drone, but that'll be very slow and risky in this current situation.
Okay, clearing out some forward positions. Cushy's got the C's. They're waiting for them on the tap, but
เดี๋ยวตัวเดียวแล้วเป็นไอแตกด้วยไอแตกแม่งไม่คัดแน่นอนผมบอกเลย
Confirms position. It's stacked.
เซฟแล้วครับสแต็ก
Yeah, has to save. Like that
from
right? Something that we don't see from DH there, but we see him himself over on a center, for example, top mid. The thing is, if you're going into a retake at the B site now, T1 are going to be alerted to the fact that that is a position they might have to clear together as a tandem. One person watches high, one person's watching low. See how that will play into the rounds coming forward from RRQ if they can even get into the B site. Good for Jemkin to at least get in front of all of this Cypher util for sure, but he definitely needs the team to be able to back him up, which is what they do there.
1 enemy remaining.
3 killed.
So it is the bonus round going RRQ's way. Eventually, I'd be seeing a
timeout
coming from T1. Actually, we're going to just get it right here.
ทีวันหน้านี้โดนมา3 วินติดนี่ไม่ได้แล้วไม่ได้
3 rounds in a row already for RRQ. Money's not going to be too good for T1 in the upcoming one, so trying to prevent it from coming online as much as possible, but otherwise, just RRQ being able to isolate angles across the site. I mean,
อุ้ยเนียวน่ารักจัง
flexibility with the composition. They go in for some quick pace plays. T1 a little bit slower to react.
You want to talk about flexibility with the composition? You're bringing out a Teo on the previous map. How more flexible can you be? Something that should just be out of play. I mean, you could say the same thing about Sky in current position. You could say the same thing about
Breach Wailing.
Reyna. Can't believe that word has just come out of my mouth. But it's right aside for RRQ. Timeout for T1 played. But are they going to be able to recognize what they need to do on this defensive side here to stem the bleeding that RRQ may be shooting their way? The calm before the storm around the position here for RRQ.
Oh, well, quickly traded.
That was your one gun as well for Izu.
แต่นี่แย่ได้คือฝั่งของไอRQได้ไอซูจริงแต่เสียริเวลหลักอันนี้เข้ายากยกเว้นว่าฝั่งทีวันออกมาตัดแล้วตายเองเฮ้ยโอ้ยแตกแตกมันต้องจังหวะเงี้ยไม่ใช่จังหวะคัดอะสำหรับไอแตกอะมันต้องอย่างเงี้ย
Being able to play around it now, you've got Buzz going to be able to relay off, and Stacks gets the third
แล้วเหลือคนเดียวเฉยเอ็กเฟโรตัวนี้โคเฉยเลยตอนแรกมันจะเป็น97นะนี่ก็เป็น16ครับสวยเลย
Because with an outlaw in play, it is not the thing that you want. You are just going to get trounced upon by 4 hungry T1 members, and you're not going to find any of them around that T1 had no business being involved in. They come out with a victory to find double digits.
Unbelievable plays. Might even be thinking of Buzz going for a pop flash.
โอ้ยมันแรงจริงเชลีฟไอตัวนี้เชลีฟมันแรงจริง
Some shots like that. That's a mouse kiss moment. Thank you.
โอ้แล้วบัตออฟเลยเอาจริงจัด
But here we go.
แมป3 incoming ครับภาพนี้
Don't let that round phase you. T1, let that send you to try and close this map. Back towards the A main space that they're going to be able to find, seeing no retaliation in any form of utility. But it is this mid control from RRQ that they managed to at least give themselves some viable options. They want to go B if they want to stretch in towards mid that has a crossfire currently.
That's going to be really tricky to work off of.
หน้าใกล้นะตรงนี้ไอโซรับเยอะหน่อย
Oh, they're just going for the dry approach. And this
โอ้สวยปาดนี้
Someone lined up, but they managed to
ดีว่าไม่มีใครตายนะ
backing off, not wanting to traverse any further. Straight into market, DH tries to hold them off with flash, but stunned up now allows for Stacks to go for a bit of a peek.
Needed the sheriff shots to come through potentially from him just there as we rolling thunder in towards the site.
Ow!
Stuns.
โดนตันแต่เม็ด What?
Still though,
Don't
inside
stun
of
the
the
mid.
cage, RQ try to set themselves up. Cushy unaware. Meanwhile, all throughout the rest of the site, RQ getting some kills. Cushy still
โอ้
concealed.
โห
There goes crazy guy.
เทรดไปเทรดมากลายเป็นRQ ชนะเฉยครับเป็น10-7เวิร์ด
Even a neural theft invested from
เทรดไปเทรดมาจบเลย
He's just lost himself and he's lost his teammates before they really even came into play. RRQ managed to weather through the trade game at the B site. And they will attribute another round to their tally. Rolling thunder investment as well. We see it from the POV of Meteor, the single bullet accuracy. I mean, it is disgustingly funny at the best of times. Some good trades again.
เกือบโดนแต่ได้อยู่
A lot of them are around to get that happening. It's something that we are seeing from them be some successive positions. Something that I really want to value for them, that they do. I want to keep seeing it. Kind of for both of these teams, don't get me wrong. For sure. But it's the awareness form right now that T1 have showcased on this map, just been a bit better compared to RRQ.
A little bit from before, Buzz pulling out the op in this round. Thought to hold the line down into A, but backed off from it. And all of a sudden, RRQ makes a go.
โหเซตอัพเข้างี้โอเคแต่ดีอยู่นะ A มันมีแค่2ดูเอลอ่ะถ้าจัดการบัตได้คือจบละ ไซส์นี้
Buzz is going to slot himself on the line.
โอ้แล้วกลับครับ
Timing, he's just missed it, or has he?
สวยมันเย็ด
His name.
แล้วก็กลับ B เลยแบบนี้
Kill yet again to RRQ. X-Pharaoh, one away from the neural theft. As he pushes B main, and a helpful number of members of RRQ are seen in mid. They're just going to stretch straight into this B
อุ้ย
side
สโล
now.
โอ้หลบทันเดียดแต่โดนไนฟอร์ดีต้องถอยอุ้ยไอซูทามิ่งไอซูอย่างงี้
Izu though, quick on the pedal, and he's found a double kill. Still onto the side.
หมดแล้วออก
trying to make a strong
เอ้า
hold.
ตายเอาแล้วมันเย็ด
Monyet
3
gets the double.
1-1
Overdrive shut down.
He needs the spike. If he can get that, he can get over towards the A
โอเมน
side of
1-1 แบบ
things.
นี้
If you get the DHs here,
แล้ว
he
ไป
does.
A เลย
Go for the plant. DH is going to do the same. No cancellation
ผมมีอั
on
นติ
both
เหมือนกัน
of these teams. But the question for me right now is Monyet.
ถ้าแพ้โอเมนดิฟครับรู้แค่นี้
In all
รู้กัน
of
แค่นี้
your
นะ
wisdom
แพ้โอเมน
and
ดิฟ
tenure in this game, do you think that the new rookie in DH has repositioned too?
แล้วเหมือนมันเย็ดรู้เนี่ย
For the corner. Looks to reposition. He's planted
โอ้แล้วไปไกลไปหน่อยหรือเปล่า
DH has a smoke and look where Monyet currently is. He has to run a little bit to get here. He's just lucky.
โอ้มันเย็ดยังนิ่งอยู่ครับยังรู้
He can get up
มันเย็ดบอกยังนิ่ง
This dark cover.
a little bit more comfortable.
แล้วก็สุดไม่พอสแปมด้วยนะต้องเล่น
To the smoke for the
โอ้สวย
backstab. And there it is.
แล้ว4ตัวอย่างมอนอีกรอบ
RRQ continue
ตัว
forward.
คาร์ด
Monyet with a 4K. He had a 3K, I believe, in the last rounds, coming through with all of those trades, and he gets the job done here for them in this round. A massive opener, of course, on toward Buzz. You think that Izu is still looking to be gnarly on this Neon. But Mr. Monyet, very patient in the 1 versus 1 at the end there. 10-8. As T1 will be
10แล้ว10ต่อ8ไงเริ่มไหลนะเริ่มไหลแล้วเริ่มไหล
to another round.
แต่รอบนี้อีโคด้วยประเด็นมีฮีโร่บายเป็นเมเทโอครับ
Hopefully not. Buzz
ทำมิ่ง
trying to make it happen though. Slots himself into this corner.
อ้าววัดโดดเอาได้ยินดิ
But it's silent.
เอาโดดไงให้ไม่มีเสียงว่าวัด
around the map at the moment. T1.
โอ้ยอย่างงี้ไม่เช็คแน่เลยวะ
Out what he possibly can. Give an approach to Buzz.
อย่างงี้ไม่เช็ค
Creep
เฮ้ย
on up, and X-Pharaoh is caught sleeping at the wheel.
โอเค
He's lucky
ไม่
that
เช็คไม่เป็นไรครับมันยิงไม่โดนเหมือนกัน
Overextending. There's the neural theft to confirm the
เห็น
presence
ข่าวนะตรงนี้
of
หน้า
T1.
ใกล้ตัวหนึ่ง
And RRQ are just going to get into this B side
อุ
now.
สันสวย
Fault line saturates.
เพราะมันเย็ดได้สแต็กโอ
Quick
เค
on the refract too,
โอ้ย
and it's simple kills and trades being found.
โอเคอย่างงี้เป็น10ต่อ9แล้วครับ
Switch
ชัวร์นะ
off the
การันตี
X-Pharaoh
การันตี
going off the
การันโทร
flank as well. Just spotted out by the cape. Some pop
เฮ้ย
shots being
สวัสดี
fired
ครับ
off by
สุดหล่อ
Izu, but now all of a sudden he's got to watch for his back, so decides to slide into sight.
ถ้าเชอร์ลีฟ1v5มันคัดได้เนี่ยต้องคุยกันหน่อยวะ
Kill. Relays into himself.
โอ้โหบ้าจัด
Almost.
He's just
ยัง
trying
มัน
to do
มัน
what
ยัง
he
ลาก
can
ไปได้
there,
ตัวหนึ่ง
really
นะ
picking up the Guardian, giving access to a better gun in the moment. Nearly getting himself a self-stun in there as well. And RRQ, when it comes to the attacking side of Sunset, looking a bit more coordinated yet again. The defenses of this map and the Korean teams that they've gone up against maybe starting to look a little bit questionable, as well as T1 going to be calling their second
โอเคแล้ว
timeout now.
ทำเอาท้ายนะทีวันเนี้ยต้องใช้แล้วเพราะ RQ มันคืบคลานแล้วห่างกันราวเดียว
Pressure really starting to build up.
3 rounds apart from the previous timeout. Certainly got to consider the economical situation as well, because that was that save. You only got so many left. RRQ could potentially close in the gap off the next one.
Also, sorry everybody, I'm a little bit language barriered and can't translate that one.
Neither can I. You're not alone. But
ทีวันขอ2ราวนะครับเป็น3ราวนะชนะแล้วก็2ราวไป OT ส่วนนั่นแหละ IQ
They did get the timeout after
เยอะหน่อยขอเยอะหน่อยขอ4
so we'll see if they're going to be able to double down in that play. They've actually found
โอ้แต่ตั้งแต่สลับฝั่งมาทีวันเพิ่งได้ไปราวเดียวนะตรงนี้บัตออกออฟมาอีกรอบเจมกินไม่ได้เล่นเลย เป็นมอนเย็ดแบกนะแบบนี้
Not being able to deliver the same blows that he did have on the last map, that's for sure.
okay, now trying to play around mid.
It's the right spot. Smoked off. Haunt to clear. Starts angle on approach where you've got a convergent paths in towards market if you want on the back of the Prowler. Do it with the Nightfall, do it with the Rolling Thunder. It's what RRQ likes to do.
แต่ไม่กล้าเข้าสุดนะเจมกินอุ้ยยิงยังไงให้โดนวะเนี่ยสะเก็ดนะเมื่อกี้ไม่โดน
Makes them question what's going on. What are RRQ looking to do?
Just trading utility for attention for now, but still with this op in hand, Buzz can re-peek. And he's gonna find Monyet. Oh, that's the smoke gone.
ได้มันเย็ดตัวแบก
You know that there's an operator in play, of course.
โอ้โหแล้วน่าจะเป็น11แล้วอย่างเงี้ย3 ต่อ 5ยากจัด
Dry peeks in the market too.
ยากจริง
Now you gotta cut bait. Crazy guy getting a second kill. Oh, he's gonna get hit.
บัต
Xpharaoh now.
เรียบร้อย 11-9 ครับ ขอ2 ราวทีวันชนะละ
4 life for T1 when that operator is just allowed to point and click. Apparently it can do so. I'm a little bit surprised that RRQ just didn't decide to go a little bit more pacier in towards market when they start to get the position. They're kind of just individually picking onto every single line as well, getting in front of that cage. I mean, one by one, the dominoes will fall.
นิ่ง
for T1.
กินเริ่มมาแต่กินมันเริ่มไปแล้วอีกรอบไปดิ
But maybe you just need to pull it back to be a little bit more mundane. Group in towards B main together and just get that convergent path in towards the B site. Try and set yourself up for just a good round, a good post plant that we know you've been quite strong in.
Trying to simplify the strats. Full execute authority into this
โอเคเคลียร์ไซน์นะเนี้ยแค่เองเข้าเองเล่นเอง
Would have been a little bit better if you actually caught stacks in the
โอเค5 รีเทคครับเร็วมากโอ้โหหัวโผล่วิดีโอให้โอ้ต้องเคลียร์นะโอ้แล้วไม่กล้าเดินสุดด้วยโอ้โดนนี่อันติสวาเบรกโอ้โหสำคัญเลยโอ้สำคัญเลยเพื่อคนเดียวแตก
Getting flashed up as well.
โบบะ
It's not going to be able to slurp up onto any more targets.
โห1-3อย่าบอกว่าสแต็กมันเอาให้โอ้สแต็กมันเอาให้ชิบหายแล้ว12เลยทีวันโอ้แมป3ไอ้เหี้ยไอ้เจบอกไอ้สแต็กมันไม่ค่อยคัดมันเอาแล้วแย่แล้ว
Able to hit the shots. Everybody tucked in towards the corner instead of having your 2 players out on the stairs side of things. Just sit in the open instead, perhaps. All trying to jiggle peek out, and it's just a little bit uncoordinated from them. T1 don't allow the spike to even really go on down there before they even just get in towards these battles. It's a heavy investment in the ultimates. Do not get me wrong, from both parties, from both teams. But T1, they do find the ultimate round that they need to. One by one. Stacks will come in the and they will find that point to try and send us into a third.
เราลุกแล้วนะบอกเลยมันลุกแล้วนะทางเอาท้ายมาคิว3 ราวนะเพื่อไป OT นะ
Gotta try to get OT, of course, yeah.
It wasn't overtime back then against Gen G, but now you feel the pressure. You start to feel the heat. Ops still in contention. If I do recall, the money situation for RRQ is not going to be too great for this upcoming round. Mid being contested right now definitely makes things a little bit more difficult for RRQ.
I mean, it's just another situation where you don't give yourself a lot of space as a result of your first half, right? Yes, you've had a massive comeback before. Cannot be understated how impressive that was against Gen G. But now you've got to get 3 more rounds in a row to try and push us into an OT state, and there's a couple of Bulldogs in play. There's a neural theft online for Meteor. You're eventually, maybe going to have stacks as Hunter's Fury that you've got to contest, maybe if you can get to 12-11 perhaps. But you really just need to come out swinging and hitting some home runs here as RRQ. Back to B, backed up by T1. 3 players here.
ปืนพอมีแต่ว่าดูไม่ดีเท่าไหร่นะโอ้โหแล้วเข้าอย่างนี้แล้ว
Maybe a bit of a fastball. Ooh, Izu quick on the relay though.
อุ๊ย
Refracted
ส
out.
วย
Then the spams to come in.
ได้กันพอไหม
Gets to make the move, but Izu tapping away through the smokes. He's found a third. How on earth is that possible?
Oh my god.
Trying to give himself an escape route while Crazy Guy sticks onto the
แย่แล้ว
flanks.
Swaps over onto a
มัน
Phantom.
เห็นอะไรของมันวะ
Slide available for Izu as well, but you are just waiting for this flank to start to come on out. Meteor again, remember, has
เอ้ยไอโซน้องเห็นเลยโอ้เอา
Oh, it's an unfortunate whiff.
เอา
And then Jimkin begins to
แล้ว
make his
1-1
move. Izu
จะเอ็ดหรือเปล่าไอ
online
ซู
for the ace.
ภาพเอ็ดมาจัดมีสไลด์ด้วย
Looks for
มี
the
วอลมีสไล
retake
ด์
angle, and as you've mentioned, he still has the slide. Goes in for the tap. Fault line gets
อุ๊ย
sent
อ้าวแล้วโดน
across. But he can just sit pretty. Crazy guy needs to play for time. Izu still
โอ้
waiting,
ยลุ้นครับลุ้น
looking for the pixel perfect angle.
โอ้แล้วนิ่งจัดโอ้
Crazy guy plays it
Ning
patient,
จัด
knows that he doesn't have it.
โอ
Goes
เค
in for
สิ
the
กายมันนิ่ง
wide
กว่าเยอะเลยดิ
RRQ dangling by a thread.
โอเคสิแม่งบ้าจริงเป็นปกติแม่งต้องมีปาดมีโดดดูเลยไอ้นี่ไม่ดูเลยแบบมั่นใจไอ้นี่ไม่กู้ชัวร์
Made of steel,
Oh my
perhaps just
God.
not playing into the fact that Izu would stick that.
บ้า
And in
จัด
a confident scenario where you've got a 4K online for the ace,
ก็โหมยิงได้ยังไงวะ
mental escape as well.
มันเห็นอะไรวะ
Kind of are incentivized a little bit to hunt for that kill, just a little bit of greed.
โอ้แล้วเป็นอย่างนี้ก็10-12อีก2ราวอีก2ราว
To keep this one
อี
in
ก2ราวรอบนี้เข้าอีโคด้วยไอ้ทีวันแต่เมื่อกี้อีโคจากทีวันมันก็ชนะมาแล้วนะ เซตอัพเข้านะตรงนี้โดนเบรกนิดนึง
The fault line spots out so many players fall off of the
โอ
recon.
เคอันตีหมดโอ้โหเจมกินเหลือ
Jimkin's way
3
low.
And on this
Yeah.
way lay, how is he going to be positioned to get in? Look at the space that T1 have found too. All down mid, all down tiles, all down A main. You are locked in here as
เขาปิ้งไอ้เฟโร
Can't even cross back over onto B.
It's
แล้ว
pistol.
โหเราจะไฟท์เลยเหรอเคลียร์ขวาก่อนเคลียร์ขวาก่อนยังไงก็ได้เคลียร์ขวาก่อน
Trying to make a go for it. Oh, the pop flash is good.
โอ้ย
but
อะไร
still
อะ
shots, DH
อะไรไม่รู้แต่
managed to land one.
จะหมดแล้วครับตรงนี้ DH ให้
Still
2
peaks.
Oh, they're so
โอ้ยสวย
low. Jemkin wins a crucial
โอ้
duel.
แล้วเดี๋ยวดีเฮดคนเดียวปืนไม่มี
Within an inch of their life now.
ต้องอ้อมนะ
Astero
ดีเฮด
Jemkin
โอ้แล้วแต่อีกฝั่งมันไม่เข้า A ดิ
potentially put this on Monyet to come out with the goods.
โอ้แล้ว
And he
จบ
does.
เป็น
That could have been
11-12
a
โอ
very
เค
worrisome
วินเดียว
round and a very
เจอกัน
weird one to end on. But it doesn't matter now. You get through that. 12-11 now. It is the last round of the regulation phase. A necessary one for RRQ to try and close this into. And for T1, you've had a couple of chances to try and close out this map now. This is your last one, your last buy before RRQ
นิ่งหรือกลัวโอ้โหเจนเย็น
equalize.
เจนเย็น
Convergent pass still online. Rolling Thunder, one away. Can be used to get in. Can be used to push
นิ่ง
you
นิ่ง
back.
นิ่งนิ่งยิ่งนี้แถวถ้าเล่นอย่างนั้นแถวบ้านเล็กนิ่งครับ
Again, in towards
ไม่กลัว
B
ไม่กลัว
main.
โอ้ฟูลบายชนฟูลบายด้วยแต่คิดสกายปืนไม่ดีนะคูชี่ด้วยเหมือนกัน
Choose your ult that you want to go in with.
โหแต่อันติ3 อันนะทำเป็นเล่น RQ อีกฝั่งมีแค่2เองเลสโก
Rolling Thunder. Alongside light speed, quick smokes.
มีไลท์ส
Try to
ปีด
hold
อีก
off the site. Everyone's rotated over.
โหแล้ว
Except for
หลังซ้าย
Buzz.
โอ้ถ้าไลท์สปีดตรงนี้คือจบเลยนะ
Got to assume
โอเค
ult will come in. Convergent pass.
อย่างที่บอกครับไลท์สปีดตรงนี้คือจบนะโอ้แต่ไม่โดนไม่หมดว่ะ
Corner though,
Ow.
and that's when RQ begins to peek out.
Ow,
DH
ไม่เช็ค
not cleared, and he's beginning to find some shots.
มันเป็นเรื่องของ RQ ที่แม่งไม่เช็คกันดิ
Needing to play post plant.
Info from the north left as well, but there's no.
อ๋อโดนอันตีหลอกเมื่อกี้โอเมนมันตีหลอกว่าวันหนีมันไม่หนี
It kind of feels like this
Oh,
round
ไม่ได้
has
แผ
to
น
be
ด้วย
called from him. They've got no util.
ต้องกลับ A ว่ะ
Shots here.
ต้องกลับ A ต้องกลับ A ต้องกลับ A
T1's not
โอ้
giving
3
them any
2 ต่อ
exposed
3
angles,
แล้วจ่ายไป
so
แล้วนะอันตีอะประเด็นคูชี่ไม่ได้จ่าย
slowly
ตายไปก่อน
rotating back into A.
They got to get their Nikes on eventually, though. They got to start to run, and if they're going to be heard, I mean, it's going to be such an ambitious rotate. You've got a bit of Cypher utility over at this A site. If there was any member there, it would pose a problem. 10 seconds. They will be able to get in through the trap wire here. Camera revealed. Start to run on over. Set up for a plant. It's going to be safe. But where do you want to play? You got to go looking. You got to go hunting. A Guardian as well in the mix, mind you. Buzz has flashes and a clone too.
Frag so crucial. T1 decide to stick a squad. The clone to go out first. And here comes Izu. Shots not quite connecting though.
โอ้แล้ว1-1 แล้วจบเรียบร้อยโอ้เป็น13 11 T1 ไปต่อแมตช์3ครับโอเค
13-11. They saved
themselves from elimination right here as we go into a third map.
Oh, that last round just there is actually quite a rough one for RRQ as well. In towards the site, I mean, DH, he's repositioned himself with the From the Shadows, but it's the bait play. He comes on back after the Convergent pass stuns him up, and Xfero just does not expect that, overlooks the corner. I mean, there's a lot in that round that we could look to dissect, but in the map as a whole, defensive side for these teams still in shambles, still a problem. A little bit better, though, for T1 in the resultant scoreline of the 13-11. RRQ cannot do it again on the comeback variety there. And we will look towards Haven, which technically is the choice of RRQ opting to ban Bind finally and put Haven on the block where T1 pick attack. This is going to be the map now, folks, that will decide who is going to be the team that will face Talon in a best-of-5 lower final in Tokyo.
That's going to be the question. Bangers were promised and bangers are being delivered. Double thumbs up from Buzz. We saw it all throughout the map. The guy was playing across. Izu was close to aces, or maybe even
เดี๋ยวพักแป๊บนะครับเจอกันแบบ3อีกรอบ
Stacks was beginning to frag out of his mind too.
Well, it's going to be a slight reprieve for these teams right now to have some discussions, of course, because it is going to the wire. It's going to be tooth and nail gameplay. Go tell your friends, go tell your family. You should get them here on this one because this is going to be a battle. Korean Slayer attempt or the best team in Korea now? Let's find out what the desk think for now.
We think that map was sick, especially the way it ended there with RRQ coming so close to bringing that to the overtime. But T1, oh my God, I was very excited by the end of that match.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. So much better of a look from T1. You know, we spoke about who is stepping up on this team, where are the individuals at, and they really did activate here in that map too, so dominant in that first half. RRQ though did everything they could to make this close, comes all the way down to a 1v1 at the end, but T1 do get the better of them.
This is what you get from T1 right at the start of the year when you sign players of this level of experience, of this caliber. The amount of rounds where T1 was able to come up clutch, the level of play we saw from Izu on the Neon today. I don't know what's in the water today. I feel like every single map we've got someone going absolutely ballistic, a different player from a different team. Every single map someone has gone nuclear here in Pacific.
I know that we wanted consistency from all the teams. We want to see a high-level play from all of them supporting, but I gotta be honest, I kind of missed this. The heroics, the craziness, people popping off like mad. This is also very Pacific, and I missed it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ almost completing a Genji-esque comeback on the attacking side there. They were down 3-9 at the half again, and they brought it all the way back, but not quite enough in the tank at the end of the day. Clutches from Meteor, some huge rounds from Stacks. You know, some of the individuals really dragged T1 kicking and screaming across the line in this game. Not that they necessarily played badly macro-wise. This is a fantastic game for both teams, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think going into Sunset, we were a little bit unsure how this might pan out. Both teams have historically showed good plays on Sunset, but I mean, that's why the score ended up being what it was here. But what were some of the highlight moments for you guys? I mean, Izu was way up there.
Izu's the guy. He showed up in an insane way this game. So many multi-kills. He took over this game. He did what Something was doing earlier. Yeah. He just went, okay, guys, we're not going to go out like this. Let me step up.
Earlier in the year, you know, we were talking about Meteor, we were talking about Buzz on this team, and I remember Izu going like, why is no one talking about me, when he was having to flex in every single role. Now he is the star duelist here of T1. He sends it in on the Neon, map in, map out. He is required to be able to put up the numbers on the maps where Buzz is holding angles on the chamber, walking around the map, holding shift. Izu is running it down on the Yoru. He is the focal point and the tip of the spear here for T1, and he is continuing to show why he is so dangerous and why he's so sharp.
Stacks, we also have to highlight him. Wasn't a big game, but he pulled out the rounds that really matter. Wins them that eco, comes out up with this huge 1 versus 3. If he doesn't win these rounds, if he doesn't step up and be the hero in these moments, RRQ win this game.
RRQ, I mean, what is that? That is 3 different people whiffing on stacks in a 3-way crossfire. That is going to leave you feeling very sheepish and definitely secured the map point that T1 needed to be able to pull it across the mine. MVP goes to Izu. How many bloody games are we going to see? It was the same thing against Nongshim. Straight into that series, this guy locks in Neon and starts sending it, and just, you can see the amount of confidence he's bringing. He's breaking into all of these contested positions. Market, you know, he's running through Cypher trips into 2-man crossfires and multi-fragging. He is really feeling it.
Oh, yeah, he is absolutely feeling it. I was just thinking that the only person who put Izu on their build diff was Mika.
Oh.
And I think that was a smart choice.
Yeah.
For all these reasons, he's been upping his performance, especially as he's been coming more steadily on this duelist role, as you've been pointing out here. And I really like what T1 has been doing with this squad here as everyone kind of settles into their roles. I mean, they all can play a multitude of players now, but, you know, Haven is going to be the last map, and as the casters rightfully pointed out, RRQ wanted Haven.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams met, RRQ did get the better of them on Haven, but we've just spoke about Izu. Also, Monyet on the other side for RRQ, he's been having a big series. They're going to be going head-to-head on that Neon in map 3, barring some wild changes. So I think that's something to be very, very excited about.
I mean, I think for T1, like the focal players here for me are Meteor and Buzz, who did not play well the last time that RRQ and T1 went head-to-head. Meteor went -10, Buzz also went -10, and 8 and 16, like double neg, and 0 and 5 in opening duels.
Yeah, that can't
Buzz
happen.
also just had a rough game on the Yoru in that previous map, so he's the player that I'm looking at to step up to bring that level of performance, because so far today, I don't think we've seen a lackluster performance from pretty much anyone in the server based on their roles. Maybe like Crazy Guy or Stacks, fragging-wise, are a little bit behind people, but these guys are doing the IGL duties. You need the top level of performance here, because nobody is going to be choking here on these teams. Like, you need to see consistent performance across the board from T1 here.
I actually want to get your opinion on Buzz's role. Now, Buzz used to be, but when we're talking about like those superstar players who are just having like absurd
วิลเลจ
numbers,
ไม่ดีนะ
was
ทีวัน
there on the top
แบบนี้
before he got put on
แต่
the
เรา
team
เชื่อ
there
วิลเลจ
because
อะไรไม่ได้แล้ว
even
ก่อนหน้านี้เราก็
though the top is not
เข้าใจว่าวิลเลจมันจะช่วยแต่ไม่ครับ
necessarily. How do
วิลเล
you
จ
guys
100% กับ
feel this
0%
fits
0%
into
ชนะ
the overall game plan?
I think it's fine. I think he has to sort of concede. He's not the solo duelist. He's not the one getting set up in the same way. That is Izu now on that hard entry. A lot of what Buzz's job is to be slower, be that second man in. And on defense, we see him run the up a lot. He's trusted to just hold down map control, lock down these deep lines, and win T1 these rounds with the macro. He doesn't need to be this high-powered fragger in this T1 team, because just look at the rest of the roster. He doesn't have to do what he's done in the past, especially in this double duelist meta. But that being said, he does have to step up, and he does have to start getting activated into this series. I want to see him take a little bit more risks, really get himself into this game, because I do think that is something T1 are missing.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna say Buzz, I think, is a little bit underwhelming for me. He's had some kind of lackluster performances. I think, you know, this is a player that he's posting up on info lines. He gets to take the game at his pace. Honestly, he kind of plays a similar role to Jemkin on the other side of RRQ, who puts up nothing but numbers. Maybe he's set up a little bit better or enabled a little bit better by the rest of RRQ overall, who do have sometimes better game plans than T1, sometimes better macro. But look, I don't know. It's hard to necessarily say what you're going to see from Buzz, but you definitely cannot see him going double negative in this decider like you saw against RRQ last time, or T1 is not going to Japan.
Yeah, but I would love to know what's up with that and maybe his opinion on that. Maybe we can chat about that with him later. But, you know, with Haven being this very last map, are you guys feeling confident about your prediction? What was it?
Whoa.
You guys
We were both
picked
RRQ. I'm feeling
Yeah.
reasonably confident. I think at the end of the day, though, the great thing about Haven is you're going to see both of these teams tackle a map that they have both kind of been able to, I guess, innovate on. Like T1 initially were the ones who kind of invented this Yoru ISO double duelist. RRQ were the ones to take it into their own kind of style and actually play Neon instead of ISO. And now you're seeing T1 also playing the Neon instead of the ISO, kind of agreeing this is a better fit, this is a better style for the current meta. So you'll get to see which one of these teams that love to play double duelist on this map are going to be able to execute better in the server. And last time that was definitely RRQ.
Now, the stakes are very high for both of these teams. They are, yes, in the top 4. These two teams are in champs, but Tokyo, just to lay it out there, have you guys seen any previews of the arena or anything?
I've seen a little bit of it, but
We got
I've seen enough to know the teams want to get there.
We have 10,000 seat, like, in that
10,000
arena.
Japanese fans, so 10,000 Zeta guys in Lala Arena. That's what we're playing for.
And it's insane. And yes, it is disappointing we don't have a Japanese team playing, but I don't think it matters because you got 4 excellent teams who will be playing there instead. And I think at this point, I mean, you want to be playing in this arena. This is going to be the regional finals to watch. Sorry, Pacific just has the best grand finals. It's just, I don't even think it's a contest.
I also think it's particularly relevant because this is happening before these teams have to travel to Paris. This is sort of a dry run of Paris. If you have to travel to this different country, eat this different food, you're playing in a different environment on different PCs. We see that all the time from these teams where they struggle in their first match internationally. I need them to use this as an opportunity to get used to playing in different environments. That's an invaluable experience.
Yeah, I think these teams have already had a lot of that. I say it more so, particularly in the Tier 2 context of a lot of challenges finals are on land, but a lot of them are not. And then you get these teams into Ascension that aren't used to playing in those conditions. I do agree it's another opportunity for these teams to get comfortable in that environment. For T1, I think they're going to thrive in that environment. I think they love that kind of environment. It's why they were able to defy all odds over there in Bangkok. For RRQ, I still think they're working through some of those pressure issues and some of those uncomfortability issues because they thrive in their comfort zone. When Monyet's laughing, when they're feeling happy, when Jemkin's saying, yeah, very good round, guys. I am having, this is the best day of my life and this is the level that I'm hitting emotionally.
I think RRQ and Talon are actually both teams who need more experience on a giant venue like that. So this is very important for these two teams to get to Tokyo and have, and honestly, just a fantastic experience.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the agent select coming in now, and no changes on either side.
รอบนี้มิลเลอร์คอมนะโอเคมิลเลอร์
Yoru Neon versus Yoru Neon. I want to shout out Xfero a little bit. Last time these two teams played on Haven, he took over.
Yeah, he went crazy, and I think he's got the potential to do that on the defensive side. But his last game, after that game, he was terrible. So it could be high highs or low lows for Xfero. And I think the same can be said for Meteor, the same can be said for Buzz. A lot of these players have been a little inconsistent on this map, and it's going to be down to who turns up.
Well, Buzz did advise Xfero yesterday. All he has to do is drop 60, then they win. That is the key. Let's see how the series goes. We are on the final map between T1 and RRQ. We're going to send it back to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
โอเคเอาจริงก็อย่างที่บอกนะ2ทีมนี้ไปโตเกียวเรียบร้อยเพราะงั้นก็ได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนเรียบร้อยนะครับเพราะงั้นก็อันนี้ก็น่าจะแค่อยากไปเที่ยวโตเกียวเฉยชิงว่าใครจะไปเที่ยวได้ไปเที่ยวที่โตเกียว
is what they are so severely chasing here. Talon waiting and then PRX. So yeah, that one will shake up. A pistol round right now. T1 on the attacking side. It's where they chose to start. Last time it was 7-5 in favor of RRQ on this defensive side, and this mirror comp here, it's how you're feeling today. You can figure out in the server. The C-site things for RRQ, though, are going to have the Cypher present with the early morning call on the camera, and a little tuck-in from Crazy Guy now on the Omen. 3 different agents for 3 different maps, but the same role. Call a good game. Call a great game.
Could have asked for a better map to end it on.
โอ้โหไม่เช็คแน่นอน
Off to the back, Monyet in the races, but
โอ้ไม่มีใครเช็คจริง
Xfero not checked though. He lands the flicks, looks for the
โอ้
third.
แล้วเหลือนัดเดียวเกือบหมดนะเมื่อกี้เบสสุดมากช็อตนี้ไม่มีใครมองเลย
And for Kushi, 15 seconds for the recon. You could get your shock dart to try and go.
เหลือ2เลือดเต็มทั้งคู่นะ
But you know that this dark cover fading will give you a bit of an angle to get in.
บัต4ตัวไปเลยเปิดราว
4K to kick things off in the final map.
Oh, that's a bit of a rough one though for RRQ, isn't it? They overlooked the position of Xfero. And I just wonder if he was able to quickly finish off the second kill instead of having to get a dink and then reallocate the crosshair again to finish him. Maybe you do take out Meteor and make it a bit more workable, but it doesn't even really matter because it's not Meteor at the end of that gets the job done. It's Buzz for the 4K. Spotting him out, the little tootsies first. And that is another pistol going to the side of T1. That's 4 out of 5 now. Maybe it's going to be 5 out of 6. A woeful pistols today for RRQ.
It's been eluding them. Giving them rough starts.
Neon for Neon. This anti-eco round that
รอบนี้ก็3กระบอกเหมือนเดิมนะทีวันชอบแผนนี้จัดเลยแบบ3กระบอกแล้วก็ ลาวต่อไปมันจะได้ซื้อไอ้นี่เพิ่มได้อีก2 กระบอก
Early start for
Ha ha,
Jemkin, for
จัดเต็ม
example, on this Yoro on this defensive side. For PRX earlier, something coming away with destruction.
At least in this round, just information off of Xfero, Cushy. Looking for the range, the right clicks, but they opt to go double peeking.
Oh, to see what he can do with the pistol.
Heading inside the smokes now, but getting spammed through. It's pretty clean and simple for T1, except for the kill from Meteor.
Now you don't really want to give any ulti points over because Buzz is one away from the dimensional drift, who is at the right spot to potentially finish off Sparrow, or just find Crazy Guy.
There we go.
Ult into the bonus round. Was highlighting
รอตายนะเฟโลอันนี้
in this very moment for something as well last time.
Oh yeah. If you're Xfero, you just really...
If you're Xfero, you're hoping that you see that gate crash, that you're not going to
รู้
be
ไหม
able
อันเนี้ย
to for him to TP
วาร์ปมา
into your
วาร์ปมา
crosshair.
รู้เรื่องนะ
Not gonna
บัต
No, it's not going to happen.
ไม่น่าวาร์ปมันก็เดินเคลียร์ชิว
Finish him off and make it a
ๆรู้ว่าอย่างเงี้ยเช็คแน่นอนอุ้ยเรียบร้อย4 ตัวอีกรอบจากบัตครับ
Back it up.
2 เรา8 ตัวนะเสมอแน่นอนตัวนี้มี dimensional drift เราด้วยชิลเลยอย่างเงี้ยชิลเลยน่าจะเข้าใส่ง่ายนะรอบต่อไป
Anywho, that's the 2 first rounds done. And we'll get in towards the bonus round now of T1. Again, when you go in with a couple of pistols, you can still pick up some extra guns going into the next round. The old FPS goodbye. And I'm looking towards RRQ. Do you have this first defensive round to come into play or not? Because if RRQ start to falter on defense again, just like Sunset, how much of a spiral will that put them down? How much capitalization do we see from T1 that they can run away with? Cage across lobby. You start to question now as Cushy what may have crossed.
โหมันเย็ด
You've got
จะ
two
ตาย
angles
แล้ว
that you need to contest, but up the guts of B.
เซตอัพกลางหลอกนะนี่เรียกของ
Jemkin not phased. Wouldn't actually mind a world in Xfero just repositioning that trapwire as well now that the position of it's been noted. You can pick that one back up and use it a little bit later on. Especially if it's going to be
โอเค
an
เนี่ย
you can figure out now with this
dimensional drift เข้า A
bring that one and put it at the front
หนึ่ง
of B. You've already got the position of Monyet push down C Long who is
โหบอกเพื่อนเจอ3ว่ะเพื่อนอุ้ยตันสวยอุ้ยสวยดีเฮ็ด
No gate crash out.
Ow.
Oh, and into the corner too.
โหนึกว่าจะไม่ได้แล้วเมื่อกี้
Slight trade for Crazy Guy,
โอ
but
เค
3v4.
3-4นะครับที่ว่ายังได้เปรียบตัวนะ
Woes on bind too. How many times did he come out of a gate crash?
เลือดน้อยนะ
Trying to
มัน
go
เย็ด
into a gate crash.
โดนนัดเดียวตายนะเลือด
This post plant scary.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Rush
ดีเฮ็ด
players, as you mentioned
จัดให้
right now, Monyet getting tagged up. It's going to be an option to save for RRQ.
Yeah, it's got to be, and the hunt can go on from DH as well, just out of audible range for this reposition towards the tower.
Oh.
They're in spawn.
เราจะเซฟนะ
He will get the barrel noted.
โอ้แล้วตามครับดีเฮ็ดอีกสักตัวไหมน้อง
Start trying to hold on
โอ้
to
ปาด
this
มา
weapon for dear life. Manages
ยังเรียก
to
เฟโล
do
ได้
so,
นะอันนี้ได้เซฟอยู่
but still
แต่
not a great
นำ
look for the
3-0 ไว
whole
เลย
team.
ทีวัน
That's going to be the bonus round over to T1. This is what I'm talking about, right? The defenses are looking problematic for RRQ. Not getting proactive enough over on Sunset. You have like one mid-walt round that they do something a little bit different. Gonna really need to see what Xfero can do around the garage, around the C site when we get back to a sense of normalcy. Just a couple of shots not even going the way of RRQ in this round. Looking on the wrong corners, always. Even with a weapon advantage spot. Just behind the play, behind the action.
เข้าอีโคนะมันเย็ดมีลูกซองด้วย
Sets up RRQ go into this with the half buy.
โดนแน่
Monyet.
ใครซิงๆนี่โดนแน่
Activity down C.
Yeah, but it's not on a rifle round. This is the problem. RRQ, when the pressure is often around that they're not expected to win, feel like they just get a little bit more loose. And on this double duelist variety,
กลายเป็นดูดีพอสมควรนะแมปนี้ของทีวันช่วงแรก
rifle round, it's just going to go A again and Cushy. Are you just going to get battered and bruised?
เรียบร้อยเซตอัพเข้า
And the shock dart at least, but yeah.
อ๋อไม่ได้สโมกซีทีด้วยนะ
Jemkin
Ow.
maybe a slight reprieve,
อ้าว
but
มันเย็ด
Monyet ultimately diving in, just goes in for the weapon.
โอ้โหแล้วบัสเอาไปอีก3หมูลั่นจัดไอ้บัส12 ตัวแล้ว3ราว4ราวดิ
A third 4K on
12 ตัวแล้ว
for him.
บ้ามาก
Crazy guy. Just gonna look to get a pistol shot or two here.
Dude, Buzz is farming alt points.
Yeah,
he just used it in the previous round.
เรียบอย่างลอยครับ4ตัวจากบัสอีกครั้ง โอ้โหพี่ชายบ้ามากเพิ่งใช้อันติไปเมื่อกี้อันติมาอีกแล้วอะเพิ่งใช้อันติไปเรา3เรา5อันติไปอีกแล้วโอ้ my god กูถามจริงไปโกรธใครมาหรือโกรธไอเจที่ไอเจบอกว่าบัตยิงไม่ค่อยได้ช่วงนี้ เฟกเกอร์สู้ๆวะผิดเกม
I'm hearing a lot of laughs from the crowd. They must have said something pretty funny.
I think he's being really humble, which is a lovely look. That said, though, it will still be this double ult.
บัตเบาๆหน่อยก็ได้เพื่อนให้คนอื่นเล่นบ้างนะ
That you're just going to get drifted out of play.
Exactly.
Or droned.
เจมกี้ยังหนึ่งอยู่เลยนะประเด็นแต่เดี๋ยวมาแล้วอย่างเงี้ยมีออฟด้วย
Or both.
Uh-oh. Here comes Buzz.
ฮูเนก
Puts out a quick clone and gets towards the back of side, infiltrating. Izu from the front. It's DH, it's Buzz. Cushy finds a slight inside of the smoke now. He's trying to listen for the plan.
4-3 นะ
Crazy guy
โอ้กูชี่โอเคตัดสวย
Crazy guy steps out the back. DH slips through the cracks.
โอ้สวยไม่โทร
Cushy ultimately falls off.
2-3แล้วตรงนี้
It will be still Crazy Guy trying to provide some support while Xpharaoh makes the slow rotations across. He's gonna get double swung upon, but he crouches in.
โอ้เป็นแบบดับเบิลสวิงใส่กลายเป็น 2-1 เฉยโอ้แย่แล้วตอนแรกนำ3-2ทำไงให้เสียเปรียบครับดันไป 2-1 แต่รถแตกไม่รู้ด้วยมันหลอกโอ้ยแตกไม่คัดแน่นอนผมบอกเลยช็อตอย่างงี้ตัวมันเวก
Too good.
เรียบร้อยตีไข่แตกแล้วที RRQ
And RRQ will get on the board. I'm looking at that angle with Cushy on a Hunter's Fury as well. Just in the sight, can't really do anything. Shots are being collected from T1, exposing that there's a leak over at the A site as far as RRQ's defenses are concerned. But just in 4 bloody rounds, you're having 2-dimensional drifts. I mean, it's just absurd. The access that gives you. Thought the T1 were actually going to find a 5th. Just with the commanding way they get into the site, it's rough ones from Meteor and DH actually doubling up as well. DH being put in a couple of
โอ้โหคนอื่นคือไม่ยิงเลยอะไอ้บัตเหมาคนเดียวไป14บัตตายคือจบเลย
He's trying to one up something.
Oh, Mania trying to prevent them from happening though, but still getting shut down. Crazy Guy chiming in. They got Hunter's Fury ultimately.
And now you take the player advantage as RRQ as well. You're okay with Jemkin being all the way down C long. Buzz spotted out at the bottom of sewers. Crazy Guy, it's risky to give this guy a duel in his current form. But
nevertheless,
you'll remove his head. And you'll set yourselves up for a second round here, confirming extra presence still going along.
น่า2เราต่อเนื่องแล้วอย่างเงี้ย RQ ไม่น่ายากปะ4-2เลือดไม่เต็มด้วยซูของไม่มีอีก
Tucked in. See what the Cypher can cook up.
โหไม่เทยิงหัว
Other Cyphers will tend to play, so sets up his own.
With that trap wire now exposed as well, you might just want to see the normal one placed at the front of the site to confirm presence instead of giving a little bit of a space that you can get a headshot on, like Xpharaoh just copped. Now, neural theft for info.
Look at that.
Recon
2v4 nonetheless.
Recon from Cushy can go in.
And there it goes.
คนเดียวยากจัดเรียบร้อย 4-2 ครับตรงนี้
And you would expect that those 2 rounds now should give a little bit of comfort over towards Ewok and Warbirds, that they don't need to have a really early timeout anymore, that the game plan has come back into a little bit more comfort play, that Crazy Guy is figuring out what they need to do. Conversely though for T1, you start to see a little bit coming forward from RRQ. Is it going to be enough to cause concern to you? Probably not until it's something like 4-4, maybe even 4-3 if you lose this next round convincingly. Because you're also starting to expose still a couple of weaknesses for RRQ. If you're able to find out where some of this extra key utility is. But for me, the question really is Jemkin, this operator. When is it going to start to get active?
Maybe now.
Noted at least by Izu's quick jump spots. Jemkin as well, one away from the drift. So we start to get a little bit of this Yoru utility. It'll remove the trap wire that is in garage. Actually noted on the floor as well, but it is just outside the garage. So if that pops, you can shoot it straight away. Have your trap wire still active. There you go.
โอ้หลบแฟลชไม่ทันโอ้แต่เคซี่ยังได้วะ
Oh, even quick on the Omen paranoia as well, but T1 continue to push straight into side, relay bolts towards the back. It's not quite lining up just yet. Izu, some shots finally going through, but Xfero finds the trades too. Monyet
น่าจะได้แค่นี้วะ
into logs.
3-3เอ้ยได้อยู่โอ้โหคิวเหลือ2ยังรอดอีกเหรอ
Overdrive out. Oh, but it's quickly shut down as DH.
ผู้ชี้ครับคนเดียว
Monyet
2 ต่อ 1 คัด
minced. Now Kushi. 1 versus 2. The dark cover will eventually fade, and it's a crossfire.
Using the
เรียบร้อย
to wait for that
ยังได้อยู่นะทีวันนี้ครับ5 ต่อ
That's a rough sea hold there from RRQ. T1 do get in, go for some really elongated sprays in the sight as well, but the scan reveal is just gorgeous that comes out. I mean, the shorty as well from Jemkin just doesn't connect. The operator doesn't connect or provide any value. The overdrive of Monyet too. Some players that we look to RRQ to be consistent. Monyet, Jemkin, not present in this map just yet.
โอเคครับทำเอาแรกมาทันทีคิวนะตอนแรกเหมือนจะดึงไม่อยากกดมั้งเพราะว่าแบบเหมือนสู้ได้แต่ว่าไม่ไหวแล้วนะเดี๋ยวมันจะขาดเกิน
Well, my little Aussie friend, he's taller than me, I can't say little. He's doing things.
Yeah. Definitely cannot deny that double-digit kills score. The fact that he picked up 2 ults in 2 rounds.
I mean, the beginning of this map is the best thing that you could possibly see from T1. Very commanding, 4-0 scoreline, ults being refreshed, powerhouse plays, 2 towards RRQ, and then 1 round gets away from you. T1 back in the driver's seat, just a little bit of a speed bump. RRQ call an audible timeout.
You think back to Ascent map 1, you know, Jemkin was still landing shots off of people jump peeking, but this time it's not quite landing anymore.
Can I just say, Buzz hasn't got a kill in a couple of rounds.
Okay. It's a couple rounds.
It's a couple rounds.
Cover going out.
It's a crucial one though, here. RRQ back with the investment, grouping up heavily in towards mid. Bit of a waltz if they do want to. Being kept in check currently, at least by Buzz.
อาจจะต้องใช้อันติโยรุรีเทคอย่างเดียวนะดูทรงแล้ว
As well, if Kushi knows that the Sua's position is actually already
ไปถึงถ้าฝั่ง RQ เก็บไว้นะถ้าไม่เอาออกไปเล่น
this line and start to clear the angles, the jump spawning.
เอ้าโอ้ไม่ได้โอน่าจะวิ่งช้าไปหน่อยนะนี้กะว่าจะเนียนสแกนเข้าไปฆ่าเมื่อกี้เอ้าเห็นอะไรอ่ะเห็นอะไรอ่ะ
I don't know. Replay, you got to catch that one.
Well, still with the pressure onto A's side, namely, Kushi needs to be able to hold it, but unfortunately fragged out off of the flash.
And there's all the information from that. You should know that Jemkin has to dimensionally drift in for this 4v4 retake.
T1 to just still play around the site, prevent the chokes.
อย่างที่บอกเก็บอันติไว้รีเทค
Setting foot. Xfero looking for some extra shots though. Here comes Monyet. Here comes Izu as well on the overdrive.
โหแต่ไอโซได้มันแรงจริงว่ะไอตัวนี้
Jemkin
2-1
off the drift and into the site looking for Izu, who's slippery as an eel, but
โอ้
still
เรียบร้อยไอซู
unfortunately cornered into hell.
He gets them so low.
ไม่ไหวว่ะ5-3ครับโอเคพอดเป็นผลนะเนี้ย
Relatively healthy. A retake to come through from RRQ. I was also expecting that Izu would throw the overdrive in when the 4v4 retake does start to happen, but it's no real avail at the end of it. Here's we're going to see Monyet. So that's how it happens. Just
through the smoke.
2 taps and bye-bye. There you go.
Heard off the clone's footsteps still though.
Well, a necessary round for a after-round timeout conversion from RRQ. That is for sure. Haven't had the best go at them. This time getting a very required one. Keep this within the realms of maybe even a lead still at the half, especially when you consider that T1 now have lesser guns, Izu with the Guardian, so maybe RRQ can get up to 4. Still have to keep their own economy in balance. Just being very patient but not passive over at A-Long.
Patient, not passive. That's nice. In the garage, you get some information as well. Xfero is prepared.
Let's try to draw some attention more towards this C side. I'm looking at what Buzz is trying to do in garage when that Cypher utility is removed. Monyet just has to make sure that he's aware, attentive with the guard. Again, I say the same thing for what's happening there. But Jemkin, I mean, he's just lost the duel over at A.
Uh-oh, it's Meteor now.
แต่งนี้ได้ A นะ
Here's the
เฮ้ย
footsteps.
โอ้โหรู้เยอะจัด
Not quite
ไอ
set
มอน
up yet.
อ้าว
Oh, he lands the shots! Two of them!
โอ้
And all of a
ท่าน
sudden, things just fall apart for RRQ.
โอ้ท่าน
Flawless picked up by T1.
I mean, he has just absolutely
ท่าน
rained from outside
โอ้
of
เมดิโอ
hasn't he? Coming on down and
โดนท่านเมดิโอ
striking
ดิ
upward
ไม่ไหว
on RRQ.
มันได้ยังไงวะ
That lurk active. It's ridiculous that he's able to get the second one as well, mind you, but an individual shot onto Jemkin. We're playing 1 versus 1 against Meteor 2 times over. We're playing 1 versus many as Crazy Guy.
One versus many from Crazy Guy.
Totally misplayed there by RRQ.
โอ้นานๆทีจะเห็นเมดิโอออกอาการนะอันเนี้ย
Gorgeously.
นานๆแบบนานๆทีเลยก็จะออกอาการ
They're exposing this defensive problem on RRQ's shoulders, who now are scrambling in the server, you would assume. Back to the eco. You'd lose control of the half here.
It's just a little bit too reactive, especially on the defense. T1 getting their way with things. Continuing to possibly build up to even more ults. This time, drone first in towards long. RRQ might have players close by.
Bit of a trap down sewers that the drone isn't going to expose, of course. Recon now online from Stacks. It's a gun dropped, but not one that you can steal. And Xfero does have to steal himself, actually, in spotting out an opponent up through mid. Don't want to have a battle against Meteor after what he did to you last round. And that presence in its entirety is just completely pulling the weight of RRQ towards the B side, but in numbers, they find him.
โอ้แย่อีโคแน่เลยว่ะดูทรงน่าจะโดนอีโคนะโดนติ๊บตีติ๊บตี
Trying to transition over onto C instead.
There's guns down. They've got to pick up one at least. You would assume Xfero can get the one in towards mid. You've got 5 versus 3. Crazy Guy technically could even from the shadows after this paranoia for info.
Technically, still though, just goes for the smokes and the flashes. Cushy looking for the clicks, but they're not connecting. T1, the firing squad up towards the
อ๋อโอ
backside.
เคนึกว่ามันยิงคนเดียวเมื่อกี้
Picked up doesn't
ดี
matter.
เมื่อกี้มันเป็นไอแตกยิงด้วยตกใจเลยนึกว่ามันยิงคนเดียวหมดเมื่อกี้
Doesn't really matter.
โอ้โห
T1 not concerned. Getting the crossfires, getting the shots. Buzz got a kill from 14 to 15. Has another. And he's one away from the drift yet again. RRQ, even in advantage situations, a team that we've seen so much lately have disadvantaged positions. 4v5s, 3v5s, still look to convert right now. Just tangled.
โหบ้าจัดไอ้บัสลุกยับ
You gotta love when Buzz is fired up.
T1 can taste this quack.
There's blood in the water. Oh, Jemkin's looking to defend. Crazy Guy. They're putting up a hold this time inside of A lobby. First time in a long while.
แต่ลุกไปก็นอนไวนิดนึงนะคนแค้นเยอะตัวนี้
Look to reclear in towards A lobby without a drone if that dark cover is still available, but Stacks, he has utility up his sleeve. He has the positions that he does need to just check and try to confirm. See what he can do, and overstay though, and the spike drops, but it doesn't really matter when you have DH still alive with from the shadows. The real question is, it's a 2 versus 5. You need to find security in a site somewhere first, and they do lean towards the A site that they can. Try and slot Meteor in, try and go long, or sewers, try and make it a workable scenario. Find a kill or 2 before retrieving the spike, because if you hear the from the shadows come, you could definitely just see the players stand on top.
เนี่ยอันตินะดิเฮ็ด
Here we go.
โอเค
They've all
นึกว่าคิวมันจะทำแท็กติกแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะแบบยืน3คนอ่ะบล็อกไม่ให้อันติได้เอา
Not able to come up with
โอ้เหลือคนเดียวดิเฮ็ด
Quickly sending across just in case.
เยอะไปเปล่าดิเฮ็ดตรงเนี้ยโอ้โหน้องมันกะจะลักไก่ให้ได้สักตัวแต่เยอะไปหน่อยวะอยู่กันทุกตัวเลยเหรอ
Yeah, a massive lobby fight as well going their
โดน
way.
ทุกตัวแบบ
That
นี้
is a required round that they're going to be able to find here. Still, they will be chasing from deficit RRQ. 7-5, 7-5 is what they are chasing. 8-4. Well, T1 be better for you. Last time, of course, it was the 7-5. Favor of RRQ. This time, just not going to happen. Last round of this half, going to be an important one for both of the teams.
One to fight.
Money doesn't matter because both teams coming in fully equipped. Another 8 battle as well.
Ooh. T1 will look to respect it though.
Who's next?
But immediately drifting from Buzz into the C site, and Xferro is locked in towards the corner. He is just
อั
not
นติ
going to
เปิด
be
เลยเนี่ย
allowed
หา
to escape
ขออนุ
from
ญาต
this
หาเจอ
location.
ไหม
He's
เนี่ย
going to be
โอเค
stuck.
เจอ
He should be dead to rights.
Here comes the executes.
อุ้ยสวยโอ้โหแฟลชแล้วนะ
Not quite
เอ้า
connecting onto anything. Jemkin, in fact,
เจมกิน
gets a double
โอ้
kill.
โห
Xferro
แล้วเจมกิน
still
ก่อนตากมันเอาไป
Yeah,
สอง
bailed out of a sticky situation.
เพื่อน
That
เล่น
is
ง่าย
for
เลยแบบนี้
sure. Stacks some meteor though from long.
โอ้แล้วหน้าไกลไม่เช็คชัวร์มุมนี้โอเคเช็คแต่ตายดิ
No reprieve. No hope.
เรียบร้อยจบ 7-5 นะแบบนี้
This a 7-5 as Stacks
เดี๋ยวไปลุ้นกันต่อครึ่งหลังแล้วกัน
backs off. The spike lost in no man's
มันไม่มี
land.
ทางใช่ไหมที่ 1-4 แล้วจะคัดได้อะใช่ไหม
And fortify this site now as
ถ้าได้อาจจะเก่งไปหน่อยนะผมว่า
for Stacks to get into it. A recon available and a shock dart.
อาจจะเก่งไปหน่อยนะครับ
Sphero. Just play a little bit more passively. You reconfirm that
มันเป็น
Stacks
เรื่อง
is
ของความ
still
เชื่อ
wrong.
นะนี้
40 seconds to go. He may very well not reapproach through garage.
Probably. As soon as he sets foot, though,
30 seconds left.
crazy guys should be able to spot it first.
เรียบร้อยไม่มีทางเช็คแน่นอนนะมุมนั้นแม่งอยู่ข้างบน
RRQ makes it a
สูงมาก
5-7 at the end of the first half.
สูงมาก
I guess it is a bit of a recovery and a couple of rounds here and there for them, but T1 certainly come out the gate swinging. They need to refine that momentum on the exchange of the halves here. As Buzz has started to quiet down a little bit, he propelled them significantly in the beginning. Rest of the team, they need to pull their weight a little bit because as we do flip on over as well, and RRQ go on to this
โอเค
attacking
เดี๋ยวเจอ
side.
ครึ่งหลังนะครับตรงนี้
I mean, it's not
1 นาที
been a strength lately for them, right? They're still down with T1 on the attacking side as a bit of a problematic side in the entirety of Pacific this stage too. It's the defenses of this team, percentage-wise, number 1 and number 2. So if I'm thinking about this statistically, T1 with advantage, with the pistols they've found in this series so far, going to the defensive side, they are definitely going to be looking to close this one. RRQ gonna have to just come out with some really good calling and coordination now that they're starting to get a taste again on how to redo that.
Really needing it. T1 so far 4 out of 5 pistols. Could it be 5 out of 6? Talk about players needing to step up. Buzz certainly came up with it, especially in the first few rounds, but falling off a little bit towards the end. We start to see the rest of RRQ starting to step up to bat as well.
Well, it's the last half here in this playoffs stage.
In this stadium too.
In this stadium. So let's have a good one. Pistol round quite important. Night and day difference between Jemkin and Buzz so far.
เดี๋ยวนะ
Got a bit of linchpin.
หนึ่งกระบอกเชลีฟโอเค
Successes on this attacking side. Monyet
เป็น
as
บัตนะ
well.
อันนี้มั่นใจโอเคหมดแล้วหมดพลังแล้วหมดเวลาแล้ว
Gold.
โอ้ยแตกคงเดินยิงเลยเหรอเพื่อนเบาๆหน่อยเฮ้ย
Quickly being found. RRQ just
โอ้แล้วรัดซีเลยแบบนี้
And it's good. There's no cypher utility that they really need to contend with in form of
3 ต่อ 4 นะโอ้เห็น 2 เมเทอร์
destroyed the cage to fall.
เมเทอร์ต้องถอยกันละอันนี้อันตราย
With him, but they're nowhere to be seen.
เมเทอร์บอกไม่ไหวว่ะครับ
RRQ pay their due respects. What they don't really expect though could be Stacks out from the flank.
Yeah, they're not looking at it at the moment. Attention's being drawn to garage and spawn.
Couple of pot shots and there goes Stacks.
แตก
Finding it first onto Crazy Guy makes things a lot more doable. Recon toss on in.
Xferro
RRQ looks to get proactive into garage and then they begin
เกมหมดแล้วอย่างงี้เหลือดีเฮดคนเดียว 1-3 มีซาก 2 นะแต่ว่าน่าจะยากว่ะ
Couple more shots. Might be good, but he doesn't
โอ้ย
really
โหรู้เยอะจัด
expect. Actually goes for the
รู้
check.
อะไรอ่ะ
Monyet though making his move.
โอ้แล้วเอาครึ่งแล้วนะน้อง
He jumps out of it.
continuing to
โอ้ย
dance
ยิงไม่โดน
around, and DH has run out of
มีด
ammo.
โอ้
Has to
มีด
go
ไม่
for
ได้
the knife. No
มา
range. It's a
มา
knife
สู้
duel.
มาโอ้โหแพ้เฉย
Just
ดีเฮด
hops onto him,
โอ้
slices
มีดมัน
and
ยาว
cuts
ดี
him
หมอ
up.
นั่นน่ะ
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's fun. You just got to laugh that one off there. Who was it that had the knife duel on this map over at the A side when we were here? And there was betrayed. The gun was pulled out. Can't exactly remember who it was.
My
but,
God.
hey, at least we get it this time. The
เอ
pistol round
อาคิว
over
อย่าง
the
น้อย
side
ได้
of
พกนะ
RRQ.
น่าจะ
They
มันจะ
definitely
ตามเป็น
needed to try
7-7
and
นะครับ ถ้าไม่
coordinate
มีอะไร
their
ผิดพลาด
forces together in
ตาม
that
7-7 นี่
even
มาแน่นอน
advantage
ภาพ
situation. When you got the flank coming through from Stacks, brings it into the 3 versus 3. They
โอ้
have to just make
กู
it
ถาม
all
เลยสิ่งที่มัน
go
ทำ
together
ไอ้พวก
in
นี้
the 3 versus 1. It's the garage play that they do first. It works good. They should
อะไร
be
พว
able
ก
to
นี้
bring this into an equal field of play to the 7-7 mark unless they drop
Oh.
another round here. Crazy guy, quick one onto
Oh,
Meteor.
crazy.
Stacks balls as well. This pistol round
crazy จริง
gone swimmingly so far.
ไม่ได้แค่เคซี่กายเนี่ยแต่เคซี่จริงนะเนี้ย
In RRQ.
ผมบ้าเลย อันนี้บ้าเลย
Chop up onto those two, and then maybe begin to make your move into the A site. The rest of T1 undetected so far.
Here. Here.
เฮียไม่หยุด
Well, if they're talking about what to do for this round and this pistols, might actually be a good discussion with RRQ no longer looking to go to the A site and instead looking to go C. Get one person to break the dart.
Mum
You
up.
would assume
That's
to
what
be
mum up.
the call. Get a crossfire happening.
โอ้โหแล้วไซส์นี้อยู่กันเยอะดิ
Shots
Ow.
not quite landing yet, though.
เว้ยเอาแล้วหมดอยู่ดี
Quickly traced over with wall bangs. One casualty so far.
เรียบร้อยครับ 7-7 นะ ตามบีฟ
T1 will be able to get.
Nicely
ตาม
done.
บีฟตามบีฟ
Now we'll get to see the weapons back in the hands of T1. See if they can catch the bonus round for themselves, or if RRQ are going to be able to just repeat what
ค
you
มจัด
did on
ยิง
your
แบบคมจัด
attacking side.
ไอ้ตัวเมื่อกี้มันยิงได้ยังไง
Well,
วะ
having no one really close to any sort of ultimates in the very beginning that he can
กูถามเลย
not in.
Yeah, not yet. Jimkin still got a lot to catch up to. That's it. It will be an A lobby angle.
Yeah, it's something that RRQ are really good at doing through sewers and the long crunches, right? Getting a lot of the control there. Buzz is going to see what he can do by himself. Progressive utility from RRQ just has to be respected that they're not going to be there anymore either. Crazy guy. Risky to stick around there. Opts for the better of it.
Still though, getting spotted out might reveal RQ's intentions.
โหต้องเน้นหน่อยอะ
Incoming hit meteor as well.
ไม่โทรเห็นอะไรเปล่าไม่เห็นนะโอเคแหมนึกว่าจะเห็นอะไรสักหน่อยนะแบบสุ่มๆไป สุ่มๆไป
Force T1 to capitulate back to
แต่ละ
the
แต่ไม่เห็น
seaside, back to the corners. As they're still happy enough to just keep Buzz over in the sewers. Gate crash at the ready and utilized. But we're toing and throwing around the map at the moment, it would seem.
One step here, one step back. But this time you got fake presence with Jemkin. Looking for a 1v1 maybe. Gate crashes back in.
And now it's going to be the C hit. You've still got that trapwire that is a little bit far forward. 30 seconds to go. Rotations start to come towards this C site as well. DH 18 HP. Good paranoia. But RRQ still
ส่งของกันยับเลยนะแต่ยังเทคไซไม่ได้ 20 วิ
Entire site engulfed in
ต้อง
utility.
เทคแล้วนะอันเนี้ย
Carpet bombing. DH, the rest of T1 trying to set up the
โอ้โห
crossfire.
สวยสวย T1
Meteor goes in
โอ้โห
and holds down Mouse One.
ไปมาหมดเฉย
DH2 and T1
เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะมองไม่ทันขอรีเพลย์ด้วยครับ
back.
Oh, that is
เร็วเกิน
very quick. T1 really around the map. Not giving some easy
โดนเลยครับ
tools to
เร็วเกินครับ มองไม่ทัน
RRQ.
ครับ
You know, it'd be very easy to see Buzz kind of overplay his own hand over it long and then potentially lose his life to
ไม่ครับ มองไม่ทันครับ
DH to stay in the open a little bit more and lose his life there as well. Just the right reads for T1 at the right moments. No access into the C site for RRQ.
ขออนุญาตหน้านิ่งนะเมื่อกี้
T1 will claim back the
ไม่เธ
lead.
อบอกอันนี้ง่ายครับทำบ่อยวิธีนี้ทำบ่อย
Now with a couple of players down
ท่า
on
นี้
the
ผม
lesser
ทำบ่อย
equipped shields and the regen ones as well. Needs to be a little bit pacier, you would assume, for RRQ.
ตึง
Time
ทุกแมปเลย
not be
ยกเว้นแมปแรก
contended with. You cannot let it bleed
ลาว
down
ใบ
low.
ลาว
The longer that goes, the more information T1 could possibly get this time. I'll just scrounge up towards this A angle. Buzz quickly noting it.
เมื่อกี้เห็นข่าว3ปะเมื่อกี้เห็น3ในช็อตโอเคไม่เห็นเพิ่มนะเห็นแค่ตัวช็อตเมื่อกี้
Pedal out.
กับตัวนี้
It is just slow though. Again from RRQ. Expecting a bit of space to be claimed from T1. A bit of a peek. Down through sewers, up through long. Different look towards a forward trapwire as well. Lucky enough that there's no one to immediately capitalize upon that, as we are still spread around the map as T1. Not really phased to play off a default. 40 seconds to go, RRQ. Got to give yourself enough time still to be able to afford some slip-ups if they happen.
How does Xfero look on the lurk timings?
Well, it's more importantly for me, there's 30 seconds to go now, and if you're wanting to go to this A site, there's a reposition from Mr. Meteor already there.
Yeah, trying to sell the fake too.
อุ้ยแตกหน้าใกล้น้องอุ้ย
There is no spike tap just yet.
เรียบร้อย
Still, Xfero managed to take the first
โอ้แล้ว
shot
10 วิอีกแล้วไม่ชอบเวลาแบบนี้เลยว่ะ
Chiming in with a kill as well.
เลขนี้ไม่ดีเท่าไหร่ปะวะ
Forward, and now the rest of
โอ
the
เค
team has arrived.
ฆ่าได้หมดจริงแต่เวลาไม่มีแล้ว
No! T1!
แตกเพื่อน
Another round under their belts.
It's 2 rounds in a row that we've seen from RRQ now. Just
มันเลยแตกเพื่อน
toying with the rotations. T1 not really being sold any fakes. No great salesman from RRQ's side of things, and they just aren't allowed to get into the side, aren't allowed to get a plant again. They need to be hunting these kills earlier on. T1 are just not giving them an opportunity, not giving them a chance. I mean, even if you got the kill there at the end as Crazy Guy, I don't even think there's time to pick up the spike and go for the plant.
มันคือไฟแมปใช่ไหมไอ้ไฟ MVP นี่คือไฟแมปใช่ไหม
Knocking on the door, double digits. On operator out.
เล่นกันช้าก็ตามสภาพจริงหยุดได้แล้วนะครับเล่นช้าคนดูเขารู้เล่นช้าแบบเฟอร์นาติกอ่ะคนดูเขารู้
Over 66.
โอ้โหมันเย็ดจัดให้จัดรอบนี้มันเลยบอกกูเล่นเร็วเลยแล้วกันครับอุ้ยโอ้โหเจมกินโอ้ได้2เลยอุ้ยโอ้โดนสตันแต่มันไม่ตายดิ
And what do you do now? DH already here, a 1 versus 2, and it's a 1 versus 1 when the plan starts to go down and drop in towards hell.
โอ้ยสวยจัดดีฮะ
Crazy guy. Spotting out Xfero.
โอ้แล้วการันตีวินแน่นอนอย่างงี้เรียบร้อยคัดให้ดิน้อง
What a trick play to land down double digits.
Very nicely recollected from him there. The operator as well to be gifted back over to Buzz as a bit of a prize.
เสียงในฮอมันน่าจะดังนะผมว่าเมื่อกี้ เสียงในฮอมันดัง เสียงในฮอมันดัง
T1 as well to at least still get some damage in the round. You can see that the spray got a little bit away from Izu. But it was from another deficit situation for T1. 3 versus 5 for that mere moment in time. A double delivered by Meteor. And within the scrap as well. DH rotates as quick as possible.
เอาให้ไม่หยุด
And works that retake to a T. Double digits now for T1.
โอ้โห
Timeout brought out
Let's
by
go
RRQ.
RQ เราทำเอา2นะเนี่ยต้องรีบตาม
Another situation
ต้องรีบตามหน่อยต้องรีบตามหน่อย
where you think you start to get something happening on this second half. No heavy lifting done in the first. It slipped away from you to T1 ending 13-11. You do not want to see that happen again for RRQ, but for T1, the defenses are strong. The reads are right.
Enough said. So far with everything that RRQ has been throwing at them, the fakes, the tells, T1 just see all. It's a 3-round gap that RRQ needs to close on up, especially off of this timeout, their last.
Yep. T1 still have 2. Not phased yet. Dimensional Drift is available for Jemkin. You would assume that you have to use that in towards this round to try and get an 8th on the board. Seeing a lot of utility over towards A. Gives you an idea that the Neon is here and that the Sova is here. And you want nothing of it towards this B site though. We go for the very beginning. Dimensional Drift in. Jemkin going to pivot that over towards the C site at the moment where you may have to very well see Buzz just get out of dodge. Xfero catching DH.
ดีเฮดมันจะรักไก่เมื่อกี้
Too proactive, investigative. Meanwhile, flashes into C site, and you pretty much have it under control.
You got a plant for Cushy, and you got a Hunter's Fury available as well. You can look to fall back a little bit, but as I say, that stacks.
I am the hunter เลยเคลียร์ไซด์นั่นเนี่ย
But it's going to just go by the way.
อันนี้ใช้หาข่าวนะครับถ้าโดนดาเมจทำดาเมจก็ดีไม่ทำก็ไม่เป็นไร
Trying to stifle the retake.
Oi, oi,
Meteor
oi, oi.
in position though, hearing the shots coming out from
โอ
crazy
เค
guys.
เดินสวย
Swings
อัน
at
นี้
the right time.
เมเธอ
Hat tossed in, and he spots
Meteor.
out even more targets.
โอ้เมเธอ
Has enough ammo to go at Monyet.
เมเธอ
Both positions right now.
1-2
pushing an
เมเธอ
Xferro, trying to get it towards half, not being baited out.
โอ้เมเธอมันนิ่งจัดเลยอะโดนปาดกันมันยังไอ้นี่เลยเอาครึ่งเลย
Meteor sticking it to half, but doesn't think to turn around. Here's the drop now.
โอ้โห
though, but
ยากจัด
no
โอ
shot.
เคครับ
Xferro
ได้
gets
มาอี
the
กราว
wall
นึงนะ
bang,
คิว
and RRQ survive.
Yeah, there's a slight safety net for
10
Kushi
ต่อ
there,
8
but he doesn't really need to commit to a kill. Just uses
ยัง
the
อยู่
recon
ยัง
card
อยู่
at the
ยัง
right
อยู่
time to allow Xferro to get the angle in towards the site back. Who really finds a crucial kill in the beginning. Do like the attempt at getting out the util from spawn from the duelists of T1 as well to just sneak Meteor out through the garage. But it just doesn't work out at the end when Xferro doesn't leave B after getting the kill.
อากาศเริ่มไม่ดีเท่าไหร่นะครับเนี่ย
There's the 8th round that we're talking about, a necessity for RRQ to keep things in play here. As it's back to the eco again for T1. Izu one away from the overdrive. With a bucky in hand, with Buzz down first.
Stacks will quickly pick up the orb off of his death. Trying to keep things interesting for the upcoming rounds, but
โอ้เรา
right now,
ไปไวจัด
alert
โอ้โห
that's gonna be an
โอเค
aim
รอด
from
เกือบ
And that's just going to confirm that Meteor's presence is required on the site.
Off to the
โอ้โห
back.
ไม่โดน
Wow,
ยังได้กว่า
but still lands a shot. Jemkin though,
โอ้
close
เรียบร้อย
range, quickly dispatches of him.
You got the sprint, you got the stun.
โอเคน่าจะเป็น
Got
10 ต่อ
Izu
9
and
นะ
a
อย่างเงี้ย
bucky. I mean,
เหลือ 2 คนปืนไม่มีนี่ไม่มีภาพเลย
And in kill, well, you remove something from RRQ.
A bad shout. Got potential smokes to spring out of, but with the whole of RRQ just firing off shots into it.
And damage is what you're after here as well. The economy state of RRQ is not too healthy. Don't toy with this like this, Jemkin. Don't give an opportunity over to Izu. You'll think better of it.
It's more of an angle for Izu to possibly just die to the spike.
Yeah.
อยากให้ไปเจอทารอนเหรอใครก็ได้อะสู้ได้หมดอะ
Me as well. When you look at
ทารอน
what is
สู้ได้หมดอะ
available for
เจอใครก็ได้
RRQ,
2 ทีมเนี่ย
they're not getting Jemkin's Dimensional Drift or Honey's Fury or a Neural Theft Online currently.
ถ้าให้ดีก็
Very
เจอ
well
ทีวัน
could
แล้ว
have
กัน
been an angle to just go in and pick
เจอ
up
ที
your
วันแล้วกัน
ulti as Izu
มันวัดพลังยิงได้อะเจอทีวันอะ
angle yourself to try and get a kill, do some damage to the economy. It's, in my opinion, better favor to do all of those than go up with the spike.
But it will be what it is
Yeah,
for the
I mean,
players on the server.
one kill at this point in time is still important, don't get me wrong. But I feel like the value of an overdrive for Izu, if you get into another eco scenario for
ทำเอานะ
T1,
จับ
is going to be an important one. 10-9, T1's timeout.
เหลือ2ทำเอานะทีวันถ้าจบก็จบเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Just
แต่
trying
นี้
to
เรามันจะเท่าแล้วอะมันต้องทำเอาแล้ว
backs.
ต้องทำเอารอบหนึ่ง
Throughout every step of the way, it's been relatively close. Some reads working out for T1, but RQ picking up the pace over onto this A site, working off Dimensional Drift.
I mean, we've heard in an interview recently from T1 as well that they kind of decided the map vetoes before the playoffs even began, right, on a couple of various scenarios. The Ascent composition, for example, they know that they struggle on attack. They struggled on attack here today. 3 rounds, ultimately getting 4 on the defense for a 13-7 deficit, but now they're situating themselves here in map number 3, a veto, a map that they didn't really get a choice in how it would go at the end, right? Bind or Haven, it was the choice of RRQ, T1 opting for the attack. And it's looked better here as compared to their Ascent.
บัตรเมียนตีนะ
Generally, it's intended to counter the enemy comps on defense.
โอ้แต่นีออนมันเย็ด
We'll
ก็
see
มี
that too
ว่ะ
much. Right now, we are needing to see
โอ้โห
what they can do in this mirror
อ
match.
อกใกล้เลยรู้นะออฟอยู่ใกล้
Otherwise, in this round, with this backing
โอ้
up,
กลายเป็นตัวรอเป้าแทนเจมกิน โดนวะน่ะ
drop this and it's double digits.
ไม่โดนนะไม่โดนรอดตัว
Buzz versus Jemkin.
พยายามรอเป้านะเจมกิน
And if
พยายามรอเป้า
move
สุด
as
เลย
well as Jemkin, you'd go straight into the crosshairs of Buzz. Maybe not able to find the kill.
ใครออกคนนั้นแพ้นะคู่เนี้ยใครออกคนนั้นแพ้
But Buzz is just gonna
ใครเดินใครที่เดินก่อนคนนั้นแพ้
or maybe not.
น่าจะเป็นในคนนี้แหละ
And
นั่นแหละ
Jemkin just on the move.
นิ่งไม่พอนะบัส
Buzz with a little lapse.
Steps back in, Spike getting tapped in now, and Izu just
Oh,
makes a
oh,
quick go
mod.
for it, straight out into the open, completely exposed. DH managing to fire
Oh,
one
die hit
back, but it's not going to be
low
enough as,
song,
unfortunately,
die hit.
Stacks gets exposed to an upper angle from Crazy Guy. Low HP, and you're
Oh.
stuck inside of Gong.
โอเคไม่รู้มั้งว่าดีเฮดไปไหน
That
Just got a hammer to your face in that one. That's unfortunate. 2 HP for D.
โอเคน่าจะเซฟแล้วครับ
Dodge, holding the gun. Best opportunity actually here.
โหเลือดเหลือ2สุดๆแล้วรอดมาได้
Stayed elevated on the site.
รอดมาได้อย่างไร
Over to him. 3 alive for RRQ. It will in fact be a tied scoreline, and RRQ on the back of their timeout to find 9, and T1's timeout to find 10 now. Have to feel like they may have just figured out what they need to do on this attacking side with the coach interventions doubling forward to try and close this map. We wanted a series, and this is a close one, Quack.
Unbelievably so. Came down to a quick B execute into this current round, but as you move on into the next one, I don't think T1's going to be looking too good with their economy.
That's why it was very important for that rifle to be saved from DH. The current kill leader in the server, tied with Crazy Guy. These Omens putting in these duels. But the gun has been given over to Buzz, who has a drift available here. Can Buzz find something? The attacking side, immaculate. The defensive side, currently leaving a bit to be desired. But he will sneak himself down mid and be spotted out. And luckily enough, he can get out from the gate crash. Could have lost the gun in no man's land.
Quick over onto A Heaven, looks to continue to reposition while RRQ just trying to find an opening, and there it is.
Again, you're very passive as RRQ in this round. That kill given to you on a silver platter by Izu. Now you will look to find out what you can do at this.
แบบนี้ดูท่าว่าจะเป็น RQ ได้ไปวะเนี่ย
Potentially
โอ้ย
massive.
โห
Overdrive as well,
โอ้ย
but trying to
อะไรอะเห็นอะไรอะ
stray sprays.
โอ้โห
Pop flash
วันนี้
across, but
หมดเลยเหรอครับ
doesn't quite
หมด
land.
เลยเหรอโอเคหมดแล้วครับ
Next to the cage
ตามนั้น
too. Stacks
หมดเร็วจัง
now.
หมดเร็วมาก
Get hunted.
Stack stop from really doing anything you would feel here. Can use the recon and look for a bit of a
หม
kill.
ดเร็ว
If you
มาก
give Jemkin the drift. That's going to be a very big accessible item in the next round. And actually with the plant actually being realized that it's favorable to get it to Jemkin. They get off it. They get him the ult. And this is going to be such an important round. Where's that bullet gone? I'm trying to monologue here, mate. It's going to be such an important round going into this next one. 4T1. Buy will be
ทารอน
back.
ยิ้มโอ้โห
This round will cement
ยิ้ม
full
หวาน
rounds of regulation. But whose map will this be?
Still have some outs beginning to build up for T1. It's going to be explosive for sure. RRQ, the Korean Slayers, they said. Just a few more rounds away from possibly punching in their ticket to Japan while T1
โอเคนะอีก2ราวนะครับ
shut
RRQ
the
ฮะ
door in RRQ's face.
ไปญี่ปุ่ง
4 rounds in a row on this attacking side from RRQ. This
But
one
by
definitely
Japan.
you would assume is going to be that drift angle from Jemkin to start to get on in. And immediate from the shadows reposition actually comes into play from Crazy Guy as a bait. It's to throw your head amok in the server in this really crucial time. When tensions are high, rising around this A side,
เฮ้ย
and
โอ้
in the drone, you are feeling really
รอด
worried
ยาก
for Stack.
เยอะแต่
He's gone. The A side open for the taking
ศูน
now.
ย์ข่าวเลยเหรอเมื่อกี้
And Buzz a little bit late to the party because of that TP from before.
ตันออก
Really
โอ้โห
completely connecting
Huh?
on, and it's a double kill.
And that has to be the save. You're going to have no money, you're going to have no guns.
Huh?
This is 2 versus 5.
What?
This is untenable to get unless Meteor misses
โอเค
the
มันจบ
kill
แล้ว
to
ที่วัน
Crazy Guy.
มันจบ
And
แล้ว
DH has to provide this operator
มันยิงอย่างนั้นได้
to
ยัง
Buzz in
ไง
the next
วะ
round. And the hunt is on.
มันยิงอย่างนั้นไม่ได้เว้ยจริงๆแล้วอ่ะมันสไลด์มาแล้วมันลูดไป2หัวเลยอะหมายถึงว่าไอตัวที่สไลด์มาไอตัวหลังอ่ะ
And if you're RRQ as well, you're just
don't say
placing
it,
that
Ed.
sickle right around T1's neck.
มาเซฟอยู่นะโอ้เซฟ
There is
บี
another timeout for T1. As RRQ will find round 12, you would assume they have to call this. Autumn needs to talk to the boys. But you also give another opportunity for Ewok to do the same. RRQ. Oh boy! The
ต้อง
operator
โด
is
นล่า
gone.
อีกโอ้
And your pockets are empty now as T1.
จีจี้
You have an
Walk
overdrive,
เลย
you have a drift. You have to angle a potential stack,
อย่างนี้
a
จี
potential
ละ
decisive call coming in
โอ้โหแล้วต้องเข้า
to
อีโค
round
สุดด้วยไม่มี
number
ปืนไม่มี
23.
ปืนอะไรเหลือเลย
The timeout has been called. So T1 will have a chat, but so will RRQ. As I was saying, they can feel the reverberations every single round in this arena when T1 get kills, when T1 get rounds. But so far, in this 5-round trot, the
โอ้แล้ว
crowd has been silenced.
ต้องได้2ราวนะเอาง่ายๆต้องราวนี้ก่อนนะไม่มีปืนด้วยที่วัน
Tensions just completely mounting up.
จบแล้วมันจบแล้วหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
Tools available to you in this, possibly the last round. What's in your toolbox? You really don't have much because that op was lost.
โคเรียสเลเยอร์ของแท้จริงเก่งเกิน
If you have just joined us, these two teams have already booked their tickets to Champions Paris. That is set in stone. But there is still so much to this story for these teams. T1, the last remaining Korean team, the only team that will potentially be going unless Talon, Volta, and DRX get in. They have this in their hands. They want this victory. And RRQ
ยังมีอยู่2กระบอกนะพอได้ลุ้นโอ้เราเสียนตี2กระบอกได้ลุ้นจริง
In last stage to get to Toronto. This is a big round. And it's going to start with RRQ going to the seaside. The drift is in, and it's already a skedaddle approach from T1.
DH trying to keep hold of the site, sets up the smokes. It's a stinger in hand. He looks to play close range. Magneto slithers through, and Buzz finds a double. Cushy enters back. Izu goes overdrive, and it's the 3 kills that put T1 back in. The crowd roars. And the guillotine has been dropped on RRQ's succession of rounds. The 5 in a row will be shut down. It's 11 for T1. It is the final round of regulation that we will need to see in victory for RRQ. Otherwise for T1, overtime and a chance for redemption after a lead at the half. In an effort from the previous map, winning that one 13-11 as well when you think that might go to overtime. For the comeback again from RRQ. Valuable ults online for T1. Guns, though, not absent for RRQ. And it's another spot where you're spread around the map for T1 as well. The A site stacked with Buzz and Stacks. The leader has to call a mighty round. One away from Hunter Street. Buzz, he's going drift.
He's going to secure all this information on what's happening around A. It's Nada. So you assume more presence needed at the C site, surrounding B. And that's a massive stacking from T1 over there at the moment. Buzz now contended with over at A. Flashed off, has to give respect.
Thinking to re-peek.
โอ้ทีไป3เกมดูมันโอ้โหแค่นี้ก็มันแล้วนะแต่นั้นถ้าตัดตรงนี้ได้โอทีละผมว่ามาอยู่ขออีกสักตัวได้ไหมบัสโอ้พี่สักตัวหมายถึงว่ากลับก็ได้ถ้ามันไม่ได้อะ
30 seconds to go. We've seen RRQ be really.
แล้วดีเฮนรี่มันตีมาช่วยด้วยนะแต่ต้องไปแล้วโดนแล้ว
You want to get Xferos out as well. This will give the information. It's just going to be a bloody scrappy duel with 20 seconds to go. What are you doing, RRQ? You're going back to the A side. Do you even have time? Xfero is going to get in. He's going to beat Meteor. But that's not the player that you potentially want to see still on this side. Oh, like a kill.
And a second one as well! The Meteor crashes through! Crazy guy, somebody's got to pick up the spike! They go in for the quick plant, but the flash gets sent across and Izu comes back in the door! Gets slammed! Shot!
แล้วมันโอทีดิ
Another spot where RRQ cannot come out with the decision where the time does not get the better of them. A lifeline given to T1 now and a breath. Overtime to be the decisive factor here. From 13-7 to RRQ to 13-11 to T1. These two teams trying to evolve into Titans in 2025.
บ้าจัด
But who will get the better of the other today? That is what we are here to see. No operators gambled coming into this first OT.
มาเอาทีที่1
to the defensive
จัดไป
side. It's been a hot minute.
Looks to be a huge
ดอกย้ำไม่ช้ำใจนะอย่างเงี้ย
Start things off with Magnet sliding out the recons as well.
It was very successful for RRQ. Remember, time and time again they did this. It was very worrying when T1 would stick around. But now they think better of it. They recognize what this is, this sense of a stack towards the A side. And now they're just going to pivot straight into the C side. They're going to get there real early. Xfero, he can't do a thing about it. Or can he? Ooh.
Slight spams, low HP.
จะตายโซแต่ไม่ตายนะก็โดยรวมก็คุ้มอยู่ทีวันได้เทคไซด์
Oh, and he's just spraying bullets. It's so audible. The reload, it's not respected right now.
สวยไปโถ
Pushes, removes his head.
The rest of the team off towards the back of C. Some
ด้านหลังเยอะจัด
Izu looks to hold it
โอ้
off.
ตายครับ
Meteor
ไอ
just
ซู
holds out the
แต่ไม่โด
crunch. Shock dart gives him a
ไม่โด
little
เอา
bit
หมด
more
เลยตรงนู้น
space. But is it
แล้ว
gonna
เม
be
ที
enough? Cushy, crazy guy.
โอ้
They need to do it
แหว
all. Cools up front.
เรีย
No
บ
screen
ร้อย
transfer.
13-12 อย่าบอกนะ
Post plant secured.
อย่าเลยอย่าบอกนะ
Without the first round in OT.
They set themselves the opportunity now to actually close this map. RRQ had 2 chances to do so, and they couldn't. Is this going to be the time where it slips through their fingers? They're going back to the attacking side now. A team that we know very comfortable to go into
จะ
retake
บอกนะว่า
spaces
จะ
no
เป็น
matter
ที
the
วัน
map.
จริงๆอ่ะ
No matter the map. Gonna have to do it on the attacking side. After faltering a retake there. An operator out for Buzz. Glass cannon style to the A side of the map. RRQ cannot leave this to chance. They cannot let the time get the better of them. All of this Sova utility towards this C side. DH already on the chopping block.
โอ้ดีเฮด อุ้ย
Another rushbound
โอ้
strat.
ดีเฮด
They check
เกือบ
the
สวย
corner.
เมื่อกี้
That's DH gone. The rest of
โอ้ไม่ที
T1 though arrive on the
โอ้
crime
ไม่ที
scene. And there it is, the kill.
อุ้ยอะไรอ่ะ
Crazy guy Jemkin all
ก็เลย
getting
บัต
one
คนเดียว
apiece. Buzz left and he goes in glass cannon. Swaps to
เรี
the
ยบร้อย
straight
ค
out
รับ
of
โอ้
ammo
ยโอที
completely.
ที่สอง
And it's another OT.
มาแล้ว
We will go again. A pacier one for RRQ. Recognizing weakness on the attacking
อื
side.
ม
They do not let that one slip. Kill check, because I want to see the numbers. Lots of 22s and 21 over on the side of T1. They are doing this by an effort by committee. Sacks, a little bit more of a problem, but still getting involved where possible, calling where required. Such a heavy burden when the stakes are like they are right now.
Back into the attack.
จริงเกือบละ
It's another A lobby contest.
ยังไม่ได้Who is the best team in Korea มันยังไม่ได้
Oh, he's been damaged again. Just like last time on that C site into the trap wire, but pushed
โอ้
away.
โหแต่ซากว่ะซากเยอะเลยทีวันแต่น่าจะได้ไซส์ปะไซส์4เขาปล่อยอยู่แล้ว สองทีมนี้มันเล่นเหมือนกันคือมันปล่อยฟรีอะ เอ้ยอะไรอะอ้าวไม่ที
Some slight damage still. And Izu feels the need
หนักเลยไม่ทีช็อตนี้ยิงฟรี
Not aware of the
โอ้
corners
โห
though.
โดนเฟอร์รารี่พีค
And now numbers picked up for RRQ.
เอา
Spike planted, but into the smoke. Buzz getting shut down. More pop
โอ้เอ้า
flashes. DH.
อะไรวะ
No survival.
โอ้แล้วไกลจัดสแต็กแตกไกลจัดเรียบร้อย
Just getting
ขึ้น
shut
นำบ้าง
down
คิว
before anything can eventuate. RRQ, they had to
โอ้ย
bring
แต่
us
งอ
into
ยู่อ
the
ย่างไกล
second
เมื่อกี้
world of overtime, and now they once more have another opportunity to close this series.
Switching sides.
It's onto this side where they've had much better successes. The quick executes and T1 just reacting to it. That said though, T1 still did manage to hold it off. That's how they got into OT in the first place.
But remember, going into overtime as well, these teams get another timeout, and they're not calling it. We are not seeing any talks today.
It's all up to the players.
Operator once more for Buzz to the A side of the map. Xfero count the utility. Count the players. Sova, Neon.
กล้องไซเฟอร์มันไกลขนาดนี้เมื่อไหร่วะเนี่ย
It's common from T1. But do not be too patient. Do not allow the time to get the better of you. Have that stopwatch
รอยิง
available.
ครับ
And
บั
the
ต
operator for Buzz.
โอ้ยโอ้โหยิงไม่โดน
It's forced off the
มัน
line.
จบแล้ว
You know it's
ไม่มี
in
วาร์ป
play.
แล้วด้วย
You start to
ต้อง
ramp
เล่นหน้าใกล้อย่างเดียวบัต
on A.
Another line to hold. Let's
โอ้
pass.
นั่นแหละต้องเล่นหน้าใกล้อย่างเดียว
Has another chance to repeat.
เอาสวยเจมกิน
Slight whiff though, Jemkin will be able to capitalize, and now
โอ้แต่
RRQ sets foot into
โดน
sight.
แบ่งไซส์แบบ
Izu
นี้
off the back, Meteor
โอ้
through
ย
the smokes, but Jemkin lets
เบา
the
ๆเจมกิน
transfer.
น้อง
Stacks has
โอ้
to do
หมด
it.
แล้วเหลือคนเดียว
He
ดี
doesn't
เฮด
find it. Cushy
จะ
answers
คัด
back
ได้อีกหรือ
instead.
เปล่าสถานการณ์คุ้นๆนะ ภาพมันเลือนลาง
DH, a flash, a TP, and
Oh.
he starts it off with a kill, reveals his location. RRQ looks to play it safe, sets up the crossfire around the cross, fires off line shots, and
โอ้
just
โหยังดี
reveals
เฟโลมันคอร์ส
Xfero
แล้วเป็น
to do it
RQ
from the
ครับ
back.
ไปเจอตลอดนะที่โตเกียวสเตท
Be the Korean Slayers as they punch the ticket to Japan.
This
ได้
journey
ไป
from
ญี่ปุ่น
this
เรียบร้อยนะสมใจ
team has been a struggle, but they have improved time and time again. We have history for players in this roster. They make a statement earlier on from Crazy Guy that we will be Korean Slayers. Gen G, who are they? DRX, who are they? T1, the next name that they will knock on the door of. They are the Reapers here in Pacific. They have done it again. And they will have another chance to get another victory here as well. As they do indeed get to Tokyo for a battle against Talon.
Both teams still locked in and secured for Champions Paris. But you look to the form that was put on display today, T1.
สวยครับอ้วน
And it's not like they're out, are they? It is a good game, well played. It was a great display for this team. Slower starts, hot starts. At the end of the day, though, just not enough for your victors here today. Once again, it is RRQ.
They made it through with the miracle run all the way. That impossible comeback against Gen G. Taking down more players yesterday against DRX, and now finally onto T1. They will lock that in for the lower finals up against Talon.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here in Korea. We're going to have an interview soon with RRQ. And we're going to have a little bit of a rest as well before we set our sights onto some mighty, hot games in Tokyo.
ไอ้ยี่พี่กายหน้าเหมือนไอ้แอมเลยนะ สมแล้วที่เป็นคนที่ผมเกลียด
Congratulations RRQ and Tokyo. It's going to be all about the battle of SCA teams. Congratulations Crazy Guy.
มันก็ต้องมีโดนบ้างไม่โดนบ้างนั่นดูเอลอ่ะมันไม่ได้จะยิงโดนตลอดอะไร
Crazy Guy 선수
ทำบุญมาน้อยบางทีอยู่ที่เรื่องของวาสนาด้วยบางที
먼저 T1까지 꺾으면서 한국팀 도장 깨기에 성공한 RRQ인데요. 이렇게 일본행을 확정짓게 됐습니다. 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Crazy Guy. You guys have now successfully completed the Korean Gauntlet, and you guys are heading over to Tokyo. How does that feel?
For me, I feel very good because since I joined, we qualified for all the best we can. So yeah, I think I'm not that bad. So yeah.
오자마자 좀 이렇게 팀에 합류하자마자 좋은 결과를 만들어내고 뭐 모든 대회에 있어서 좀 좋은 성과를 만들어내는 것 같아서 저 나쁘지 않네요라고 스스로 좀 증명한 것 같다는 대답을 해줬습니다. 자, 먼저 오늘 경기에 대해서 얘기를 해보자면 좀 저희가 존재 자체를 잊고 있었던 테오를 어센트에서 다시 꺼내왔거든요. 어떤 이유에서인지 단순히 뭐 T1의 체인버를 카운터치기 위해서였는지 아니면 다른 이유가 있었는지도 들어보고 싶네요. Now let's talk about Ascent. Taeho, I mean we kind of forgot that the guy even existed. You brought him back. Why? Was that simply just to counter T1's chamber?
For us, we try everything we can, double duelist, double ini, everything, but nothing worked. And especially we know like T1 gonna play double senti, so like they're gonna have 2 TP like chamber and Yoru. So 2 drone will solve everything, and yeah. And also we really want to bring the Taeho back because no one play in Pacific, so need to on time.
Well, hello to Chamber. I mean not Chamber, Taeho. 먼저 RRQ가 모든 걸 정말 어센트에서 시도를 해봤대요. 투타격도 해봤고 투척후도 해봤는데 좀 뭔가 아쉬웠고, 그리고 T1이 사실 투감시자 조합을 쓸 것 같았고, 그리고 또 체인버에 요루까지 합치면은 TP가 2개나 있잖아요. 그거를 위해서는 RRQ 쪽에서는 좀 정보를 모을 수 있는 드론이 좀 2개가 필요했었는데, 그래서 퍼시픽에서 좀 테오를 안 쓰기도 하고 그렇기 때문에 테오를 다시 데려오자, 다시 써보자라는 그런 얘기가 있었다고 말을 해줬습니다. 그리고 뭔가 헤이븐에서도 그렇고 정말 빈틈이 보이면 놓치지 않고 승리까지 이어가는 RRQ의 모습을 찾아볼 수 있었는데요. 도대체 이런 뒷심은 어디서 나오는 건지도 궁금하네요. Now on Haven, it's like T1 just kind of brought it to overtime, but you guys were able to close it out. And it just seems like when it comes to RRQ and those tight matches, you guys just grasp the opportunity and be like, never letting it go, right? So what is it about RRQ that allows you guys to do that?
I think we never like to play the fast game, you know, like 2-0 or something. We always make the game to like map 3 or something, like so people need to overwork, you know. And we start a bit slow on Haven, and luckily we adapt last 2 rounds on defense. And so we get
เราคืนจริง
5-7.
บอกแล้วกลับมาแก้แค้น
We managed to come back. Like
เราเสียบดราม่าหลังแข่ง
very well for
มีเหรอ
Haven. It was
ใช่เหรอ
very
ทีม
hard to
เขาจะเบมกันเองเหรอใจร้ายจัง
워낙 또 RRQ가 2대0 경기 대신 좀
ดือดเลยวะ
풀세트를 가는 경기를
왜
많이
그래,
했기
이거?
때문에 상대편에서도 좀 지칠 것 같고 그리고 RRQ 입장에서는 슬로우 스타트가 좀 요즘에 보이는 그런 추세인데 그런 모습 때문에 좀 이런 결과가 있는 것 같다고 얘기를 하면서 그리고 또 전반전에 좀 2라운드 정도를 어떻게 하면 T1을 상대할 수 있는지 드디어 알아냈기 때문에 7대5에서 거기서부터 역전을 시작할 수 있었고 그리고 오버타임 가서도 집중력을 잃지 않고 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 이렇게 승리를 가져갈 수 있었던 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 자 그러면 일본이 이제 동남아시아 지역의 싸움이 될 텐데요. 다음 상대 탈론입니다. 각오 한마디 들어보고 싶네요. Now in Tokyo it's going to be 3 Southeast Asian teams. Talon will be the first team you'll face over there. So what is your mindset? Anything you would like to say to them?
Wow, finally we can play with a team like North Korean team, you know, like after so many teams, actually no more left. This stage we haven't played against Talon, so we don't have anything to expect. Hopefully we can bring a good game, so all the people come can have a good time.
이제 너무 한국 팀들을 많이 만났기 때문에 이제 더 이상 한국 팀을 상대하지 않아도 돼서 안심이라고 얘기를 하면서 이번에 탈론을 처음 상대하게 됐거든요. 스테이지 2 동안은 정말 상대해본 적이 없기 때문에 좀 어떤 경기가 될지 예상하기는 힘들지만 그래도 서로 좋은 경기를 보여주면서 많은 분들이 오셔서 또 응원해주면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 크레이지 가이 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 일본에서 인사드리도록 할게요. Thank you, Crazy Guy.
Thank you.
And we'll see all of you in Japan.
โอเควันนี้ก็หมดแค่นี้นะครับเราก็จะหมดไปยาวๆด้วยเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวเจอกันอีก1อาทิตย์กับอีก5วันจำไม่ได้วันไหนนะน่าจะวันที่เท่าไหร่วะ29เลยนะสิ้นเดือนเดี๋ยวเจออีกทีตอนนั้นนะสำหรับวาโลนะครับส่วนจบนี่มีอะไรทำอีกก็เดี๋ยวรอดูกันแล้วกันครับเดี๋ยวไว้เจอกันนะครับทุกคนก็สวัสดีครับ
crazier watching in overtime than playing.
100%. I honestly haven't been this nervous in like many years. Like maybe the first time I talked to a girl, I was this nervous or something. Like this was crazy game that from